the headlines and the attention of our community. That'll be followed by a critically important session, broadband access, the civil right we cannot afford to lose, at 11 a.m. Then we'll have the Reverend Dr. William Augustus Jones Memorial Event, the great leader, the late tremendous theologian and scholar and preacher. We honor him in his memory at 12 with a tremendous memorial event. We invite you to stay with us the entire time. And then at 2 o'clock, we have the enduring power and relevance, the enduring power and relevance of the Black church. Where would we be without the Black church for all of these years that we've been in this land? Then at 3:30, we have the $1 billion capital landscape for Black businesses. That's right, billion with a B, the $1 billion capital landscape for Black businesses. And then we have the role of the Black intellectual in the 21st century. At 5:30, we have a session that you are really going to be blessed by, the new generation of activism, the new generation of activism. We conclude today with an inspirational fireside chat with Reverend Sharpton, Bishop Noel Jones, and Archbishop E. Bernard Jordan. We're looking forward to all of that. So begin this morning. I am the Reverend Nelson B. Rivers III. I have the honor and privilege of serving as Vice President of Religious Affairs and External Relations of the National Action Network under the leadership of Reverend Al Sharpton. We're looking forward to all we're about to do. Let's now begin with our panel. Most of them will be by virtual live, by Zoom. I will be here on the stage. That panel is increasing diversity in corporate strategy, taking control of the conversation. Our moderator will be Hope Knight, the president and CEO of the Greater Jamaica Development Corporation. She will present the rest of our panelists by way of introduction, and then we'll begin this very important discussion and session. Thank you so much for being with us this morning for day 3 of the National Action Network Annual Convention.
Good morning and welcome. I am Hope Knight, President and CEO of the Greater Jamaica Development Corporation, and pleased to be able to moderate this very important panel this morning. I would like to first introduce our panelists. You heard from the Reverend Nelson Rivers, Vice President, Religious Affairs and External Relations for the National Action Network, Kevin Jones, Chief Strategy and Legal Officer of Genting Americas East, Michelle Stoddard, Vice President, Community Development, Genting Americas East, Ms. Paula Peebles, Chair of the Pennsylvania State National Action Network, and Ms. Wanda Jackson, Senior Vice President, Human Resources, National Urban League. So today we're going to start with discussing how a global organization focuses its efforts on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then drill down on some human resources, barriers, and opportunities with respect to DEI. And so I'm going to start with Kevin Jones. Kevin, you are a senior leader at Genting Americas East. I'd like you to just talk a little bit about Genting to set the stage for some context before we talk about your organization.
Sure. Well, first, a good morning, everybody. So you get a sense of the context. Genting itself, it's a global conglomerate, about a $30 billion cap company that does cruise ships, hotels, casinos, agriculture, biomedical. It kind of runs the gamut all across the globe. I'm under all of the hospitality lines. That's cruise ships, hotels, casinos. And that footprint alone within the global company comprises, just do pre-COVID numbers here, about 50,000 employees globally. Here in North America, the footprint is about to double. We have about between 5,000 to 7,000 employees across our casino and cruise lines. And then we are opening up a new casino across the street, well, kind of adjacent to Wynn in Las Vegas. And that is going to add about another 5,000 to 6,000 employees. So basically, as of this summer in the U.S., we will have about 10,000 employees in the U.S. In New York alone, we have 3 different properties. We have Resorts World New York City, located in Jamaica, Queens. We have Resorts World Catskills, located in Monticello, New York, upstate. And we are proud to be bringing probably the largest revitalization project in a generation to the city of Newburgh, New York, with a facility that we're building there, Resorts World Hudson Valley. So we have a operational footprint in New York. We have a pretty big footprint in North America, which is in Vegas, New York, Massachusetts, Miami, and then the Bahamas. That's pretty much our U.S. footprint. And of all of that footprint, both North American wide and globally wide, I wear a whole bunch of hats, right? So I'm the chief legal officer. When I have time, I'm the chief strategy officer, meaning I get dispatched across the globe to do our financings, our M&A, and various strategic initiatives for the company. And I am also on the board of directors of Crystal Cruises, used to be on the board of Norwegian Cruise Lines when we owned Norwegian. And I am also U.S. counsel for our Asian-based team. So we're a lot of hats. We got a lot of stuff going on in the United States, and are proud to be a part of this conversation.
So, very impressive company. Talk about how you and your senior leadership think about DEI.
It's funny because each of these different business lines are unique, right? Our footprint in New York is principally a casino and hotel footprint. So the casino resort business, you have to look at it. You got to have an inside and outside game, right? The outside game in the gaming industry has been historically tough for people of color. And that's in part because the gaming industry tends to work in silos, right? So you have clusters of casinos, or you have these regionally isolated casinos. So for many years, until maybe the last 5 to 7 years or so, those silos meant that the same few folks that had some opportunities coming out of Atlantic City or opportunities in Vegas just kind of got recycled through the properties. And I'll be quite honest, I've been working for this for Genting now in some capacity for like the last 16 years. I can tell you that it was very few times that I've ever walked into the room and seen someone across the table who was either a person of color, and if there was somebody in the room that was a person of color, they were not a senior executive, as I am. So it's endemic to the gaming industry, and it's been slow to change. But what has happened in that outside game is that the expansion of gaming regionally has benefited principally people of color. And when I say that is, it broke up those silos because you started having the recreation of new working groups. So, once I got off the road and doing other things and came back into New York, focusing on some New York initiatives over the last year or so, I didn't stand around and wait for that silo to do whatever it wanted to do. I quickly pulled together all of the gaming companies in New York, pulled the principals together, pulled their top senior executives together and said, let's talk. Let's have a talk. For two reasons. Not only so they have exposure to me and how I do business, but so that I have exposure to them and how they do business. And and so that I can also ferret out, is there some talent out there that my folks aren't bringing to me? And there is some talent. There's a depth of folks who have kind of just been kind of in the middle, kind of, starting to get into the senior ranks. And I've already put in some offers to those folks because I want them here with me. So that's the outside game, in essence, is recognizing the opportunities in your industry to do things differently, to disrupt the way that recruiting and retention typically happens for people of color. And if you're an executive of color, that's your cross to bear, right? And I'm happy to bear it. The inside game is that at the same time you're doing that, you have to be recognizing the talent within your ranks, right? So we have a couple of folks within my ranks who, one of my first, actions here back in New York was to make sure they got appropriately promoted to senior executive status. And I seek out opportunities to get them out in front of the camera. I don't need to be in front of anybody's camera. This is actually one of the few panels I do. I'm more about raising up the talent within my ranks to make sure they get the exposure so that they can not only do a better job with me because they have a broader network that will benefit us, and because they're just more excited to come to work every day, right? And the hope is that not only is it good for us, but it's also good for them. You have to build a company ethos where you're training your folks to be good at what they do, and part of that is making sure they have opportunities to go elsewhere if they choose. So I'm playing the inside and outside game, if you will, and I think that's in the gaming industry in particular. It's a absolute necessity.
Tremendous. Michelle Stoddard, I want to ask you about your role at Resorts World, and how do you ensure that Resorts World is responsive to the communities that it is located in?
Thanks, so good morning. So Kevin talked about bringing people to the fore, and certainly I was one of those folks. So we appreciate his diligence. I, in turn, now needed to go out into our community based in Queens and now across New York State, and make sure others were aware of the possibilities of this industry. My role was not just to go out and sell the casino or sell the hotel, but sell the myriad of jobs that we have available within this industry. Casinos in the past have been criticized for being an island within of their own, right? But that island has every type of job available to anyone seeking employment. So folks just know about, being at the slots or being at the table. They didn't know what else was behind the scene. And one of my role working with economic development corporations, working with workforce development corporations, is to let people know all that this industry has to offer and make sure they're aware of how to get on board.
Can I just add to that, Hope and Michelle? The other thing that's unique about the gaming industry, and look, even though I've worked for the Lim family for 16 years, I wasn't always, I wasn't, jumping at the chance to go inside and work for a casino, right? Spent a lot of years in academia, went to seminary school, The last place on earth that I thought I was ever going to be working for was a casino, yet alone being the most senior casino executive of color in the gaming industry. It wasn't my play. And it's just something that came about because in the run up to coming in the door with Genting, I had spent like 8 years on Wall Street with a firm, and I was trying to build out a pro bono practice, and I was trying to do as much as I could within that tight, work schedule to help with, housing and tenant issues, to work with a great organization, Lanny, and work with nonprofits across the board. But what I realized after 2 years of saying, no, I don't want to go in-house, I realized something about the gaming industry right now, and Genting in particular. The entryway, the door into the middle class and solid jobs, right? The things that I had been working on for a few decades before going in-house with Genting, the things I had been working on to create opportunities for folks who had otherwise either gotten locked out or took a wrong turn and had to come back. That door was wider in the gaming industry than anywhere else for folks of color. It dawned on me when one of the prior presidents, he was one of the most well-spoken individuals. He was from the UK, and just, he spoke and you felt like, oh yeah, that must be right. When he told me his educational background, he had no college education whatsoever, had literally worked his way up through the ranks of the company and became a legend in the gaming industry. And that is the gaming industry. You can just show up at the door and get trained. If you show up at the door in Jamaica, Queens, we're going to pay you $32 an hour. We're going to give you full healthcare benefits. So you're going to go from you can go from working down the subway a half a mile down the street, come work at the subway in our building, and go from making $13, maybe $12 an hour if you're a manager, to making over $70,000 overnight. And all you did was get into the right lane. And then you don't have to stay there. There's so many different training opportunities, and there's so many layers of management that you can get on the job training for. And so what I can honestly say is that though I spent all those years in the nonprofit world trying to create opportunity, within the first 2 years of having come in-house, I was able to create 3,000 plus middle-class jobs. This is a real opportunity, and a unique one at that.
So, Kevin, you're alluding to this very important position of having a seat at the table in a decision-making role at an organization. And so what I want to do is pivot to thinking about how do we look at equity and inclusion in the hiring process for decision-making roles, because those are critical to being able to give folks a leg up. And I want to start with Wanda Jackson, and just let's walk through what are some of the barriers that exist in people of color getting to those decision-making roles.
Well, Kevin mentioned some of it when he first started talking. He talked about networking, and he talked about meeting people and bringing them in and trying to get to know who they were and putting them on the team. And 80% of jobs at the executive level are found through networking. And so if you're not in the right professional networks, the right trade group, or any of those organizations, you're missing out on an opportunity. And understanding that that's the important lever that you need to pull to make sure that you have the opportunity is kind of half of the game. But then it's also about people who know you, who will mentor you, people who will sponsor you. The person that's going to talk about you when you're not in the room and say, I know a great person for this job. It's so and so and so and so. And you may not even be in the same organization, but through these networks, And these professional organizations, you got to know that person and you want to advocate for them. And advocating and leveraging those things, because those are the things that make the difference. Those are the things that help other folks get executive roles. It's not just the executive recruiter calling, and that's important too. Being, connected to a recruiter. When a recruiter calls you, even if you're not looking for a job, you should take the call. You should, if there's someone in your network that you might want to refer, make a good referral, because when it's your turn, when it's the right job for you, the recruiter is going to call you again. So that's another lever that you can kind of pull to make sure that the right opportunity comes for you. And you got to realize that there's unconscious bias. And so the challenge at every level is the person that someone is most likely to want to interview is the person who's something like them. I was in the swim club when I was a kid, and this kid was a college swimmer, or I was an athlete and I played, Division I basketball, and this person is a Division I basketball player, or they went to the same school, or they're from the same town, and that's not okay. But we really have to understand that that's the reality. So you got to figure out ways to get past those things to kind of make sure that you're considered for the roles for which you are already prepared and talented to go into.
No, indeed. Paula Peebles, tell us some of the barriers you see, particularly in your role as chair of Pennsylvania State National Action Network, and maybe working with companies trying to get them to look at people of color to enter their ranks to be, some of the most talented in their organizations.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for that question, Hope. I'm really glad you brought Kevin on first because in my role as chair in Pennsylvania of National Action Network, as well as Kevin made reference that he wears several hats. I do also. I am also the vice president of the Philadelphia Human Relations Council. But in my most recent position as president and CEO of a community-based development corporation, Renaissance in Philadelphia, I actually had the opportunity to engage in holding up a casino from coming into Philadelphia. It's a well-known casino. They're based in Baltimore. They're based in Louisiana, Kentucky, and they sought to come into Philadelphia. And so we began to do our research, being National Action Network and a community-based national organization. And we began to do our research about who this casino actually was, because Philadelphia was new, right, for casinos. And we wanted the opportunity, if you were coming into a large urban center like Philadelphia, you had to be coming in with a diverse plan, a plan that was going to employ African Americans, Black people, particularly in Philadelphia. We're the majority in Philly, and we need jobs. We have a very high poverty rate. And so we wanted the opportunity for our people to be hired. However, the record for this company, for this corporation, this casino, did not reflect that. We had the president of NAN in Louisville contact us and began to share with us about what was actually going on, where Black people were being discriminated from actually coming into the casino based on their dress, on their outfit. It was okay for a young, a white guy to come into their casino with a hoodie on, but if you were Black, you could not. So we were outraged by this. That was an important barrier for us. And we actually brought representatives from Louisville to testify before City Council. And to the good record of NAN, is what we do. We are an action organization. We were able to hold up their license for a few years. We actually did a manual document on them and began to transform that company policies in order to be able to, for them to be able to get licensed in Philadelphia. They finally, after about 4 years, were able to open up this past year after the pandemic held them up last year. And I wanted Kevin to know they had one colored man One colored man that spoke to us. And he would come to the community-based organizations and want to throw coins at us. Well, that wasn't going to work in Philadelphia. It wasn't going to work with NAN. We've been there a long time. I am a known community-based activist in Philadelphia. You had to come to the table to speak with us with more than just coins. So when we talk about hope, about having a seat at the table and having a conversation, we believe that the conversation, yes, as Kevin indicated, as well as did Michelle and Wanda, you're going to be at the table to talk about what's going externally from a corporate point of view, but you have to deal internally also. We don't want to walk into your corporate office and only see one colored person. That's unacceptable.
Indeed. Reverend Rivers, why don't you tell us a little bit about your experience as Vice President of Religious Affairs and External Relations at the National Action Network and what you see as barriers to Black people getting access to positions of power in organizations?
Morning again. Thank you. I have to remind myself this is only a 30-minute show, so I cannot, I can't give real credence to the question. But in my years of service, working 7 years now with the National Action Network and Reverend Sharpton, it's a refrain that comes over and over again. It's hard for folk inside the institution, inside the industry, to advocate for themselves. They can raise issues, they'll call you, they'll tell you what's going on, but they can't advocate for themselves because their livelihood depends on it and the folk that's with them. So a lot of it has to come from external pressure. That's what NAN does. We have to bring the heat and the pressure from outside to change things on the inside. What I have found is that I don't know who developed the playbook, but a lot of leadership in all corporations read from the same book. In fact, I've gotten to the place now where I stop them. You don't have to tell me the rest of this. I know how this is going to go. You can't find us. The ones you got, you think the world of them, but you don't think enough of them to have any more look like them work with you. And then you don't do anything in our community. We have to step back and understand diversity and inclusion does not just mean hiring people. It means, have you diversified the financial arrangements you're in? Have you diversified who does your investment? Have you diversified who does the banking? Have you diversified where your insurance goes? Have you diversified where your money goes? That's a big part of the conversation. So the reason hiring is critical, the decision makers decide who gets hired, who diversifies the outlines of where you do what you do in the community. In Charleston, South Carolina, they finally got the cruise ships coming into Charleston. And the cruise ships come to Charleston. If it were not for the International Longshoremen Association, the Black Longshoremen, we would have almost no folk of color working on that dock. But they make it happen because they fight the fight and they don't work for the cruise ship industry. And so when they come into town, we have to go to them and talk about how does it look? The jobs that pay the real money. And to be quite candid, what I say to folk when I go to talk to folk in the business, talk to me privately, I always ask the sisters and brothers one question: can you fire white people? If you cannot fire white people, you don't have any power. Because if you can't, hiring and firing are not the same. If I got to get permission to fire you, I really did not hire you. The truth of the matter is, if I can't fire you, I'm not in charge. So the way I tell my brothers and sisters, dog, the way I can tell you, if you're running this, can you fire her? Can you fire him? If you cannot, that means you do not have real power. You have symbolic power, and we're way past symbolism. So the truth of the matter is, when we deal with the companies, we have to come with the confidence and the data. Folk don't care what you think. They got to know what you know. And when you can tell them how they look, so I suggest you do, is pull their EO1. They won't give it to you. You have to make them give it to you. The EO1 is what every corporation has to file that gives the data on who works there, what they look like, how much money they make. They don't want you to know that, but information is power. And when you hit them with their own data, they sit up and look at, okay, this is not somebody can just walk by. Then you have to have the integrity and the discipline that don't go for the okie doke. Just because they hang out a job to make some money. And please, brothers and sisters, if you're going to advocate for black folk, don't go in with your hand out. Don't ask for no money. Don't ask for no appointment. Go in there representing the folk that you came in. And if there's something that you can help somebody get, fine. But the word gets out. They came in, the first thing they did was try to get their company a contract or get some money. That hurts us because the folk who are dealing thinks that all of us do that, and all of us do not. So our job is to make sure that we hold them accountable. What does it really mean to hire? What does it really mean to fire? And how much power do you really have in your company? Because you can create a problem where black folk think you got a lot when all you're doing is holding on by your fingernails because you worry about the man firing you when you show up the wrong way. If I can't have a bad day at work and keep my job, then I really don't have a job. I'm a slave.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead, Kevin.
I want to add that there's an additional element to that, and I can tell you I've been trying, through God's good graces, to operate by a very different manual. Because to me, it's not only about who you can hire and fire, but it's also about who you can say ain't getting fired, right? That's right. I come in and I put boxes around folks, and I'm like, no, you are not touching that, right? Because the old manual, the old playbook was, and I know this from sitting on, good Lord, I was on so many diversity committees on Wall Street, and it was always the same thing. It was always nice pomp and circumstance. But when it came down to it, was the perennial issue was always retention, right? And part of that was the reason why you couldn't retain talent, because there was no real effort to train talent. And so, I one of the quickest ways to get me to boil is to tell me that somebody under you, one of your reports is not performing, you need to let them go. Because I'm going to ask them, well, what are you doing? Why? That is your report. That is your department. Where did you fail along the way to train that person? And until you can tell me that, don't come in my office talking crazy to me. So, and for folks who are like, well, how do you get to a place where, you if you have symbolic power or actual power? Well, I didn't just stumble here, right? It took me over, 15 years with this family to get to a place. And I did. I did have to bite my tongue and wait. I had to wait my turn. I had to wait some folks out. And after doing that, I can tell you that for folks, particularly brothers and sisters of color, once you get there, you just got to do it. You just have to say, you know what? I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to make the right call, and I'm going to demonstrate so that everybody knows, even if I'm not in the room, what I would have done. Right. I was, a great manager once told me, he was like, I will trust your judgment as long as I know you won't replace your judgment for mine. And so I need to know that everybody knows exactly how I would feel about something, even if I'm not in the room, how I feel about a person, how I feel about an initiative. And so I do that by making sure folks know and see me reaching out to our law firms and saying, nah, it doesn't work. I need to see more people of color representing your law firm. See me looking at our diversity numbers and saying, okay, this is what we're doing, and touting it. See the people that I'm hiring and bringing in the door, and see the people that I'm putting boxes around, so that if I'm off doing something else, you know what I'm doing. And it's not just about symbolic power in the moment. You got to lay down law. That's just how it has to be.
So, we've been talking about and circling around organizational culture and how important that is for supporting Black folks in seats of power. Want to ask you about what are some of the important ingredients of organizational culture to support people of color, Black people in leadership positions?
It's really about inclusion, though. It's about making sure that I understand who you are. It's not just that you're sitting next to me in a meeting, et cetera, but I'm embracing who you are in the organization. And it's not just the Black people, it's everybody there. You got to know who's there, and building a culture that people know that that's supported is really what's important. You need leadership buy-in at the top. And then you need to hold people accountable and measure what people are doing to make sure that all the things that the leaders said are important are happening. And if they're not being held accountable, and sometimes being held accountable means it's in your pocket, in your pay, those are the things, because in some ways what gets measured gets done, and what you get paid for will be accomplished. And in some ways, you don't want to have to force that on people, but that's the way to make the cultural change, because organizations really are driven by their profits and what's measured and all those things. And so you have to make inclusion, diversity, and equity part of those things that are measured. And that's the thing that will make a difference. And those are the things that will make the culture change quickly.
And Ms. Peoples, what have you seen any best practices that you can talk about in this regard?
I would say not necessarily from the corporate sector, but from the public sector, because we work within both areas. When we have to contend with state government, county government, I would say that would be where I can make some references regarding best practices. And the best practices would be based on actually having an opportunity to have a seat at the table where we could actually communicate with the administration that's in charge, making our demands regarding, one we did recently was dealing with within the police department. The police department is like notorious in Philadelphia for forgetting that we're the majority of the population in the city. And so we had to actually sit down with a new and incoming mayor, and what was not negotiable with us in having a seat at the table, and that's why I consider it a best practice, was that we would have our first Black female police commissioner. That was not negotiable. And prior to that, we had never, had a Black female. Yeah, there have been a couple, I would say, Black male police commissioners, but never a female. And so our commissioner did not come out of Philadelphia. So that was not necessarily one of our demands, because I know Kevin would say, when you're sitting at the table, you have to be reasonable. And so I know Wanda understands and agrees with that too. So we wanted to be reasonable, because at the end of the day, we wanted the victory. And the victory was based on they brought a sister in from out on the West Coast. And that was okay for us. Now, if I reflect back in, I would say the late 90s, I can give you another, probably quickly thinking about a best practice. And it was with the company now that's known as Verizon, but back then it was known as Bell Telephone. They wanted to actually come into a community where I resided in the heart of the city. And they wanted to build, this was on the early onslaught of technology, and they wanted to build this big, probably 15-story technology center right in the heart of North Central Philadelphia. And basically we said to their senior management, Kevin, that did not look like us, that no way, you're not coming in, removing our folks out of their community to build this facility without guarantees. And a part of guarantees was that we want Black people in senior management. We wanted to be able to see them. We wanted to see what their employee demographics look like. We wanted an opportunity for them to support nonprofit community-based development, whether it was a job training, employment, housing. We covered the gamut. We told them it didn't matter that they were going to build a building on Temple University campus, because Temple was our neighbor. They did not control North Philadelphia. So I would point to that as a best practice, because at the end of the day, we went back and forth. Yes, it was very public, but they submitted. They submitted to the will of the people, of the community, and it became a win-win for everyone.
it's great to look at examples from the public sector because sometimes we can learn some things.
That's right.
Go ahead, Wanda.
I might add, and this is nascent, and I don't work there, it's not a commercial, but a partner of the Urban League is JP Morgan Chase, and they've spent a lot of time over the last 3 years with Jamie Dimon leading Advancing Black Pathways. And so it's about talent and recruitment and fellowships for individuals as well as entrepreneurs and other things. And so, yes, it's somewhat nascent because probably maybe 3 years old or something like that. But I think it's not only with Black, but the other diverse groups that they're kind of working in the same way. And so that's perhaps a good example of at least a step forward in the way things should work to kind of change the culture of your organization and show that you've got to demonstrate a commitment to making this difference.
And Reverend Rivers, have you seen any best practices?
Yeah, very few, but I've seen a few.
Okay.
One that really was surprising was the Citadel, which is in Charleston. It's an old college of military. They had the Confederate flag. We have fought them down through the years. But they adopted something very recently called Truth Racial Healing as a model of change in the community. And when you change the community, you change corporate leaders. And they put corporate leaders at the table. After the Emmanuel killing back in 2015, I was invited to join no less than 6 or 7 organizations. They all wanted me to make white people feel comfortable and not guilty. That's not what I signed up for. And so I told them that I'm not interested in reconciliation because we can't be reconciled. We've never been reconciled. I ain't never been with you, so I can't come back to you. I've always been your property. So when I've stopped being your property, then we can talk about reconciling a relationship that we never had. But in that conversation, I was able to deal with this question of how do you see your role as an agent of change now, not looking back, but right now. So that we met with College of Charleston, the oldest college in the South. Everything in Charleston is about the oldest. We got the oldest everything, including the oldest form of slavery and racism. And so in the conversation with the Citadel, they brought in 3 African-American leaders, all 3 sisters, and what they've been able to do in a very short period of time was shocking to me because the Citadel is a pretty conservative and sometimes you would call racist institution. But what they did was partner with another organization I'm with that does with social justice and racial equity. And I sat down with them about 2 weeks ago and they laid out how they've literally changed the way they deal with primarily white males. Because I argue that if you're going to change diversity, inclusion, and all the stuff we're working on, you have to help change white men. Because white men, regardless of whether you accept it or not, white men in my community, if they stay who they are, we're gonna always have to fight because they really do control the power. So they have folk who are proud of being Citadel grads. That's one. They came up with truth, not racial, not reconciliation, but racial healing, and they've created healing circles, not predominantly Black. In fact, they invited me because of my work with NAN and in my church foundation to be one of the facilitators. And I asked them, y'all sure y'all want me to facilitate one of these circles? Because it may not be much to do after we get through. They said, no, we want you. And so the circles have turned out full of corporate leaders, full of folk who really, you heard about the DEI when folk come in and the racial equity and all these trainings you have. But unfortunately, a lot of them are one and done. They do it once, they check the box, then they leave. What the Citadel has done has created something that's going on every month. And the range runs from 10 to 30 folk in a circle over a series of conversations, very hard, transformative conversations. Another one was Boeing. Boeing came to town, they built this huge place by the airport not far from my church. I met with them, we told them they were more impressed with them than we are with them. And because we believe in our scripture that power begins at home and transformation begins at home, and they weren't doing anything in the Black community. We talked about what they didn't look like, and they pivoted, they changed. They haven't done everything we asked them to do, but it won't happen without confrontation. It's not always about conciliation. Let's not delude ourselves. Power concedes nothing without a demand. If you're walking begging folk to be different, they're not gonna change because they have no incentive to change. Incentive comes from where? The money, honey. It's always about the money. I don't care what else they tell you, it's about the money. If you can't mess with the money, they'll listen to you all day long and dismiss you. But if you mess with the money, it changes the conversation. So sometimes we have to understand the incentive for change is not do good, I like Black people, it's what I need to stay in business or make some more money. And if I can interrupt your money, I can interrupt your conversation. And that's what we learn. We know that, but that's not news to us. We know that, as Dr. Gibson taught me years ago, he said rivers is basically two things, help or hurt. When you sit down with people in power, they got two questions. Can you hurt me? Can you help? If I can't hurt you, I better be able to help you. If I can't do either one, next.
Thank you. So, Michelle, I want to circle back to you and have you talk a little bit about how, when you go into communities as Resorts World, how are you able to create some transformational change with respect to providing opportunities to Black businesses?
Sure. First of all, I want to take a page out of the Reverend's book and ask the community, how can we help, not hurt? And we know, especially after COVID, when we were closed down, how difficult that was. So when we came back to work in September, the first thing we did was start the community partner program that allows businesses to join us, get exposure through advertising to our 1.5 million database of customers, and just by offering a discount. So we sat here and we developed programs that will go out into the community, directly help the businesses, and really make sure we hear what it is they want. We are doing the same thing in terms of creating a pipeline for students to be able to learn about this industry and find points of entry. We're going to be doing that with York College, developing an intro to gaming certificate course that will be taught not only by York College facilitators, but also by executives here at Resorts World. So it's going out and finding these points where we can aid the community by listening to what it is their needs are and making sure that we can work with them to develop that relationship, develop a partnership, and help facilitate through funding or through, through work to make these programs come to life.
So, Kevin, you talked a little bit about this in some of your remarks around the opportunities that exist. And it seems like there are tremendous opportunities that exist given sort of the growth of the industry. Can you talk some more about specific opportunities for Black folks to be able to get into the industry, rise in ranks, and really, begin to aspire to having a seat at that senior table like you do?
Yeah. Well, I don't know exactly why God chose to let me just skate on through on the corporate side, because I have never bit my tongue. I have made it clear I'm a former revolutionary that somehow made it in the corporate world. And Ms. Peoples, I see you. I'm originally from Philly, spent a lot of time on J Street growing up, so I know the neighborhood you are talking about. At the end of the day, whether it's a casino, whether it's Amazon, whoever it is that is coming to town, the way Ms. Peoples approached it in Philly, the way the Reverend has approached it in other jurisdictions is right. You have to hold companies, whether it's my company or other companies, accountable, right? We got over 80% of our workforce in Queens are people of color or women. It is, and that didn't just happen by chance, right? That was the hard work of Michelle. Michelle did that. Michelle is on almost every community board you can imagine. And that is the reason why when I finally circled back to New York and I said, all right, this is what I want. I want a list of all of our executives. I want to know what everybody makes. I want to know who's on that. And I need that tomorrow. And we needed to make some changes. So, and Michelle needed to be recognized for the fact that she has been holding up an incredible community commitment. So not only do you need to hold these companies accountable, mine's included, But you do need, as Reverend said, you need who's going to be the point person. Who are you? Who are you going to be talking to on a regular basis to get those opportunities? Like I just spent last week in the Bahamas because we are doing for the first time in 40 years, we are home porting in the Bahamas with our cruise ships because the CDC in the US is not working out. So I was thrilled about the opportunity of bringing these cruise ships to islands in the Bahamas that don't ordinarily get these types of resources. And so I showed up in person. I went down there in person last week to each of these islands to sit there and talk about, okay, how can we make this work for you? How can, and had the government, I dragged the government along with me and said, how can we work together to do the things that are necessary? Like there's a community beach that we're showing up at, and I wanted to make sure that we have an agreement on how we're going to provide infrastructure funds to that community to take care of their community beach and make sure that even when we're not in port, they are getting resources to be able to develop their companies. And interestingly enough, initially there was all this pushback, and it was not the locals who was pushing it back. It was expatriates that don't look like anybody on that island who were saying, we don't want this here. And when I got down there and spoke to the locals, spoke to local government officials, spoke to local business associations, they were all like, we've been cut out of every opportunity. No one's come down here to talk with us. So it's not just the opportunities of jobs, it's also the opportunities that you offer to local businesses, the local business associations, like here, right, at this building. There's a lot of taxis that come in and out of here. It's just not Ubers, right? So you got local taxis associations. You got, everything we sell here, we sell in bulk, right? There's no reason why we need to be buying water from any particular vendor. Those are the types of things we need to be fanning out for and trying to get opportunities in the door. So it's more than just your hiring practices. It is your concerted effort. You need to know who's going to meet with you. And I would also suggest you say, who runs your purchasing department? Because that person running that purchasing department is going to be the person that is bringing the opportunities to folks like me and others to say, here are the different vendors in this space, right? The way you run an RFP for any particular item that you buy as a business, you always, best practice, you always get 3 bids. One of those bids needs to be somebody of color. And there's no reason as a company, you can't say, I got 3 bid slots. One of those bid slots needs to be a company of color. These are the types of things that businesses can be doing if you hold them accountable to do it in the first place.
So we're coming to near the end of the panel. And what I'd like to do is go around and ask folks, what do you believe is one of the most important things to continue to drive change in organizations with respect to diversity, equity, and inclusion? So I'll start with Michelle.
So for me, it's really the hiring practices, and it's really, like Kevin said, about purchasing. I've seen with my own eyes that those 2 entities, if you have the right people in place, will make a difference, not only internally to who's employed there, but externally to the community in which we reside. And Resource World definitely is committed to making sure that we hold up those 2 initiatives to, the betterment of our community in Queens and throughout the properties that we're in control of.
Thank you, Ms. Peebles.
Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful panel, and I hope you did a fantastic job as our moderator. Thank you very much. What I would say, it's critical for us to control the conversation. Control the conversation so we can provide opportunities for our children, our grandchildren that are up and coming now. How do they actually have an opportunity to be employed, to become a senior manager, middle manager in a company like Kevin Jones, and those casinos that are looking for footprints throughout America? How can we assure that our youth will have an opportunity not only to be an employee, but actually to establish their own business based on the conversations that we have. And I think it's critical that we work on both sides, that we work internally within a corporation. We have people internally within a corporation that will communicate with NAN that there's some serious contradictions, serious racial issues that's occurring within a corporation, as well as having the community on the external side of it to be able to say, when I go into this particular casino or into this business or into this city office, I'm not being treated as a human being. We believe that's critical. So that's some areas I would strongly suggest that we stay focused on. And again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Wanda Jackson. Oh, you're muted.
I think the executive buy-in and leadership are the most important elements. Those people set the vision and the strategy. And so if it's their intention to make a difference and build a culture that's got diversity, equity, and inclusion in what they do every day, that's going to make the biggest difference. And then finally, to make sure you're measuring what you've set out and said you wanted to do. I think Kevin and Michelle are great examples of executives who are leading in that way. And I think that's the thing that makes a difference. It's the catalyst for change.
Indeed. And Reverend Rivers.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be on with you. I commend all of you. I think one of the things we can say, having you in your positions is a radical change from what the industry used to be like just not very long ago. And that's one of the things we ought to insist on. But I would say something I learned years ago, what gets measured gets done. If you don't measure it, they won't do it. Also inspect what you expect. You can't say you expect them to change if you never inspect what they look like at every interval. And culture is not seasonal. Culture does not mean because black folk are popular this week, we might not be popular next week. And so we're popular this week, but next week could be somebody else. Culture does not change. It's not seasonal. When you change the culture, the outcome will change. If the culture never changes, you'll keep getting what you've been getting.
Very good. And Kevin, why don't you take us on home?
Yeah. Well, look, I wish I could say something that wish I could say was more complex. It is, but it's really a reflection of even this panel, right? The Reverend and I get to be on this panel with you, Hope, and just dynamic sisters. So I have to be honest, I've learned some of my revolutionary ways from sisters, and it's anchored in two things: commitment and accountability. When you root, whether it's a company, whether it's a nonprofit, it's the commitments that you root yourself in that will dictate your character. And then with everybody else, with everything everybody else was saying, you got to be accountable to that commitment. That's it.
Well, thank you all. This has been an incredible panel. I want to thank this distinguished group of people for really drilling down on this very important conversation. I think the audience has a lot to think about, to bring back to their organizations. And we also heard about some real opportunity. So let's all press forward and continue along in this struggle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Panel. This has been an invigorating panel, and I want to personally thank Hope Knight for moderating, certainly Wanda Jackson and Reverend Rivers from our own organization, and Michelle Stoddard, and my brother, Kevin Jones, for being on the panel and really conceiving this and working with National Action Network. And of course, Paula Peoples, who is one of our own and who is the head of our Philadelphia chapter. So give this panel a big hand, and we thank them for being them. Let us move on. Let me say this before I go to the next panel. As we're watching around, and our numbers have been great on Facebook and YouTube and other places. So this virtual conference has exceeded our expectations. But let me recognize, many of you know that we were able to get all of you here know, we got rapid testing for you so you could attend, which is why we were limited to 150 people, rapid testing. And I've worked with Quest Diagnostics in terms of vaccination and in terms of testing around 5-state program that we've been working with Choose Healthy Life with our sister and brothers in the ministry in 5 states. And Celia McKinney, who is the Senior Vice President of Quest Diagnostics, is here, who provided free COVID testing during this convention. So would you stand up, give her a hand. Well, it's a pleasure to have you. And you that are watching virtually, we want to thank Quest. They did it free and they did it immediate. And folks that I had not hugged in months, I hugged after I knew they was negative. Everybody in here is negative. All right. Give another hand. Give Quest a hand. All right, let us proceed. We are on time.
Thank you, Reverend Sharpton. Good morning, everyone. Our next panel is that discussing race, crime, punishment, and redemption. Very meaningful conversation, and we're looking forward to a great dialogue. We are joined by Professor Allie Winters, and she serves as the Assistant Professor of Social Work at Tennessee State University. We are also joined by Dr. Harold Dean Trulier, who is an Associate Professor at Howard University School of Divinity. Dr. Willie Dwayne Francois, Dr. Francois serves as a professor at Sing Sing Prison, as well as a leading pastor in the area of New Jersey. We'll also be joined on stage by one of our NAN leaders, and that is Pastor Mosley, who is going to be joining us now, as well as moderating this panel will be Mr. Victor Pate. Mr. Pate serves as a chaplain of the New York State Chaplaincy Task Force. We're looking forward again to such a meaningful dialogue. I'll be here on stage as well, ready to engage in questions. Mr. Pate, if you're there, we're ready to roll.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pastor Marquez, for such a welcoming thing. First, like to start off with thank Reverend Sharpton, the National Action Network, All Seen and Unseen, and give a special acknowledgement to Miss Katrina Jefferson and Ebony Riley, who have helped coordinate and make this happen, and who I've worked with previously. So thank you once again, Reverend Sharpton, for allowing this particular discussion to be in this space and in this time. And definitely thank you to my esteemed panelists who have agreed to participate in this important and imperative conversation and bring consciousness and awareness to all who share this space and share this time with us. So I'd first like to mention and kind of sort of like read a short overview of the panel that was written by my colleague and friend, Dr. Vanda Seward, when I told her this is what I would like to speak about. And sort of like she said right away, well, we can put something together. So I want to give a special acknowledgement to her for this. And I'll just read what it says in just a short, brief overview. And it's racist, race, crime, punishment, and redemption. Punishment in the United States is both severe and selective, with the world's highest incarceration rate. 1 in 9 persons is serving a life sentence in prison. Criminal justice policies and practices, and not just crime rates, they are key drivers of these trends. Correctional populations have grown during periods of declining crime rates, and people of color are disproportionately punished even for crimes they did not commit, at higher rates than whites. And with that said, we have to talk about and think about all the things that is going on in our society, in our communities, and around the world. We are a society that is judged by how we treat the least vulnerable of our population. And if that is a fact, we must turn our attentions to our prisons and our jails and our detention facility and our immigration facilities, because these are the people that are, for the most part, unheard and unseen. And there has to be a voice for those people. There has to be attention focused on the type of treatment that our people are receiving in our prisons and jail, as well as the treatment that they will be receiving upon their return to society. And if we're talking about the treatment of our people in prisons and jails, what about when they eventually come home? How will they be able to function in our society or not function in society? Will corrections really be what corrections are supposed to be? Will corrections prepare our people for returning back to our society and back to our communities and back to our families? And how will they be being returned back to our communities and back to our families? Well, I think when you talk about that, you have to bring into the space how race plays an important part in all factors and all mechanisms of people's treatments in our prisons and our jails. We have to also bring into the space the crimes, the underlying reasons, cause of people committing crimes. And then we have to also bring into the space the types of punishments that are being implemented upon our people. And then, of course, the most important piece, and one of the pieces that I think that is so very important, is the redemptive part, the second chance, the restorativeness. We have to think about all of this here, and we have to talk about these type of things. And this is the reason why we decided to talk about race, crime, punishment, and redemption. So with that said, I'm going to start with Dr. Vander Siewert. And when we talk about this here, the type of work that you've been engaged in and involved in, how has your work in government systems such as New York State Corrections and New York State Parole, who historically have a heavy hand on the punishment side of the spectrum, allowed you to stay focused on the redemption? And I'll let Dr. Siewert give a few words on this.
Good morning, all. Thank you so much for putting the panel together. Victor, thanks to the National Action Network for over the past, I don't know how many years, making sure that we have a voice at this very important conference. So thank you to all those who make this happen. I think one of the things I've learned from a very young age was to be true to myself and make sure that I'm guided by my morals and my principles and not others. And I think my 30 plus years of working in government entities, as you mentioned, from state corrections to state parole to the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office, I think one of the things that I always keep in the forefront in those times was that the very people that they want to ostracize and put to the wayside and mistreat and judge are the same people who at one time or another I may have played with their children or played with them, or my kids have interacted with their kids, and they look just like me, you know. And I think that one of the biggest things when we're dealing with big systems like that, such as docs, you know, in parole, is you have to really know who you are when you enter these systems. Because if you don't, they will definitely try to make you have a different feeling about people who I say made a mistake. I think that when we think about people who made a mistake, we look to correct them. We look to bring enlightenment to what it is they did do and who they did harm, and, you know, have a a conversation and have some processes put in place in order to help prevent people from doing certain things. I think when we look at our jails and we look at parole and we see some of the conditions, we see how people are being treated once they get into the prison. I think that you have to sit back and wonder, now, how do I put my moral and value system into this system that is not designed to correct anything? It's really designed to keep the person where they're at, keep their thinking limited, reduce, their sense of humanity, and really, treat them as if they're animals. And if you do that, the way it's designed, well, we won't have to worry about jobs in corrections. We won't have to worry about jobs at parole because we haven't corrected anything. So the likelihood of recidivism is very strong. I think when we have advocates and people like myself who I did not allow them to change who I was. I was always very polite to individuals when I worked in the prison and when I worked at parole. And I realized that I had to find my way to try to implement these systems' mission, but at the same time, not lose the sense of who I was. And I think that is what has kept me very busy, even till today. I think that's what also has allowed me to move around New York City. I don't think about having a weapon. I don't think about, oh my God, what if I run into somebody that was locked up? I don't have those issues because I think that I kept my moral and value system and did not let that system that is designed to oppress people and keep people down. I did not allow it to influence me or my judgment. And when I thought that they were trying to influence me and put pressure because I decided that education was so important for me, that's why I, till today, thank individuals who I met that was incarcerated at Orleans Correctional Facility. When I left the department in '86, I said to them, I have to leave because I have to come back in a more powerful position because what they're asking me to do, I'm not capable of doing. And then I returned in 2007 in order to make sure I took care of my people. And I think, for the most part, I left a mark in the parole where people understand the parole system a little better. I think I made a mark that made parole have somewhat of a little piece of humanity, a little piece, not a big piece, but a little piece. But I think that the work is really about us who work in this system to remember who we are, remember our moral and value system. Don't let them brainwash you and get you to go away from what you were, taught with and what is right.
Thank you, Dr. Seward. And and just speaking about that, especially the redemptive piece there. I think that when you talk about the punishment paradigm, our society is a society of punishment and focus so much on punishing people for making errors and judgments, consequences of decisions that they made. But I also think about that it's so, for me, it just doesn't make sense, is that the only thing you do as punishment, you don't focus on correctiveness. You don't focus on restorativeness. You don't function on second chances and what happens after you have paid your debt to society. So to me, when you're talking about that, it's like the punishment to me is ineffective. And just thinking about the ineffectiveness of this here, I'd like to turn to my colleague, Professor Ali. And I would just ask you then, in your opinion, and if you'd like to speak to a little bit of it, what are some of the reasons why you believe the use of punishment in response to crime is ineffective?
That's a good question. Thank you, Victor. And I want to start off by saying I'm so thankful that this dialogue is happening and that I can be part of this and be surrounded by so many advocates and intellectuals in this space, and hearing everybody's voice and ideas. I'm really thankful to be here and be part of this panel. Um, when we think about, for me, when I think about crime and I think about punishment, I always begin with this idea that we use labels to separate ourselves from each other. And no greater label, in my opinion, separates us more than the label of criminal, felon. We use these labels to separate us from each other. And I think that that's the root of where the punishment is ineffective, in the sense that punishment, or as you brought up, Victor, is this idea of being a successful intervention, being something. When you think about punishment, it's important to think about how can we be most successful in helping someone address whatever is happening to them. And you can't do that if you don't have compassion or empathy for someone. And when we create these labels that separate us like that, and then all of a sudden, you don't have to care, you don't have to be kind, you don't have to think about what happens, right, later on down the road. And so punishment really becomes more of a retaliatory idea. Like, I'm going to get you back. This is what you deserve. You need to be taught a lesson. And that philosophy of pretty much the role of criminal justice is ineffective. It may deter some crime. It may turn a small percentage around. But when you look at the recidivism rates in the United States and how ineffective incarceration is, and oftentimes probation and even parole. These are in essence ineffective systems. And the root is that it's really not necessarily designed to help people. It's not designed to help to address the issue, the underlying issue of why crime exists. If that were the case, we would see a whole bunch of mental health and substance use treatment centers. We would see a whole bunch of people in there instead of being incarcerated. And so when you think about punishment and why it's ineffective, it's because it doesn't have a heart. It doesn't have a heart because it's dependent upon us separating ourselves from each other. And so really speaking to really more of the solution as opposed to the problem, I'm so excited to hear people's ideas about what redemption really means. When we think about redemption, we think about opportunity. And I just don't think that opportunity is present. And when we give people opportunities and we offer them those with a caring heart and compassion and empathy and really an authenticity in that we want to see them succeed, because we all benefit when people succeed, right? We all benefit. So if we can provide the resources that people need to overcome whatever it was that was the underlying cause of a crime, I think that is a much more effective solution than simply just throwing people into these different areas and creating this separateness. So that's my 2 cents, and I hope that helps in the discussion.
Thank you so much, Professor Ali, for that, and especially the clarification that you made on this. So when we talk about all these different components and all these different mechanisms of the carceral system, we can't not speak about the racial inequities in our criminal legal system. We can't not speak about the disproportionate sentencings, the disproportionate charges, the disproportionateness by which people of color are oftentimes treated and abused with the criminal legal system. And I'd like to turn to my colleague, Reverend Mosley, with this next question that I'd like to pose to him. And Reverend Mosley, it's good to see you. And I'd like to pose to you, Reverend Mosley, in your opinion, how has race played a significant role in the accusations of crime within the criminal legal system? And share a little bit of that with us, please.
Thank you. I think first thing we have to recognize that we're still dealing with a system that's old, antiquated, and broken, and it has never progressed to deal, even in 2021, with what is going to be done with people that have been falsely incarcerated or taken in for far lesser crimes, and especially when you deal with the disproportionate number of especially people of color, blacks, black men, and women that have been placed in these places of confinement, these prisons that have done nothing and continue to do nothing. If we're going to talk about the redemptive portion of it, it's like a slow death. Even if they get ready to be released, they're not prepared. They're not prepared, and it is a continued cycle that's broken. What do they plan to do? Even going into parole, what happens? They go back into a community, and it's almost like a revolving door. They let them out knowing that they're going to come back in because they were never prepared before going in, and it got worse while they were in, and now when they come back out, they have nowhere to go. They're not educated. They're not prepared. And then we never take time to really deal with the psychological, mental problem that they either had going in or will get worse when they're in, and then they're not prepared when they come out. How many times have we seen and continue to see black men go into jails for petty crimes, and they get these crazy sentences. I mean, you steal bubble gum and get 20 years. And you see whites that, as we witnessed, can go into a church and kill people and then go to a Burger King. And even their crimes, when they're supposed to be crimes that they committed, I think it was like in Texas, because of the money that whites have and white privilege, the judge lets them off saying, oh, he just had a bad day. Well, he's not the only one entitled to a bad day. Anybody can have a bad day. And you can't continue to isolate blacks and people of color because of their race, and then you place these heavy sentences on them. And we continue to see this over and over and over again. And it's just something that we have to really make a real conscious effort to not put a Band-Aid on it, but to tear the whole system down and redo it, because it's just not working. Thank you,
Reverend Mosley. And, when you speak to that, disproportionate sentencing, disproportionate in being charged with crimes, and, the same thing that a person of color gets charged with, a white person would be undercharged, receive a lesser sentence where you have the same type of crimes being committed. One thing that, we have to also take into is, the access or lack of access to educational resources, which we all know in our educational system is disproportionately applied. And when we talk about that, I'd like to direct this next question to Dr. Willie Francois and ask you to speak a little bit about, the relationship between racialized schools and equity and how it relates to prison to pipeline and the prison industrial complex mass incarceration.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Mr. Pate, for leading us today, and to Reverend Sharpton and to the curators of this experience. It's been so informative so far. I think your question is an important one, because I think there is a level of attractiveness to talking about the school to prison pipeline, and there's some significant limitations to even talking about a school to prison pipeline. One, Carla Sheed talks about it more as a carceral continuum, because the spirit of punishment does not just live in our schools, but the spirit of punishment actually lives in every American institution. When you think about how we lend in this country, when you think about how we do the work of medicine in this country, when you think about the way we police in this country, that the spirit of punishment is particularly anti-Black. And it does not start with police engagement on streets, but the real carceral door starts in these deeply racially isolated, these deeply inequitable schools that are, for lack of a better phrase, these have become, our nation's schools have become prison schools and apartheid schools. These are schools that are deeply entrenched with arrangements of powerlessness that discipline our children, and not simply disciplining our children in terms of being removed from school and disciplining our children as it relates to some sort of corporal engagement. And that is very much a part of the carceral schools that are in our neighborhoods. But it's really thinking about the way the architecture of schools discipline our children. To walk through a metal detector on a daily basis tells you something about yourself, even when you don't realize it. The fact that the architecture is falling apart in your schools, and you know that there's a marked difference in a school probably 5 miles down the road that is completely white. These are messages that have the capacity to discipline the mind and discipline children into living into particular social roles and social arrangements that benefit whiteness and benefit capitalism. And so really at the heart of your question is, how do we untangle our schools from the capitalist extraction that is the prison industrial complex? When we talk about prison schools, we're talking about schools with high volume of racialized discipline and police presence that disallow our students to live outside of the gaze of the legal system. Many of us don't realize this, but the fastest growing segment of law enforcement in this country are student resource officers. The amount of money that is being poured into policing our schools, turning our schools into prison preparatory academies, turning our schools into apartheid schools where 99% of a school can have one race, that is deeply entrenched powerlessness. That is deeply entrenched what we would probably call in the 1960s segregation. That we have to have conversations around how concentrated poverty and racial isolation discipline bodies in ways that allow us to mark certain students as throwaways, that create these pathways into justice involvement, these pathways into the kinds of living arrangements that are often connected to survival, but we've criminalized the way some people have been forced to survive because we have not done the work of naming what are the causes of the kinds of crises that we have criminalized. Ruth Gilmore says that we actually need systems. And I'm thinking schools and healthcare and political arrangements that give people what they need before they mess up. And the way our schools are currently structured is that we know that there are 14 million students who are in schools with abundant police, but have no counselors, have no nurses, have no psychologists, have no social workers, but we're funding police, right? And so we have to have these conversations around how does this deeply entrenched racial isolation, this deeply entrenched concentration of poverty that mark so many schools in communities that are Black, in communities that are Latinx, in communities that are non-white, and how these schools, whether it is through curriculum, whether it's through the architecture of the school, whether it's how police presence exists, how that is disciplining people to live into particular roles that have been prescribed for them. And we got to really be honest that in this country, that prisons must go, yes, but the problem is not prison. The problem is not school. The problem is America's addiction to whiteness.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was powerful. And I guess, like, for myself, looking at my experience with the prison industrial complex and all that goes on behind the walls, and as was mentioned about the lack of preparedness for people to return back to our communities, able to contribute positively to our communities and to our families, because the prison industrial complex is about making money. And of course, it's another form of slavery. Without, doubt that, slavery is not over. It's even in our Constitution. Slavery is alive and well. It's taken on a new form, disenfranchisement, voter suppression, all of that is still part of the slave mentality that is carried out by this system. And you said a lot with regard to the educational component for our society and the disproportionateness with which education is applied in our communities, which of course adds and lends to the crime rate, and especially in our communities with lack of access to resources or lack of educational resources. So that's, really, saying powerful, and it is definitely one of the underlying causes that drive this and feeds the prison industrial complex. So I'd like to turn to another portion, and I'm going to direct this to Dr. Trulaire. In regards to communities of faith, and oftentimes the faith communities are either not in the space and or have lack of access to the space in terms of reforming, transforming prison, jails, criminal justice policies, and criminal justice laws. Can you speak to a little bit of what role the faith community has with regards to prisons and jails and criminal justice?
Surely. First of all, thank you, Brother Victor, for moderating this panel. I want to thank the National Action Network, Reverend Sharpton, Reverend Bell, and others who made this possible. On the side, I want to thank the National Action Network for taking on Howard University students as interns. It's a great faith-forming, social justice-forming opportunity for them, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. The faith committee has to recognize that everything that we've heard so far in this panel is a moral issue. What we heard from my colleague at Tennessee State about labeling people is a moral issue. What my brother, Dr. Francois, is talking about in terms of inequity is a moral issue. How we treat people, how we treat children, how we treat men and women who are incarcerated is a moral issue. And that it's not just a matter of politics, but it's a matter of American morality. My colleague, T. Richard Snyder, in his book, The Protestant Ethic in the Spirit of Punishment, talks about how punishment is part of the air we breathe in this culture. And that we would rather, whenever you hear someone on television saying, we're going to bring this person to justice, what we mean is we're going to get revenge. It's a euphemism for revenge. And that's simply not consistent with Judeo-Christian morality. And so what we're dealing with is a moral issue, and we need, and therefore the faith community needs to be at the forefront of addressing it. Secondly, it's a personal issue. And by personal issue, I mean that every faith community in America, by virtue of the sheer numbers of men and women and children who are in the criminal justice system, whether prison, jail, halfway house, house arrest, probation, parole, etc., has somebody in their congregation who is part of the criminal justice system. I myself am a formerly incarcerated person. Inmate number 100002648, George W. Hill Correctional Facility in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. One of the things that I do is I encourage faith communities to give an altar call for families of the incarcerated. I've been doing this for 12 years, and I've never had an empty altar. Every church, Black, white, Latinx, Asian, has somebody that's in the system. So it's a personal issue. And we have to understand that when we ignore criminal justice reform, when we ignore the prisoner, when we label the person who's in jail and dehumanize them and pretend that they don't exist, what we're doing is we're cutting ourselves off from ourselves. And so it is a personal issue. We are directly connected to the criminal justice system by virtue of the families that come to our churches, masjids, temples, and synagogues week after week with what psychologists call the disenfranchised grief of having someone who's in the system, a sense of loss that a son or a daughter or a grandchild or a parent is currently in the system and has been separated from them, and they don't know where to go with their grief. The congregations need to be places where they can reach out with that grief, disclose the pain of having lost someone to the system, and then using that pain as a mobilizer for the faith community to get involved. One of the things that keeps faith communities from being involved is that we have adopted the labeling of men and women who are incarcerated. You'll notice I never said the word inmate. That's a label. Ex-felon, that's a label. We've adopted the labeling phenomenon, and we've dehumanized people who are in the system and therefore feel as though they're not created in the image of God. We've lost sight of the fact that they are created in the image of God, that they are part of our families, and that therefore we ought to mobilize around them. I had a student at Howard say to me once, I don't know how you work with those people. And I said, well, I'm one of those people. And she said, well, you're different. I said, am I really? She said, yeah, I'm talking about all those people down in the prisons that have committed these horrible crimes. And so I said to her, well, if you don't like those people, you probably ought to get out of the Christian religion, because Jeremiah was in solitary confinement. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were on death row. John was banished to the Isle of Patmos. Peter cut off a cop's ear. David was conspired to commit murder to his girlfriend's husband. The heroes of our faith are numbered among those people. And if you don't want to be dealing with those people, you probably shouldn't recite the 23rd Psalm, because it was written by a killer. If you don't want to be dealing with those people, you probably shouldn't deal with the first 5 books of the Bible, because they're attributed to Moses, who killed his friend's boss. Our Bible is filled with those people, but those people are us. And so it's a personal issue into which the church and the synagogue and all faith communities need to lean, because we are already connected to the system, whether we like it or not.
Thank you so much, Dr. Trulea. And I think we got like about 15 minutes left here. And I definitely like to point out, especially, I heard you say solitary confinement. I'm a solitary confinement survivor myself. And one of the things that for me, especially when you talk about the redemption and you've paid your debt to society, and so now what? What's the next step after you've paid your debt to society? But even more so, while you're in the belly of the beast, so to speak, the inhumanity that happens to people, the treatment that happens to people, especially when you talk about solitary confinement. And I particularly would like to say that we here in New York have just had a major victory. I myself, as one of the statewide organizers for the Halt Solitary Confinement campaign, just recently have been successful after an 8-year struggle, finally ended long-term solitary confinement in New York State prisons and jails by having the humane alternative to long-term isolated confinement bill passed by the legislature and signed by the governor. And this is a fight that we fought for like 8 years, and went back and forth, and we have been successful with that. But it needs to be a lot more. And we talk about people being held in prisons for long periods of time, and people that are elderly, sickly, aging, and infirm being kept to the point that they're dying in our prisons and jail. They should be given opportunity to come home. We have another bill we're working on, fair and timely parole, and the elderly parole bill, which will give people opportunities to be considered for parole after they've reached the age of 55 years and have at least spent 15 years in prison. And the fair and timely parole, because people change over a period of time. This is what I always point to when we talk about redemption. People change. You're not the same person 10 years later that you went in as. And of course, over a period of time, your mindset changes, your morality changes, and a lot of things about people changes. So there needs to be, a restorativeness after you have paid your debt to society. There has to be what after incarceration, what happens to a person after they are incarcerated, after they've paid their debt to society. Our society is so bent on punishment, like Professor Ali say, now we got to get you back. But get you back for how long? How long does that get you back that you have to carry that get you back? This is not, this is not forever. Your debt is never paid, because then after that, of course, there are the collateral damages, the disenfranchisement, the discrimination, you can't get this job. All of these types of things are collateral damages that are attached to people that are incarcerated, and then even after that. So we have to have that redemptive. We have to have that restorativeness. I'm not the same person I was 25 years ago. You could never make me believe I will be doing the type of work that I'm doing right now, that I'm helping others, that I'm changing laws, I'm changing policies. I am part of that group that is making a difference in our society, not for self, but for others. So we have to have that redemption. We have to have that opportunity for people to correct their errors and to move on with their lives. And we have to get away from this punishment paradigm. And this is why, these are the type of conversations that we have to continue to have. But not only have, then we have to start doing something. Because like Reverend Sharpton always says, demonstration and legislation, activation. We need to be doing things. We not just need to be talking about it. We need to be being about it. And the only way we're going to do this, the only way we're going to change it, is that we have to become engaged and involved. We have to raise people consciousness. So I don't want to take too much time, because this is a panel and I want everybody to weigh in. And I want to make sure that we have a chance to really give people something to walk away with, something to think about, as well as something to do. So I'm going to move us in to the closing remarks, actions, and anything else that you think that we should include in this conversation. And I'm going to go down to the list, and I'm going to start with Dr. Vander Seward. You're up, Dr. Seward.
Yes, I had to wait for them to unmute me. Thank you so much. I think one of the things that I want to say in the closing remarks and piggyback a little bit what you just said about just talking and being about it. But I think we have to remember that a lot of the things that are going on within the criminal justice system as a whole, the people who are voting for these politicians to get in office, they have not a clue really of what's going on in these jails and prisons. I think we sometimes are talking to ourselves. We have to take this conversation and bring it outside so that other people can hear and be knowledgeable about what's going on. I can recall, I'm going to say maybe 2007 it was, when Fortune Society did the play The Castle, and they had a private showing. And in this private showing that they had at the theater off Broadway, there was about maybe 30, 40 people, don't know where they came from. Many of them were Caucasian. And when they finished the play and they heard all about the challenges of what people go through getting out of prison, what the challenges people go through being at Rikers and things of that sort, they were amazed. They stood up in the audience and said something like, "What can we do? We never knew anything like this happened." It wasn't until they saw this play that they realized that these things were happening. So I think one of the things we have to remember is that we have to take these conversations and broaden the spectrum of who hears them. Because I think there are too many people that don't know about the system. And it's unfortunate that people like yourself, Victor, and people like the Reverend Truly, sorry for pronouncing your last name wrong, they think y'all are special. They think y'all are an exemption to what they hear on TV and what they see in the community. They think that y'all have some special, formula, almost like you have special powers, They don't realize that, as you said, Victor, that who you were 25 years ago is not who you are now. And I mean, and you don't have to be formally incarcerated to say that, because who I was 25 years ago is not who I am today. So there is about a change that goes on with people. But the unfortunate piece is there's not enough people, as Dr. Pryor says, the unusual suspects is the ones that we need to be trying to talk to in order to get them to understand. When we talk about the prison pipeline, when we talk about, injustices, there's a whole group of people that have never heard our conversation that we need to try to get out and infiltrate to get that message out so that we can get change coming in a more broader perspective, and not such a narrow piece where it's just us talking to us. And I think the Black Lives Matter movement has allowed some of the unusual suspects to come to the table and hear the plight of those of us of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Mosley?
I still believe that, and I like what Sister just said about the political structure not having a clue of what's going on. We have to hold them accountable. Our voices have to be heard, and we can't wait for situations to become public, newsworthy. We have to get it right now and let them know, those that are in positions of power that are supposed to be representing us, that you have to represent us, not just on election time, but you have to represent us 365, 24/7. And we have to do something to help our brothers and sisters that are incarcerated and can't speak for themselves.
Thank you. Professor Ali?
I'm going to speak off of what other people have said, but also I think we need to be having a conversation around the idea that every single person has committed a crime. If you're an adult, you've committed a crime. It may be a misdemeanor, it may be a felony, and when you think about that, the distinction then becomes those people who got caught and those people who didn't. and what that really means in terms of is what they were talking about morality and values and how we see ourselves compared to others, and it just breaks down that barrier. So having a conversation about the fact that we're not really as dissimilar as we would like to believe when we create that distinction, and also talking about addressing the true underlying needs that create crime, mental health services and substance use services, and addressing poverty and addressing the problems that young children, as Dr. Francois was talking about, being integrated into a system that is extremely unhealthy for them, and helping them navigate that much better. I've got a whole bunch of ideas, but I know everybody else has ideas as well. So I'm going to sign off, but thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Professor Ali. Dr. Francois?
If I can just, I want to just add one more note to that powerful list that Dean Trulier gave us, that it's really hard to say that you're a Jesus person when you are against the incarcerated, because we should never forget that there was a manger to cross pipeline that existed in Jesus' time. Jesus is a part of a crucified class. He's a part of a community of people who were over-policed and over violated and victimized by their own government and their religious structure. And so it's really impossible to say that you're a Jesus person if you are against people who have been incarcerated. And that leads me to say that at some point, our churches, American churches, have to really interrogate our theological assumptions, because there's parts of our theology that actually breathe oxygen into mass incarceration and into our capacity to hate or to chart people out for punishment. And I'm not saying we got to get rid of certain theological assumptions, but sometimes I wonder, like the concept of original sin, that the entire humanity is condemned because of the actions of one or two people, according to scripture. How is that any different than the mass criminalization of Black folk because of one example of what a Black person has done? There's certain parts of our theologies that we have to really start to engage and to interrogate, to figure out in what ways are churches complicit, right? Is American faith communities that actually look more like white capitalism than it does anything like a Jewish carpenter from Palestine, that we have to ask ourselves, in what ways are the content that we are delivering in Sunday schools, in vacation Bible schools, in pulpits, actually leading to this spirit of punishment that allows certain bodies to be marked as othered, and to be marked as disposable, and to be marked as criminal. And we have to really ask ourselves these questions. What does it mean to live in a country that was imperial well before it was democratic, a country that is built on stolen land and stolen people? And we have not atoned for that as a nation. And I think, as Dr. Dean Trulier said, that is the moral question, that those of us who are people of faith, we have to ask ourselves, what does our faith have to do more than our sense of personal piety, but how does it actually lead us to protest and legislation?
Thank you so much. Dr. Trulier?
Yes, let me give the faith community a very, very practical thing that can be done, that can be an on-ramp to the kind of theological change that Dr. Francois was alluding to. I mentioned earlier that every church, every faith community should do an altar call for families of the incarcerated. Make this thing personal. Understand that you have fathers and mothers and daughters and parents of the incarcerated sitting in your pews week after week after week. And then you can turn that into an action. One of Reverend Marquez Ball's colleagues at Howard School of Divinity, Reverend Kevin Slayton, invited me to come to his church in Baltimore once. And we did two things. We did the altar call for families of the incarcerated. And then he had a lobbyist, political lobbyist, who was pushing the Second Chance Act for the state of Maryland, address the congregation. And what we did was during the offering, she had us take out our cell phones. She gave us the email address of the chair of the committee that was sitting on the Second Chance Act for the state of Maryland, and had us email him from the church our support of the Second Chance Act. So that when he came into the office the next morning, it was a Wednesday night service, when he came into his office the next morning, there were 100 plus emails from this church service of people who were calling on him to push the Second Chance Act through. One of the things that we don't do is we don't lobby. We pray, and we need to pray, right? Because prayer changes things and prayer changes us. But then after we pray, we have to put feet on our prayers and take some very concrete actions. So an altar call for families of the incarcerated and a cell phone action during the offering, because you're offering up yourself to God in making a statement to the politicians that we are watching you, we're holding you accountable, and you can't just show up in our churches and shake our hands and get our votes without doing something about the conditions in which our sons and our daughters and our parents and our grandparents are living on the other side of the barbed wire.
Thank you so much, Dr. Trulea. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention this here. In regards, to a treatment, I'd like to point to everybody's attention about the CARES Act. And right now in Danbury Federal Correctional Facility, women that had been released as a result of COVID, all right, now facing the possibility of having to go back to prison again. This just speaks to the lack of opportunities for redemption in our criminal legal system. Because if you're talking about, during COVID, we talked about the effects that happened to our community. Imagine what happens to our brothers and sisters that are in these prisons and jails under COVID. Imagine what has been happening to them, the rates of death, the rates of infection, and all the other ramifications as a result of COVID. It's triple time in our prisons and jails. The deaths are double time in our prisons and jails. So when you talk about, redemption, you release people under the CARES Act, and now you're talking about reincarcerating them. Reincarcerating them for what? If they're living, in this community, in our society, and they were released, what is the purpose of reincarcerating them? Is there any reason for them being reincarcerated? So this is just, immoral, and it's just not right. So when we talk about second chances and redemption, we have to look at what does redemption really look like? How do we really give people restorativeness? How do we really give people second chances? And how do we allow people to correct the mistake that they might have made in their lives and the consequences that have happened as a result of that? Well, I'd like to say, for myself, I'm still in re-entry. 25 years later, I am still in re-entry, because guess what? There are still barriers to me achieving certain things. There's still discrimination to being able to get certain housing. There's still discrimination in educational opportunities, access to finances. So we have to start turning our eyes. We have to start turning our efforts towards making this system more restorative, more redemptive, and less punitive. And I think my time is almost up. This has been an excellent panel. Honored that I was allowed to even moderate this panel of esteemed people. Thank Reverend Sharpton once again, the National Action Network, and all those seen and unseen. And I particularly have to thank my Second Chance Committee members who have been most supportive of the work that we do in the criminal justice system. that allows us to continue to do the work we do, that allow us to continue to help our returning citizens, that continue allowing us to help the families of those that are incarcerated. So I thank you so very much, Reverend Sharpton, National Action Network, Brother Ball, Katrina, and Ebony, and all of the panelists. And I thank everybody for tuning in and listening to this panel. So I thank you so very much. Is it back to you, Pastor Ball?
Let's give it up for that panel one more time. Truly, we enjoyed that discussion, but we're super excited for our next discussion. My name is Tylee McMillan. I serve as the National Director of Youth in College, but I also serve as a tech fellow for the National Action Network. And we understand that in this pandemic, we have seen an extreme attack and a disproportion, in particularly in communities of color when it comes to broadband or internet access. And we're so excited to have this conversation of some of our nation's leaders around the country who was really leading the fight. And to start us off, before we get started with this panel discussion, we will hear from no other than FCC Commissioner Starks. And for those who don't know, the FCC handles some of our nation's communications infrastructure, which is so important. So we'll hear a few words from Commissioner Starks.
Thank you, Reverend Sharpton and National Action Network, for inviting me to speak with you all today in celebration of NAN's 30th anniversary in the fight for justice. Your leadership cuts across many different and intersecting policy areas, including pressing telecommunications and tech policy issues. Today's session is properly titled Broadband Access, the Civil Right We Cannot Afford to Lose. To that I say, I could not agree more. This notion was first articulated by the late Congressman John Lewis, who said, and I quote, "Access to the internet is the civil rights issue of the 21st century," close quote. For millions of Americans across this country, the barrier to full participation in this digital age is access to an affordable broadband connection. Black people and other people of color in America are still, by a wide margin, significantly less likely to have a home broadband connection than their counterparts. This simply cannot stand. Communities of color constitute a smoldering front on the digital divide. Our communities' access to economic opportunity, education, healthcare, and personal connections are all at stake if we fail to act with urgency to bridge this digital divide. Now is the time. NAACP President Derek Johnson and I recently published an op-ed where we highlighted how the digital divide is inextricably linked to economic opportunity. It is clear that access to affordable, reliable broadband will be a critical element of how we build back our economy for those searching for jobs or seeking out opportunities to gain new skills for those jobs of the future and our future economy. Additionally, as businesses owned by people of color struggle to stay afloat during this time of uncertainty, broadband is needed to help these companies, pillars of Black neighborhoods across this nation, respond to a moment that is increasingly dependent on online services. We must also focus on ensuring that our youngest learners can thrive in a remote learning environment. According to reports, Black students may fall, on average, 10.3 months behind in their schoolwork, and low-income students have the potential to fall behind by more than a year. I recently met with a number of middle school students from the Brenda Scott Academy in Detroit, Michigan. They shared their dreams with me, but they also spoke candidly about both the successes and challenges of their experiences with online learning during this public health crisis. One 8th grader said plainly to me that she needed a better internet. I could not agree more. This pandemic has shown us that we also need a better internet to access healthcare from our homes. We have seen ample evidence that telehealth has made an enormous difference in our nation's pandemic response, particularly for low-income Americans. Telehealth increases patients' access to specialists, including critically mental health providers. Telehealth can further mitigate challenges like travel and health conditions that keep people from seeing doctors and will reduce costs. Telehealth is here to stay. The benefits of those services can only be seen if households have access to that home broadband connection they need. Lastly, and this cannot be stated enough, broadband allows us to build and nourish those bonds with family and friends and members of our community, both near and far. Holidays, pre-K graduations, birthday celebrations have all moved online. And like many, my family has moved to attending church services online. Zoom church is what my 5-year-old likes to call it. But there's more. Without internet access, folks cannot take advantage of online voter registration in 40 states and DC, or request mail-in ballots online. These issues go to the core of our civic participation. I am glad to say that help is on the way for our low-income Americans who are struggling during this economic crisis as well. Late last year, Congress passed omnibus appropriations and emergency coronavirus relief legislation, which funded a new $3.2 billion emergency broadband benefit for low-income families, which will connect households, especially those with school-age children, to broadband networks at affordable rates. Broadband providers will be reimbursed up to $50 each month per low-income household they serve, and reimbursed up to $100 for providing that household with a connected device, like a computer or tablet, if the household also contributes to that device. We need everyone's help to ensure we get the word out so that this program can penetrate deeply into our community. If we're successful, the emergency broadband benefit will reach more disconnected, low-income people and households of color than any previous FCC effort to close the digital divide. And with that, let me wrap up. This pandemic has presented us with an unparalleled opportunity to fight for equity and justice. I'm hopeful that we will look back at this moment, this very moment, and be reminded that this was the turning point in making real the process of bridging the digital divide and the opportunity divide. Thank you again, Reverend Sharpton and National Action Network team. I look forward to the rest of today's conversation. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Pastor Steffi Bartley. I serve as the director of NAN Newark Tech World in Newark, New Jersey. Also, I am the Northeast Regional Director for the National Action Network. And I'm so excited that after we just heard that opening remarks, how important it is for us to understand that the National Action Network wants to lead the front in making sure that we're bridging this digital divide. I'm so honored to have this privilege under the leadership of Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton, who says to us in so many ways, no justice, no peace. And as we know, our people are losing out on bridging this digital divide. And so that's why we've set up a NAN Tech Center in the city of Newark and in Harlem, New York, and we're coming to Brooklyn and to the Bronx and across the country to make sure that our people are not left out. I'm so honored for this opportunity, and as we're seeing, it is so clear there is a broadband emergency. You know, we're seeing what COVID-19 has done to our world and our community. But even before the pandemic, there has been an issue. And we're here today to let you know that the National Action Network and the panelists that you're going to be hearing from today are going to be talking about how we can bridge that digital divide. For all of you that are listening, for all of you that are here, I want you to know that the National Action Network, as always, we're going to be leading this front, and we want you to know that we're coming to your neighborhood. We want to make sure that all of our young people, our older people, those that are coming out of prison, that they have access to the internet. And so I just want to welcome all of our panelists that are here today, because we know that we're in a crisis, but we're here making sure that you're aware of what the National Action Network is doing along with its partners. We know there is a lack of broadband impact in our community, and the ability to access this is hurting those who are trying to further their education, those that are trying to do things that they cannot, as we heard from our opening remarks. And we want you to know that this tool is so vitally important that we want you to be a part of it and take advantage of it. And so with saying that, I want to welcome all of our panelists that are here with us today. And when we talking about this, and after listening to our opening remarks from Mr. Stack, I want to ask that each one of them introduce themselves and tell us their field and their organization that they are part of. We can start with those that I see. Derek Law, we can start with you, Mr. Law, and we can go down and introduce ourselves and tell those that are here, those that are watching, your role in your organization that you're affiliated with.
Well, thank you very much, Pastor Steffi Bartley. It's an honor to be on this panel. I'd like to thank the National Action Network to be a part of such a necessary thing to have discussion about broadband. Notarious Technology Solutions is a minority technology solution provider. We provide technology services to both the public and private sector in the tri-state area. We look to do national things with National Action Network, and we're hoping that we can have some strategic alliance after this to continue to try to work close to this.
Carney?
Yeah, absolutely. So wonderful to be here. Tyleek, thank you so much for the invitation to participate in this panel and for organizing it. It was wonderful to hear from FCC Commissioner Starks. My name is Antonio, or Tony Williams. I work for Comcast NBC Universal as Executive Director of External Affairs. And in that role, I really get to spend most of my time focused on the intersection of public policy and civil rights, particularly as it comes to broadband access and ensuring that Black and Brown communities have not only access to the internet, but also the ability to adopt it, subscribe, and to use it, and the knowledge to use it, and ensuring that we have access. So in that space, I look forward to this conversation, look forward to the back and forth, and I'll pass it on to my the next presenter.
My name is Kema Dennis Morial, and I am Director of Public Affairs for External and Legislative Affairs in the Multicultural segment at AT&T. In my role, I manage relationships and engagements with national third-party stakeholders, which include civil rights and advocacy groups, as well as trade associations. And right now, we are especially focused on expanding broadband for communities, social justice, and equity issues. Thank you so much to NAN for convening this important conversation that we know now more than ever is crucial that we address.
Hello, my name is Kiri Rosen, and I'm a professor in the Department of Arts, Culture, and Media at Rutgers University, Newark. And I'm also the founding director of the Form Design Studio and Lab at Express Newark, which is also at Rutgers University, Newark. Express Newark is a building, it's a place with specialized facilities where Rutgers University faculty, students, and the public come together to collaborate. So we do a lot of outreach and do a lot of in-house work. And recently, I've partnered with Pastor Steffi Bartley to create some technology programming. And I'm eager to take place and I'm eager to participate in this conversation.
Good morning. My name is Taisha Jackson. I work for the NAN Tech World under leadership of Pastor Steffi Bartley. I complete the organization and management skills. I also complete tasks that support the efforts of a variety of projects that we have going on. I'm pleased to be here, and I am so eager to be able to work with you guys to get this broadband going, because it's very important.
Hi, I'm Robert Bush with National Action Network, Las Vegas chapter president. And I want to thank Reverend Sharpton for this very important conversation where the richest country in the world still does not provide internet access to more than 2/3 of our school-age children.
Again, my name is Tylee McMillan. I have the honor of serving as a tech fellow for the organization, working under the leadership of Reverend Sharpton, and of course our Washington, D.C. Bureau Chief Ebony Riley, where I help to help push for, as we're talking in these issues of tech and technology, and also serving as the National Director of Youth and College, but excited to have this discussion with this amazing panel.
Is Camille on?
She's bringing remarks after. She's coming after. Yeah.
Oh, she's coming.
No, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
All right. So, thank you all for that introduction, and we're so delighted to have you all participate once again. As we know, many of you have participated in the Keep America Connected, which was hosted last year in National Action Network, and the companies that were a part of it. But there's still nearly over 17 million children across America that are still disconnected and from the online learning because the internet access is just not available. And that's what we need to discuss. That's what we need to focus on. And so what I would like to propose a question to the panel is what steps, what role your company is going to be taking in support of us making sure that we're bridging this digital divide.
Sure. Well, since it's the question really talks about companies, let me start, and hopefully the other companies that are participating here can then follow on as well and build off it. I think it's really helpful, but even before we get into exactly what the company is doing, just to sort of level set about exactly what we're talking about when we talk about the digital divide, because sometimes we treat in order to get in order to figure out what the solution is, in order to figure out what the remedy is, you have to diagnose the problem first, right? My wife's a medical doctor, and you always have to understand what the heart of the concern is for the patient. And so when we talk about the digital divide in this country, we're really talking about two things. We're talking about a deployment gap, and we're talking about an adoption gap. And the deployment gap is about, depending on what you're looking at, somewhere between 4 to 7% of all of the people, of Americans do not have broadband that goes in front of their door, right? So you have this, this gap of folks, primarily rural. When we talk about African Americans, very much talking about the rural Black South in particular, who do not have broadband deployed to their homes. On the flip side of that, you have the adoption gap. And this is one that I know NAN is extremely familiar with. It's one that afflicts almost 5 times as many Americans as the deployment gap. And that is about folks who have high-speed broadband in front of their door, but who do not adopt for a variety of reasons, principal among which is affordability. We should make I've heard it in other parts and other panels of the NAN conference, but it's important that we also recognize here, we live in an age of extreme income inequality. And for many low-income households, any additional cost is unaffordable. You look at the stats and it'll tell you that the majority of people who do not adopt broadband, 80% plus of them, their households earn less than $40,000 a year. And so when you think about a family of 4, which is generally what you estimate a household to be on $40,000 a year, there should be no surprise that there is a struggle to afford any new costs. And it's something that our country has to really look at and look at itself in the mirror about how are we lifting up folks. But in the broadband context, what that means is that we've really, as a company, have really focused on that adoption question and how do we confront that. We've done that in 3 different ways. The first way is we created a low-income broadband product called Internet Essentials. It's the largest low-income broadband adoption program in the country, largest non-state sponsored broadband adoption program in the world. We've connected over 8 million low-income households to the internet and to broadband for the first time. We recently increased the speeds of Internet Essentials after getting feedback during the pandemic that it would be helpful to have that. So it's now 50 over 5. So it's, so you can get really robust broadband for under $10 a month. In addition to getting that, as part of this program, we also recognized that devices were a challenge. So we subsidized the cost of a computer, so families have access to a computing device for under $150 a month. And we've worked with organizations such as NAN to do digital literacy training. So we've supported NAN Tech World and their efforts, but we've also partnered with other community-based organizations, from NBIA to National Urban League to LULAC, who are really working on the ground to ensure that folks understand how these programs, understand how they can sign up and take advantage of them, and understand what's possible. But also to get feedback to understand how our service is working in these areas and in these households, so that we can continue to improve it. We also recognize that there's a challenge of folks who just don't have a safe space or a quiet space to learn and work at home remotely. I know for me, when I first got sent home during COVID, my sister-in-laws, they currently live in New York, but they were very afraid to stay in the city given everything that was going. They ended up sheltering with us, and we didn't really have any space. There were no spare rooms in our house. There was no place to quiet to learn or to work. And so for me, that meant having to try to carve out and find another place to do that. And for many of our kids who are just housing insecure to begin with, finding and having a place and having a quiet place where you can study and work is a challenge. So what we did at Comcast is we leaned into this, and working with community organizations and schools and libraries, we created these something called Comcast Lift Zones. And these lift zones, what we did is we created publicly accessible spaces that had high-speed Wi-Fi, had computers, and had someone who was there to help monitor them and help folks and give people a safe space to learn and to react. Obviously, that was something that we were able to do in Comcast areas, and what we continue to roll out. We've committed to roll out over 1,000 of those this year. We've done 600 so far, and we continue to roll out more and continue to partner with folks. And particularly in the Black community, we do a lot of partnerships with churches because of the important role that the faith-based community plays here. And the last thing that I'll mention is that we really leaned in and we partnered with school districts, foundations, community, cities, community partners. And really what you really saw is a really step up from Black mayors. So starting with Chicago, San Francisco, Atlanta, DC were some of the first cities, PG County, Maryland were some of the first cities where we really worked together when we saw what was coming and what COVID challenge it would present. And what we were able to do is make the internet cost zero and reduce the cost to zero for public school students from low-income households and families. And so we call it the Internet Essentials Partnership Program. We did it in our hometown of Philadelphia as well. So really, across our footprint, we've actively worked to partner with public society, government, schools, others to make sure that cost was not a challenge in Comcast areas for families to get connected. So that's how we've leaned into this space, but I also think it provides a good roadmap for how we should go forward. I think folks will talk about it later, but the federal government recently passed and is about to launch an emergency broadband benefit program. It'll provide up to a $50 subsidy for any low-income family to afford for broadband. And I think that model really provides and leans into a good way that we can help to try to overcome this affordability challenge and make sure households are connected long-term.
Yeah, Kema here. So I'll go next. So AT&T just announced this week a $2 billion commitment over 3 years to help bridge the digital divide and narrow the homework gap. And, this isn't something that we just started. It builds on the company's contribution of $1 billion over the last 3 years toward helping the nation's most vulnerable communities. So we've taken action to support students, families, and educators by providing connected devices and hotspots for schools and universities across the country. For us, providing these devices and connectivity was a simple solution to quickly address the homework gap before it grew into a broader achievement gap. It's important to note, however, that the homework gap and COVID learning gap fall especially hard on low-income students and communities of color. And although all students are suffering some learning loss during COVID, a study found that students of color could be 6 to 12 months behind compared with 4 to 8 months for white students. And so in order to support remote learning during the pandemic, we have connected nearly 400,000 students and teachers across 44 states with agile mobile connectivity since March 2020. And this isn't new for AT&T. Supporting students and educators has been an ongoing mission for us. Over the last 12 years, through our Aspire program, we have invested over $600 million to bolster educational programs in under-resourced schools and communities. And most recently, we announced together that with Warner Media, we are developing a digital learning platform that will deliver high quality educational content and curriculum everywhere today's connected students learn, in the classroom, at home, and in the community. And in collaboration with our employees and local organizations, we're launching 20 AT&T Connected Learning Centers this year. These connected learning centers will be in traditionally underserved neighborhoods where residents face barriers to connectivity. We will also participate in the FCC's Emergency Broadband Benefit Program to help eligible customers temporarily reduce their broadband costs.
Anyone else? Any comments on your involvement with your?
Yes, I will jump in here. Great question. It's always an honor to connect up with the heavyweights in the broadband digital divide. My journey has been similar. My background is in the cable industry, as being a part of one of the first Black-owned cable industry companies that started in Newark. It actually formed into what we know right now as Altice and Optimum. So through this journey, being in corporate America, 20 years, 25 years ago, seeing that there was a need for broadband and internet. Wi-Fi wasn't really big back then. So through that journey, we started Netarius Technology Solutions to deliver technology services to primarily municipalities, housing authorities. This was done so that we can start to educate them on the need for broadband technology in the community. Back then, 15 years ago, a lot of people didn't understand the impact, but COVID-19, as we see, has really changed that, brought it to the forefront. And for the most part, it's going to take everybody to participate in this, like the FCC commissioner said. When we look at delivering broadband services and over the COVID-19, we've worked with several organizations, NAN North Tech World, as well as various housing authorities and municipalities that deploy emergency alert solutions to communicate with the residents within their buildings or within their towns, because a lot of them did not have internet services, or the internet services was lagging, or they had issues, or they didn't have a device. I have many discussions from people that said, hey, my neighbor didn't have a computer and they didn't have internet, so I loaned them my Chromebook and my hotspot, so that they can go ahead and do some work. A lot of this is in a lot of the footprints of many of the carriers, Comcast, Optimum, AT&T, Verizon. And so they're all doing, their job, or, based on what I see, a lot of Band-Aids. For example, the EBB program. I'm excited about the EBB program,
But not only from the floors, when I look at it, the EBB program have issues and complications based on it runs out of money. So people get excited and they want to sign up, and all these carriers start to offer it. And then eventually what happens is there's no more funds. And then it's a Band-Aid, although it is good. What happens is that after those funds runs out, the fee goes up on people, and then people can't afford it. And then it goes back down to the same situation. Also with the EBB, experiencing that, we launched a company, Bunjul. Bunjul is a fixed wireless internet service provider to deliver low-cost internet services in the community. When we launched Bunjul, we wanted to pretty much be able to offer low-cost internet services in the community alongside the other carriers to give additional options. As a minority-owned company, we own a technology infrastructure company that knows how to build out, fiber, wireless, to the edge, to the home, to the building as well, because we worked in that industry. So although the big service providers are doing what they can do to close the digital divide, it's not enough. Even things that and initiatives that are in play right now. More so with NAN North Tech World being in a position to be in a community and help the community, like Pastor Steffi Bartley and Reverend Al have taken up that mantle over years ago. We still need to get involved to the point of delivering services to the community, delivering devices to the community. And so that's where Bunjul started. It launched last month. And just from last month of launching, we've gotten 1,000 inquiries for the low-cost internet services. And so that's in the footprint of most of the service providers. So that tells you something. If these programs are out there, which they are, a lot of people don't know about it based on education. A lot of people that do know about the EBB program, they say that it's very complicated to navigate, okay? And a lot of service providers have taken it upon themselves to try to make it easier for people to navigate and sign up. So one of the things, finally, as a minority-owned service provider, a lot of times those programs that supplement that internet services for those low-income households, the smaller service providers are not able to participate in that. There are different roadblocks that stop that from happening. So we then have to fund it ourselves or partner up with, organizations like NAN North Tech World and various housing authorities like Connect Home, as well as with the CARES Act funds that's coming down the pipe, and with the broadband infrastructure funding to do innovative financing, to help, families and communities that need it. So I look forward to, coming up with more creative options, with the panelists that's on board and see how we can continue to fight. Thank you.
I'd like to piggyback on that, if I may, because one of the things that the Government Accountability Office said was that the digital divide is mainly based on affordability. And if there are programs out there and we don't know about it and we don't have access to those programs, then we can't do better. Our people will do better when they know better. We always do better when we know better. And so I would call on the government through HUD and through other programs to have a campaign that allows our people to know about the different programs that are out there through different companies. I would also call on the government to make cable companies, and I don't know, the gentleman from Comcast can tell me if I'm on the right track, but to make cable companies available for Lifeline, because Lifeline has a program but that is normally reserved for phone companies that will allow more connectivity to lower income homes. And so I think that this is an issue that that we need to galvanize throughout the country and make sure that we're asking the government for, and the FCC also. Normally the FCC and their programs, they focus on rural homes, or at least in the previous campaign, they focused on infrastructure and rural campaigns in red states, which to me makes it a political issue now. In the blue states, we still have a lot of our people that are not connected.
I want to turn the page real quickly because I don't want to go over our time. As we listen to the broadband and the children, and I know that we've had outstanding relationship with AT&T, with Charter, Comcast, and others. The other question that I want to propose to the panel, and that is jobs. You know, as we talk about becoming, one of the things that we do at NAN Tech World, we do Cisco certification. We're an individual that does not have a high school diploma, that's looking for a job, as we know that the technology field is a whole nother conversation.
Yes.
And there's maybe 1% of people of color that having access to that employment. And part of that is because, as you just mentioned, is learning. One of the things that we did with the National Action Network under the leadership of Reverend Sharpton, because he challenged me about what are we doing in the community, those that are looking for employment, those that are just out on the street. And so one of the things that we did in National Action Network, the Tech Center, we came up with the Tech Bus. I'm from the era where we had the bookmobile. Well, we put together a Techmobile where we would go right into the community, and those that didn't have that Wi-Fi, on our bus, we had that hotspot, and they were able to access it. And then those that were looking for jobs, as I'm listening to, is always a cost affected to it. And one of the things that Reverend Sharpton does, and he always keep me mindful of, and that is, what are we doing for those that just don't have? You know, and so every class that we offer, and with Kearney and with Derek and Taisha, the 3D printing, the virtual reality, the cybersecurity, all those courses are made available and they're free. So one of the things that we don't have is a person saying to us, how much is this class? And we're automatically saying to them that here everything is free. Now you walk down the street, there are so many tech guys walking around that we don't even know. You know, Pastor Bartley has been viewed from my colleagues as the geek, the tech geek. What they don't understand is it's a good thing to be called the tech geek because we know how important it is for individuals to have access to the broadbanding and to be an IT specialist. And so we are looking for organizations such as yourself to help us in that, because there are so many, whether they come to the House of Justice, whether they're at one of our NAN Tech sites, they need to learn this skill so that they can be productive and earn a good living. A lot of the gentlemen that are coming out of prison, National Action Network, we also partner with the former governor, Jim McGreevey, and the reentry program. Individuals are getting off the bus after spending years in prison, have no idea how to turn a computer on, how to set up an email address, how to do the other things that are so vitally important. And what we want to challenge this panel and others is to help us bridge that gap as well. And so any one of you would like to comment on that, that would really be helpful for us as we're moving forward.
I think, yeah,
oh, I'm sorry.
You got it. You got it.
Okay.
After you.
Again, I'm an educator, so I teach at the college level. You know, I love what's being discussed about trying to get more people connected. It's never been more evident, you know, the digital divide than it has been over the past year. Students were forced to switch from going to classes to having to survive and use whatever resources they had available online. It took a lot of patience as an instructor to make sure that everybody was getting the same level of education. even though some people had no problem connecting to class and doing assignments. Other people were using cell phones. And, you know, I hope that the investment, that the various investments that some of you are proposing are, you know, going to be able to really get into the neighborhoods that need them, you know, affect the people that really need them. I can just say that, you know, I work primarily with technology, and to talk a little bit about what Pastor Bartley was just speaking to, the internet. I mean, that's where you get on to the information highway, to, you know, all kinds of opportunities that you can connect with, people that you can socialize with, so that you can make yourself into a better person and grow and, you know, continue to expand some presence that you might have. But there is also other technology out there. I work a lot with digital design and fabrication, and the purpose of the Form Design Studio and Lab, which is these spaces that I'm in charge of running at Rutgers University, is to bridge that digital divide. But we're not necessarily talking about broadband. We're talking about technologies that have been born into existence that students don't necessarily know about, you know, depending upon where they're at. For years, I went around and I did recruitment for our department, and I would visit schools all over the city of Newark and all over the state of New Jersey. And it was very clear to me who had technology and who had advantages and who didn't. So the idea of the space that I run was born out of that need. I need to show people, for instance, what's going on with 3D printing, you know, when it comes to, you know, the medical field, or something like fashion, or, you know, I need to show people what's going on in the world with technology, because they don't always have the technology in front of them, and they don't often have the time to even talk about what exists in the realm of technology. So I'm super happy that there are people like Pastor Bartley who want to bring this, you know, idea, that want to bring technology to the people that aren't able to access it any other way.
And just touching on what you were saying, I think first, as you said, Pastor Bartley, about young people being introduced to technology at a young age. I think we find out most times, you know, people aspire when they're growing up to be, you know, firefighters, and I want to be the president, and I want to do these type of things. But most times, you know, in communities, they're not introduced to technology, and they're not introduced to engineering and in the field of mathematics until later on, in late college. I know for me, when I was, you know, coming up in school, we didn't have classes as it related to graphic design, or classes that as it relate to IT. You didn't hear about, you know, coding until you were in your late stages of your high school career, or by the time you got to college. And I feel as though if we begin to introduce the younger generation to coding and to engineering at a younger age, then we will begin to see more Black folks in tech and more Black folks in these spaces, as you were saying, when it comes to jobs. I graduated from North Carolina A&T State University, and I say that at the mountaintop all the time, producing some of the world's best engineers, some of the world's best Black engineers. But I feel as though if we begin to introduce that at an early stage, then we will begin to see more diversity in the tech field, and more diversity as it comes in just in this space in general.
And Talik, I would add to that, Pastor Bartley, that, you know, I started my career at 17 years old. And I've been in the tech space now for over 30 years. It has taken me around the world. It has helped me partner up with some great people like Pastor Bartley, Reverend Al Sharpton, and many, many more, the Tech World team. I believe going real quickly, Pastor Bartley, to what you discussed about jobs. When we look at, like Talik say, the engineer space of the telecommunication and broadband market, that is also a gap. There are large contracts that major service providers give out. And what happens is, although they do provide jobs, some of those contracts should be given out to minority-owned service providers so that they can also continue to offer jobs, and in the partnerships with the community-based learning centers like Tech World and what their mission is, National Action Network, to do a national rollout of Tech World, to be able to do training such as 3D printing to produce products that can be sold by entrepreneurs, to be able to train engineers on how to build small cell sites and how to do outside fiber deployment, and be able to deploy fixed and broadband wireless and cellular technology. So for me, when I look at that, that's been one of the missions for Netarius Technology Solutions, as well as its partners and teams and members, to be able to be in that space so that we can partner up to be able to lift people up and get these kinds of jobs. Because these are $100,000 jobs. These are $150,000 jobs. And these kinds of jobs are not really going to the segment of population. And that's the reason why Tech World does Cisco certification, because we need to get engineers certified in technology like that so that they can work for a Comcast, all right? So they can work for an AT&T, and so they can work for a Netarius Technology Solutions.
Yeah, let me just jump in on this question, because I just think that it's so important, because it all comes down to, how do you generate and support economic opportunity, right? It is what we're really, the crux of the matter when we're talking about the larger divide that we have here, particularly. And, it breaks down to me for really three things. So, we've talked a little bit about sort of the training and the education component, which is extremely important. You got to make sure that we're filling that pipeline. One of the things that we don't talk about here is that actually somewhere near 30 to 40% of all CS students of color end up dropping out of the major after their first year. And so what you're seeing there is we need to have more support, more advocacy, more pressure to make sure that our schools in our communities are actually equipping our kids so that when they go to the college level, when they get to these advanced programs, they're able to participate and compete. We also need to make sure that these colleges that are taking public monies and public support, that they're also making sure that they're providing the necessary support, because we know that sometimes that students arrive at college unprepared to just fully jump in. So there need to be other support. You can't just leave it to that one professor to keep it. They need that wraparound support in that space. On the hiring front, I know that, again, even when people do have the skills, we also need to make sure that we're continually opening the doors. When Comcast merged with NBC Universal, one of the things that we did, we created a joint diversity council where we have a number of different community leaders, partners who are working with us inside the tent, if you would, helping us understand what our processes and procedures look like, and really holding us accountable, forcing us to continue to open up the doors to opportunity. Reverend Richardson from the National Action Network is part of that council. And that has been critical for us to making sure that there are more people who look like me inside of Comcast, because that's, and you always have to, I think we do a good job here, but right, we can always do more, and you can always push for more. And that's important to have that advocacy also pushing. And then lastly, and Derek, I thought, hit this right on the head, right? We also cannot forget about procurement. And so one of the things that we've really done here on the Comcast side is to pull back the layer and look at our procurement practices and ask the question of, okay, how are we moving folks along? Because it's also, you don't just become a tier one provider overnight. Those themselves are very, very large companies. So how do we take folks who are tier 3, to tier two, and then to tier one, and help them ride that scale. And it's not perfect. It's something that we still are continuing to work on. But I think that when we think about how do we create economic opportunity, thinking about those three things, right? How do we improve the training and education? How do we make sure that companies are opening the door and are hiring more Black and brown people? And then also, how do we make sure that their procurement opportunities are the three areas that we really want to lean in?
I promised Reverend Sharpton that I would give him the words of Elizabeth Taylor to her sixth husband, and that was not to keep him long. And so what I would like to do real quickly is to get closing remarks, but I would ask that we have about 9 minutes left to try to limit your remarks to about 1 minute so that we can move along and the next panel will be able to come forth. But this has really been so helpful, I know, to so many of you. Can we just give the panelists a hand? So why don't we start to my right all the way over, and everyone can give 1 minute closing remarks, and then I'm going to give final remarks, and we're going to turn it back over to those that are in charge.
Okay. In closing, I feel like we all have a responsibility to close the digital divide. You know, as the commissioner stated before in his opening remarks, you know, John Lewis stated that technology is the civil rights issue of the 21st century, and we really have to see how we can navigate in this space to close the digital divide. I think when we look out in the room and those who are watching virtually, you're watching virtually on a device, and you are fortunate enough to be able to have internet connection to be able to even watch this live stream itself. But understanding that though we are fortunate enough to watch, and you are fortunate enough to watch, there are those out there who don't have the capability of doing the same, and we must do all we can to close that divide. Because as he mentioned, it's when it comes to telehealth, when it comes to folks working remotely from home, where it comes to students attending school from home, everything we do now in 2021 evolves around internet access, and we must close that divide so we all can have that same opportunity. Even when it comes to employment as well, you have to go online to apply for the job. You're not finding, most times, you walking in places and filling out an application. And so we must do all we can to close that divide so we all have the same playing field.
Robert? I want to take it full circle and say that it's about affordability and access. Affordability and access. And so we can't have students sitting outside of Starbucks or having to go to McDonald's in order to be able to get access to internet. And it has to come from the top down. It has to start with the government, the Biden administration, and the FCC must do something about this. And then when they do have access to programs that are affordable for them, then those programs have to provide enough megabits per second in order for a family of 3 or 4 to be able to all get on. I'm have only 2 people in my house, and I run a lot of computers and electronics at one time, and sometimes at 200 megabits per second, I have trouble getting on. And so certainly at 25 or 50 megabits per second, a student or a family of 3 or 4 cannot get on. And so we not only have to give them affordability and not have to only give them access, but we also have to make sure that that access is adequate for them to be able to do what they need to do, which is to learn and to get jobs and to be able to provide for their homes. If, for instance, there's a job that allows them to be able to work remotely. And so affordability and access is where I think we need to focus on.
Anyone else before we have a closing?
Sure.
Anyone else? One
Sure.
minute.
I'll jump in and just quickly, I think, we talked about it here, but it's also important that we make our voices heard on this. So when we talk about the emergency broadband benefit, and I think Robert and Derek mentioned it earlier, we need to ensure that the government is getting the word out about the program, right? We see a lot of funding in these upcoming bills for infrastructure. We don't see money in there for adoption. We need to make the program permanent. We also need to make sure that there's funding in there for digital navigators, people on the ground like NAN Tech World, to get the word out, get folks trained, get them access. And then we also need to make sure that when they're funding infrastructure, that they're going to get it to these communities that are unserved. You look at the current bill, and in addition to those unserved areas, they're talking about funding for places like Vail, Colorado, Palm Beach, Florida, Evanston, Illinois, right? When we know when the money is going to go to those wealthy, white, suburban communities, it's not going to the inner city. And so we need to make sure that we're also targeting those unserved areas. So, there's a role here as we look to make these once in a generational investments to ensuring that they're going to go and serve low income Black and brown communities.
And real quick, that's the reason why Netaria's partnership with NAN North Tech World is so extremely important. We're hitting it from all directions. We're trying to create entrepreneurship and businesses so that people can feed themselves. We're trying to create jobs so that people can have careers. And we're trying to work to give people an education through technology, through apprenticeship programs. So we look forward to collaborating with all of the people on the panel to continue this fight. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I agree with Tony on several of the points that he made. Federal funds should incentivize private investment in underserved areas and allow for a mix of technologies, including fiber, wireless, and satellite, to meet the performance standards for today and the future. And one of the things that we also need to do is to prioritize connecting communities with little to no broadband. Basically, don't overbuild. So, we should be focused on areas that have no connectivity at all. Another thing is to modernize the, FCC's low-income lifeline program, as Tony said, by permanently funding it through congressional appropriations. And we also need to encourage and sustain private investment to network deployments by continuing the regulatory light touch approach that has sort of brought us here where we are today. And last but not least, is to renew, the commitment to digital literacy, and skills development, because if folks don't know, how to use it, then, or they don't understand the utility or importance of it, they're not necessarily going to adopt. So we need to focus on, access and adoption as well.
Thank you. Taisha?
Okay. So I really believe that we need to allocate those funds specifically for broadband, because we have a lot of children who do not even know what the internet is. And by allocating those funds and putting them in the designated places where they belong, more children will have access to virtual, more children will have access to complete homework, more children will have access to the internet, and they'll have so many more opportunities to open up and expand life.
Thank you. Kearney?
Yeah, hi. I just want to say that, I appreciate being part of this panel and this conversation. We're in a real moment right now where, it's never been more clear who has technology and who doesn't. And, like the rest of the panelists here, I hope that the investments that are being made are going to be long lasting. And I hope that the monies are going to go to, and the technology is going to go to communities that really need it, because we can see the digital divide right now. It's, anyone who has a child, anyone who is attending school right now knows how that feels. So yes, the basic is internet. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order for us to level the playing field so that everybody has the same kinds of opportunities. Thank you.
And I'm so honored that she would show us a video. She couldn't be here with us today. She's also a board member of the National Action Network. So I'm going to ask if you would just put your attention and hear Camille in her words representing Charter.
I would like to begin by thanking the National Action Network for a terrific conference, and NAN's president, the Reverend Al Sharpton, for his tireless leadership and advocacy for all communities. Good afternoon, everyone, and greetings to everyone who participated in today's technology panel. My name is Camille Joseph Goldman, and I'm proud to serve on the board of the National Action Network. It's no secret, high-speed internet has become an essential part of our lives and today's economy. It's how people do everything from homework, applying for jobs, and getting the news. But most importantly, during this past year, it's how our children attended school. It's how we all hear about our health safety measures. It's how we virtually hug our families and friends. And critically, it's how we got our appointments for the vaccines. But because internet access is essential for all we do, we need to ensure that it is available to all. In other words, we need to ensure that there's no digital divide. And if there is, we need to develop real policies that help us close it. And there are many issues that surround it: access to broadband, affordability, hardware and software, wired and wireless technologies, regulations, learning basic computer skills, new and emerging technologies, and so much more. It's basically all an ecosystem that all needs to work together seamlessly and perfectly to be beneficial and truly effective. And I'm here today representing Charter Communications, also known as Spectrum, as a group vice president of one of the nation's leading broadband companies. And during the pandemic, our company continued to make quality service accessible for all our customers. We provided a free internet offer for new customers so kids could take advantage of online learning. We put programs in place to get small businesses back on their feet. We pledged to the government's Keep America Connected program, and our technician and representative workforce stayed on the job to safely help our customers stay in touch with the information they needed. We and others did what we could, not for accolades or awards, but simply because it was the right thing to do. At Spectrum, our commitment is to help close the digital divide the right way by bringing superior products to both the unserved and the underserved. Not COVID related, but right here in New York City, we provide computer access and learning opportunities by partnering with local nonprofits in key neighborhoods to open Spectrum Learning Labs. In this program, we supply computers, printers, and other devices and power the labs with free high-speed Spectrum internet. I'm happy to say that one of these Spectrum Learning Labs has been operational since early 2017 at the National Action Network's headquarters right here in Harlem. Additionally, we offer Spectrum Internet Assist, a low-cost, high-speed internet offer that's meant to provide access to seniors and students in need. Importantly, we recently announced the launch of a multi-year, multi-billion-dollar broadband build-out initiative to deliver gigabit high-speed broadband access to more than 1 million unserved customer locations across the country. Charter expects to invest approximately $5 billion to support its build-out initiative, offset by $1.2 billion in support won from the federal government's recently completed Rural Development Opportunity Fund auction, or RDOF, expanding Charter's network to lower density, mostly rural communities that do not have access to minimal broadband service. A happy benefit of this commitment is that we expect to hire more than 2,000 employees and contractors to support the RDOF and future rural build-out initiatives. So whether it's working in the wireless community, investing in technologies and broadband infrastructure, or expanding the reach of our wired network, Charter is committed to doing more to deliver better and faster broadband to more communities, large and small, urban and suburban. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed the conference today.
Good afternoon. Let me welcome you to our minister session, the William Augustus Jones Memorial Event. As you know, in the past, we have celebrated this event with our luncheon, but given our restraints in this season of virtual communication, we have had to conform. But I want you to know it is no less significant to us. It is important that we celebrate the journey of William Augustus Jones as he has given himself and gave himself completely to the work of ministry and has left a legacy, a profound example of preaching and pastoring and social justice. And so we celebrate him today. We celebrate each pastor across this country who is engaging in social justice. And we raise Dr. Jones up as a source of inspiration to those of us who are in the struggle, who continue the legacy of fighting for justice, continue the legacy of speaking out for the voiceless. And we are thankful that in the context of the National Action Network, we celebrate this moment and are charging ourselves to be continuing advocates for justice and equality. I'm very pleased to welcome at this moment the herald of our movement, founder and organizer, president, Reverend Al Sharpton, who will give greetings and a statement of purpose at this time.
Thank you to our chairman, Dr. Richardson, and to all of you that have gathered and you that are watching virtually around the country. One of the things that we have done in National Action Network is we, first of all, are unashamedly a faith-based social justice organization. And my journey as an activist started under Reverend Dr. William Augustus Jones. Reverend Jones was a third-generation Black pastor, and Dr. Gardner C. Taylor said it took 3 generations to make a William Augustus Jones. He was a contemporary of Dr. King. He became the pastor of Bethany Baptist Church after going to Crozer Theological Seminary, where Dr. King went. And he brought that social gospel ministry from Philadelphia, where he was pastoring, into Brooklyn. And in Philadelphia, he was peers and worked closely with Reverend Dr. Leon Sullivan. It was Dr. Sullivan that had perfected the art of boycotting major corporations for their lack of inclusion and diversity in their corporate dealings with the Black community. It was off of what Dr. Sullivan did in Philadelphia that Dr. King got the idea of making it a permanent part of his organization, SCLC. And he called the economic arm that he duplicated and emulated Dr. Sullivan's work, he called it Operation Breadbasket, which became a division of SCLC. He appointed a preacher, Reverend Bennett, in Atlanta to lead National Breadbasket, and a young seminary student in Chicago to head it in Chicago named Reverend Jesse Jackson. A year later, in 1967, he made Reverend Jackson the national director and appointed Reverend William Jones the head of the Brooklyn chapter. And when they came to New York and opened the Brooklyn chapter, I was 12 going on 13. I became the youth director of the Brooklyn chapter. About 7 months later, Dr. King was killed in Memphis, Tennessee. So I literally grew up under the wing of Dr. Jones. I would go to school. I was just going into high school and go right to Bethany after school. And he allowed me to ride around with him and the ministers, or older ministers, Reverend Charlie Nesbitt, Reverend L.P. Taylor. And I learned at their feet how to boycott, how to march, nonviolence resistance, what that meant. Gandhi's Satyagraha. I was blessed to have sat at the feet of giants, and that's why I'm not impressed with a lot of midgets running around standing on ladders, because a lot of people look tall, but they're not standing on their own 2 feet. they're being propped up. A real giant stands from the ground up, not being propped up by ladders. And Bill Jones was that. He synthesized theology with his understanding of sociology. And he started a trail that we'd not seen in New York. You must remember that New York was not a town that was conducive to Dr. King. The last time Dr. King was in New York before his assassination was about 2 weeks before. He came to New York to install Dr. Y.T. Walker, who had been his executive director. He installed him as pastor of Canaan Baptist Church in March of '68, and Dr. King was killed 2 weeks later in Memphis. And Dr. Walker ended up being the first chairman of the board of this organization when we founded it in 1991. I remember because I was a kid and already in breadbasket, they threw eggs at Dr. King, talking about we didn't want that nonviolent stuff. Some of our brothers and sisters that were of a different ilk in the movement. So this was not a popular thing to be in New York, but Bill Jones made it resonate and took down A&P and Robert Hall stores and others and put blacks on the board and made them contract with black businesses, saying if we're not on the shelf at A&P, then none of your products will be on our shelves at home. And he was the one that innovated that. So in the spirit of that, when we started National Action Network, we said we would have every year the luncheon named after Dr. William Augustus Jones, Jr., who trained and mentored us in this King type of school of thought. And we've had everyone honored here. The Reverend Joseph Lowry was honored. Mrs. King has been here before her passing. And the list goes on. Our last William Augustus Jones Jr. luncheon, we honored in 2019. Because of the pandemic, we didn't have a luncheon last year or a convention, but despite the ongoing pandemic, we have this virtual convention and luncheon this year. And the last one that we had in 19, we honored Zenola Clayton, who was here present at the Sheraton to receive her award, who was one of Dr. King's major fundraisers and still carrying on. We honored Reverend C.T. Vivian, who was the one that was the ferment for the Selma Montgomery movement. He came and was honored, and now he's made his transition last year during the pandemic, C.T. Vivian. And we honored Reverend Jesse Jackson, who's been suffering with Parkinson's. And to have those three giants at our last luncheon shows the caliber of people, because we take it very seriously to give a William Jones Award to people. They must be operating in the spirit that Dr. Jones represented. Somewhere I read, honor thy mother and father, that thy days, not their days. You don't honor them for them, you honor them for you. You honor your mother and father that your days will be long on the Lord, the land that the Lord have given you. People that don't honor those that fathered them or mothered them can't be trusted. Because if you cannot be trusted by the folks that birthed you into what you're doing, then who else can trust you? Because no one else could do more for you. So as long as there is a National Action Network, and as long as there's an Al Sharpton, there will always be recognition for the father of my activism, and that's Dr. William Augustus Jones, Jr. So it is in that spirit we gather to celebrate him, as our chairman has said. And let me say, the Bible does not deal in confusion, it deals in continuity. If you read the Bible, every prophet follows the era and the prophet before him or her. And he always acknowledges that. That's why prophets say, in the name of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They don't try to be starring. A lot of y'all is going for click clout, like you started something on your own. People that are connected are the people that deal with an eternal gospel. It was Dr. Walker who was Dr. King's executive director and our first chairman, that when he became ill, asked Dr. W. Franklin Richardson to take over as chairman of the board. And he's served since then, one of the most eminent and well-respected ministers and pastors in the country. The Grace Baptist Church that he's senior pastor is one of the major black pulpits in the world. He also chairs the board at Virginia Union, and we do not take him nor his lineage through Dr. Walker and his mentor, Dr. Sandy Ray, for granted. You know, when my mother grew up in the South, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, born and raised, and she said in the South, the first thing they would always ask you if a young man came to try and date your daughter is, who are your folks? So I've learned that in ministry. When I meet people that say I'm an activist or minister, I ask them, well, who are your folks? Who mentored you? Who'd you study under? Because it tells you a lot about what the fruit is if you know what the root is. So we're rooted in Jonesism, and this is a luncheon to celebrate him and those that operate in his spirit. Thank you. Let us go forward.
Let's show our president some love. Needless to say that the journey of Al Sharpton is reflective of exactly what he just talked about. It is a journey where he was nurtured in the legacy of civil rights and has built upon it a marvelous platform that has called us all to this moment. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to present our keynote speaker for this hour. He is a young man who is one of the greatest voices in the black pulpit today. He pastors one of the great churches, and it has even become greater under his leadership. He is extremely prepared. He's a graduate, having earned a doctor's degree from Duke University, and is currently in the only existing PhD program in preaching. He's pastor of the Alfred Street Church, which is worldwide acclaimed. He has a heart and sensitivity for social justice. He cares about the next generation. His church is one of the most generous to college students and to historically black colleges. Under his leadership, the Alfred Street Church gave over $1 million in building the African American Museum in the Smithsonian Institute. He is sought after all over the world. I want you to know I'm proud to be associated with him. I've known him for years. He's like a son to me. And I'm grateful to God that he had the opportunity to be available today to come and present virtually the gospel for this moment. He is an outstanding brother. Many of you already know him. He's an activist. He's engaged in social justice, and he's involved in many, many very important events. He will present himself as he delivers this keynote address for the 2021 William Augustus Jones Jr. Memorial Event. Let us receive Dr. Wesley.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Vi Higginson Sing Harlem Choir as they perform I'll Rise Up.
You're broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find the fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out and move mountains. We gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the waves. I'll rise up in spite of the ache. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll bring the world to its feet and move mountains, bring it to its feet, move mountains. And I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up in spite of the ache, I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up high like the waves, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up in spite of the ache, I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up in spite of the ache, rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. I'll rise up, I'll rise like the waves, I'll rise up in spite of the ache, I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, yeah, for you, for you,
Once again, please welcome our chairman, the Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson, as he introduces our keynote speaker.
I'm honored to present our guest speaker today, our keynote speaker. He is a young man that I've known from the earliest times of his ministry. I've known his father as a partner in my ministry. And I'm privileged today to have him to come and speak in this powerful arena of social justice that is the National Action Network. He fits here in this space because he has made his ministry an instrument of advocacy. He has brought innovation and creativity to the Alfred Street Church, where he serves as senior pastor. He's been a voice for justice, not only in the sermons, but in writings and in engagement and in speaking and in the actions of his congregation to help liberate and continue the liberation of our people. He's a young man that is extremely prepared for this hour. He's a graduate of Duke University and currently working on a PhD in preaching, one of the only PhD programs in the country. I found him to be a special brother. And I'm sure that when you hear him today, you will be blessed and inspired. He'll speak for himself, but I'm proud to speak for him. He is as a son to me, the Reverend Dr. Howard John Wesley, senior pastor of the Alfred Street Church in the city of Alexandria, Virginia.
Beloved, grace and peace be unto you from God who loves us as a father and a mother, and Jesus Christ, who alone is our resurrected, our risen, our reigning, and our returning Redeemer. I'm Pastor Howard John Wesley, right here in the heart of Alfred Street Baptist Church in Alexandria, Virginia. And I want to pause along with thousands across this land and give thanks to God for the 30th anniversary of the National Action Network. For 30 years, this National Action Network and the voice of the Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton has been our Ezekiel on our watchtower, sharing with us the dangers that are coming across this land and advocating for racial justice and equality. How necessary the National Action Network is, even in a day like this, when we're dealing with yet another murder of a young black man, Daunte Wright, at the hands of another police officer, the work is not done. Dr. Sharpton, may God give you strength to stand faithful to this assignment. I'm blessed tonight to be able to share with you in this honoring and celebrating of a voice that is synonymous with prophetic preaching, the Dr. William Augustus Jones. And tonight, as we gather in this space and begin to talk about the Black church, I want to share with you a sermon God placed in my heart from Matthew chapter 17, when Jesus takes Peter, James, and John to the top of a mountain. And as we examine that passage, I'd like to share with you today what's wrong with the church. My prayer is that you're blessed, that we're transformed, that we continue to be faithful in our assignment. What's wrong with the church? If you would turn in your Bibles with me to the Gospel of Matthew, Matthew chapter 17. I want to read in your hearing out of the New International Version, beginning in verse number 1. Matthew chapter 17, beginning in verse number 1. After 6 days, Jesus took with him Peter, James, and John, the brother of James, and led them up a high mountain by themselves. There he was transfigured before them. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became as white as the light. Just then there appeared before them Moses and Elijah talking with Jesus. Peter said to Jesus, "Lord, it is good for us to be here. If you wish, I will put up 3 shelters, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah." And while he was still speaking, a bright cloud covered them. And a voice from the cloud said, "This is my son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased. Listen to him." When the disciples heard, they fell face down to the ground, terrified. But Jesus came and touched them. "Get up," he said. "Don't be afraid." And when they looked up, they saw no one except Jesus. And as they were coming down the mountain, Jesus instructed them, "Don't tell anyone what you've seen until the Son of Man has been raised from the dead." As we hear that word of God from Matthew chapter 17, I want to preach, teach, and talk to you about what's wrong with the church. What's wrong with the church? The Bible says that after being there for 6 days, he decides to go to the top of a mountain. When you do your research, it's Mount Tabor. And it is there that Jesus takes Peter, James, and John with him. And while he's on the mountaintop of Tabor, something happens that scholars still can't really understand. The Bible says that Jesus is transfigured. In the Greek, it's the term metamorphomai, from where we get metamorphosis. And all we know is that somehow, some way, the inner glory of Jesus shines like a light, and Peter, James, and John see it. And not only do they see it, but as a result of this glory, the Bible says that Moses and Elijah show up. On Mount Tabor, Peter, James, John, Jesus, Moses, and Elijah. It is a glorious setting. And when Peter sees the glory of Christ, and Peter recognizes Moses and Elijah, here's what Peter says: "Lord, it's good for us to be here. As a matter of fact, I got an idea, Jesus. Let me build 3 shelters, one for Moses, one for Elijah, and one for you." The word shelter that is used there is this Greek word skene, which is the Greek translation of tabernacle. So what Peter literally says is, "Lord, let me build 3 tabernacles on this mountain. Lord, let me build 3 churches right here. Let me build 3 houses of worship right here. One we're going to call Mount Moses. One we're going to call Mount Elijah. One we're going to call Mount Jesus. Lord, let me build 3 tabernacles on this mountain." Although it's not written in the Bible, James and John seem to be going along with it. James and John quote the Gospel of Dion Cole. They just say, "Slap, slap, Come on, you watch this slap. Sounds like a plan. They all agree it's a good idea to build 3 tabernacles on Mount Tabor in the place of transfiguration. And yet, the plan is never endorsed by Jesus. Jesus never says, let's build 3 churches. Jesus doesn't support it. He doesn't invest in it. He doesn't condone it. And as a result, Peter's plan fails and 3 churches are not built on Mount Tabor. Why is it that Jesus doesn't support Peter's plan to build 3 churches? It sounds like a good idea. Slap, it's a good plan. We ought to build these churches, and yet Jesus does not endorse it. Why does Jesus fail to endorse Peter's plan to build 3 churches? Could it be that there's something wrong with Peter's plan to build a church that, if we look at it today, may share with us what's wrong with the churches we worship in today? Can I just be a critic? I love the church more than anyone else, but allow me to tell you what I can't stand about church. Let me share with you why church is broken. Can I share with you why the body of Christ has not taken over the world as the Holy Spirit empowered us to do so? Let me share with you what's broken with church. You see it right here in Peter's plan. Peter is on Mount Tabor, and the Bible says that Jesus is transfigured. We don't really know what that means, but it somehow suggests that the glory of God is revealed in a way Peter has never seen before. What happens on Mount Tabor is so extraordinary that Moses is called from heaven. Elijah shows up. Look at the scene. The glory of Christ, Moses and Elijah. This is something they've never seen before. And yet, Peter speaks to Jesus like it's just something ordinary. Lord, that's pretty cool. It's good for us to be here. Let's build 3 tabernacles. Now, Douglas Hare, professor of New Testament, suggests that the problem with this is that Peter, James, and John, upon seeing the glory of Christ being transfigured and seeing the presence of Moses and hearing the voice of Elijah, they should have been trembling in fear. They should have been awed and amazed to the point of being silent. They should have been overwhelmed with the fear of the Lord. They should have been bowing down, trembling at what they had just seen. And yet, Peter treats it like it's just something ordinary. There's no fear, there's no trembling, there's no holy terror. Beloved, may I suggest to you what's wrong with the church in 2020? One of the things that's wrong with the church in 2020 is that we have lost our holy reverence and our holy fear and our holy terror of the God who reigns over us. Listen, I know somebody's going to write back and push back, and you're going to feel differently. That's all right. But I would suggest to you that we have made God too user-friendly. God has become too accessible. God has become too available. God has become cute. God has become cuddly. And as a result, there's a generation in church today who's lost their reverence and their fear for the Almighty God. Beloved, I suggest to you today that if we would truly walk with God in a real way, that there ought to be some fear within us, that we need a good dose of the fear of the Lord. We need some Psalm 5 that says, when I enter his presence, I bow in reverence. We need some Psalm 96, which says, worship the Lord in the splendor of holiness and tremble before the Lord God Almighty. In that old school Baptist church I was raised in, we started worship the same way every Sunday. We would quote Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 20. You ain't got to turn. I'll tell you what it says. The Lord is in his holy temple. Let all the earth keep silent before him. We understood that when you worship God, there ought to be some reverence. There ought to be some fear that when you worship God, you're not coming to kick it with your boo. When you come to worship God, this is no casual, just come and hang out with the Lord like the Lord is your best friend. Worship is not some potluck barbecue where you just bring to God whatever you feel like bringing to God. I come by to tell you there ought to be something about the majesty of God that causes you to tremble. There ought to be something about the righteousness of God that makes you feel unworthy. There ought to be something about the sovereignty of God that makes you want to do more than just throw on jeans and flip-flops and come and worship God. That when you think about who God is and what God has done and how powerful God is and how sovereign God is and how gracious God is, there ought to be some fear within you, some reverence of the holiness of God. Okay, you're a little slow. Let me help you. During this pandemic, when we've been sheltered at home, I'm ashamed to tell you that I've taken up to watching daytime television. Yeah, and there's not much on daytime television worth watching. I'm not into soap operas. But Mark, I have found a judge show that I like to watch. No, not Judge Judy. No. I like that brother on TV, Greg Mathis, Judge Mathis. If you ain't watched it, there's nothing like watching Judge Mathis. Judge Mathis will get you straight. I was watching an episode, and Judge Mathis walked in the courtroom, and everybody stood up except this young man who was sitting down. And when Judge Mathis walked in, he said, "Young man, stand up." And as the court case went on, he looked at the young man and the way he was dressed, and he said, "Young man, next time you come in my courtroom, you dress like you're coming to see me." And then the young man was answering questions, and he was mumbling, and Judge Mathis said, "Young man, I need you to speak up and say 'sir' when you speak to me." And then while Judge Mathis was speaking, the young man began to speak back, and Judge Mathis said, "When I'm talking, I need you to be quiet." Listen to what Judge Mathis said. He said, "When you come in my courtroom, I need you to stand up. When you're in my presence, I need you to dress up. When I talk to you, I need you to speak up. And when I'm talking back to you, I need you to shut up." Judge Mathis said, "I need you to stand up. I need you to dress up. I need you to speak up. And I need you to shut up." The young man got offended and looked at Greg Mathis and said, "Why do I have to stand up? Why do I have to dress up? Why do I have to speak up? Why do I have to shut up?" And Judge Mathis simply said this: "Because in my courtroom, I am sovereign. And when you recognize you're in the presence of sovereignty, you ought to stand up. You ought to dress up. You ought to speak up. And you ought to know when to show and shut up." I declare to you that when you are in the presence of the Almighty God, who is sovereign over all the earth, there ought to be some reverence in you that says, "I know how to show up and dress up and speak up and shut up, because God is not just my best friend. God is not just some boo I met. God is not just some brother I'm kicking it with. He is the Almighty, the eternal, the sovereign, the omnipotent God, and he demands my reverence." So maybe Jesus doesn't support the idea because there's no reverence in it. Can I push it? Peter wants to build without any reverence. And I finally began to understand why Peter has lost his reverence. Can I teach Bible? Can I tell you why there's no fear and why there's no trembling? Because when the Lord shows up and speaks, watch this, the Lord says in Matthew 17, the same thing God said in Matthew 3 at Jesus' baptism. Do your homework. The Lord repeats what he said in Matthew 3 and Matthew 17. "This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased." And maybe Peter says to himself, "Well, since I heard that before, there's nothing special about it." Okay, maybe that's not it. Maybe it's not just that he's heard it before. Maybe it's because Peter has seen Jesus do so many amazing things up to this point. By Matthew 17, he has seen Jesus heal a man with leprosy. By Matthew 17, he's seen Jesus speak a word and healing travel through the air to a centurion's slave. By Matthew 17, he's seen Jesus rebuke the wind and the waves, and even the winds and the waves obeyed him. By Matthew 17, he's seen Jesus heal a paralytic man. He's seen Jesus open up blinded eyes. He's seen Jesus cast out demons. He's seen Jesus feed 5,000 people. And he's experienced Jesus giving him the power to walk on water. And so if Peter is like some of us, here's the problem. He's seen the Lord do so much that when God does something else, he's not even awed or amazed by it. He's seen God do so many wonderful things that when God does the next wonderful thing, he's not even awed or amazed by it. Beloved, I come by to tell you that God can work so many miracles in your life and do so many good things that the danger of the church is that we begin to take for granted the glory of God and the miracles of God and the working of God. You can get so accustomed to God's glory that you have the audacity to enter worship sitting on your hands and keeping your mouth closed as if what God did this week is just another ordinary thing. And I don't know who I'm preaching to today, but I want to challenge you, don't ever take the glory of God for granted, because everything God does is a miracle. Let me say that again. Everything God does is a miracle. Why is it a miracle? Because you can't do it yourself. God woke you up today like God woke you up yesterday, and that's a miracle because you couldn't do it by yourself. God kept you while you slept and slumbered, and that's a miracle because you couldn't do it by yourself. God allowed your loved ones to awaken this morning, and that's a miracle because you couldn't do it by yourself. And just because you've seen God do it time and time and time again, don't ever lose your amazement and your reverence and your awe and your gratitude for the goodness of God. Everything God does is a miracle. And maybe the problem with the church that Peter was trying to build, which is a problem in our churches today, is we made God too convenient and comfortable. We've lost our awe and our reverence, and we've begun to take God for granted. Peter wants to build, and part of his problem is that he's trying to build without the presence of the Holy Spirit. Remember, the Holy Spirit does not come until Acts chapter 2, and now Peter is trying to build a church without the Holy Spirit. You should have caught that one already. Here's the problem. You're trying to build the church, but you don't have the Holy Spirit. And I want to suggest to you that the church of Jesus Christ cannot exist outside of the power and the presence of the Holy Spirit. The church of Jesus Christ cannot exist outside of the person, the power, the presence, and the promise of the Holy Spirit. You can build the building, but without the Holy Spirit, it's just an edifice with a cross on top. You can come to the sanctuary on the weekend, but without the Holy Spirit, it's not worship, it's just a sanctified weekend gathering. The choir can rehearse all week long, but without the Holy Spirit, they're not giving praise and worship to God, they're just singing some sanctified songs. The preacher can prepare to preach all week long, but without the Holy Spirit, it's not a sermon, it's just a motivational speech. We can have ministries left and right, but without the Holy Spirit, it doesn't witness to the glory of God. It's just some good works done on the face of the earth. The church of Christ cannot exist without the Holy Spirit. A church without the Holy Spirit is like a car with no engine. It's like a remote control with no batteries. It's like having an iPhone but not having any cell phone service. It looks good, but it can do nothing it's been created to do. The church cannot exist without the Holy Spirit. And one of the things I think our churches need more than ever is a reinfusion of our dependence upon the Holy Spirit. A reinfusion of our dependence on the Holy Spirit. Jesus takes Peter, James, and John up on the mountain. And when you read the other gospel accounts of this event in Mark 9 and Luke 9, you'll find that when Jesus goes to the mountain, Jesus goes to pray. And when Jesus gets on the mountain to pray, read Luke 9, Peter falls asleep. Jesus is praying and Peter is sleeping. Peter has a praying problem. Just like the rest of the disciples, they've got a praying problem. I can prove it because when they come down off the mountain, they run up on a brother whose son has seizures. And the man, the father, has brought his son to the disciples only to find out they can't heal his son. And this is what the man says: I brought my son to your disciples, and they had the look, but they didn't have the power. They had the title, but they didn't have no power. They wore the robe, but they didn't have any power. They were packed in on Sundays, but they didn't have any power. They sang Amazing Grace, but they didn't have any power. They quoted Bible, but they didn't have any power. What a shame to have the look of disciple, but have no power to change the world. Beloved, the world is looking to the followers of Jesus in this pandemic and expecting that somehow, some way, we've got power to change the world. And Jesus responds to the man, but he's really talking to the disciples. He's talking to you and me. And this is what Jesus says: the reason you don't have power is because you don't have enough prayer. Beloved, I suggest to you that the power of the Holy Spirit is directly connected to our prayer life. That the power of the Holy Spirit is the direct result of the practice of persistent prayer. That until we pray, the Holy Spirit never indwells us as she should, never empowers us as she wants to, never gifts us the way that she should. The Holy Spirit cannot enter a vessel that is not in prayer. I believe that is why in the book of Acts, the Holy Spirit comes, because the Bible says that the followers of Jesus are in the upper room and they're praying. That when the community is in prayer, the Holy Spirit comes. You know what our churches need right now? We need some good old prayer meetings. I'm talking about them good old Baptist Pentecostal prayer meetings with no agenda, no choir, no order of worship, just people gathering, falling on their knees, calling on God because something happens when the church prays. The Bible says that the prayer of the righteous is powerful. The Bible says that when God's people called by God's name humble themselves and pray and seek God's face, that God will heal our land. We need some good old-fashioned prayer meetings. Now, here's the problem. Peter lacks reverence and awe. He's trying to build without the Spirit. So the question I then get to ask y'all is, upon what is Peter building if he doesn't have a fear and he doesn't have a prayer life to bring in the power? Stay with me. How is Peter trying to build if he doesn't have the prayer life and the power, and he doesn't even have the reverence and the fear of God? What is Peter building on? Go back one chapter to the conversation Peter has with Jesus. And Jesus says to Peter, "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church." Could it be that Peter wants to build the church because he thinks he has the power to do it? That when Jesus said, "Upon this rock I build," Peter thought Jesus was talking about him. That Peter believes, I can be the foundation of the church. Peter believes the church can sustain itself as long as it's got me. Peter thinks he's the reason the church can exist. That he wants to build it on himself. You know what the problem with too many churches today? You want to know what that problem is? Too many Peters as pastors. We have too many women and men leading the body of Christ who have not crucified their ego for their calling. Too many leading who've not surrendered their ambition to the call of Christ to make glorious his name. Too many Peters who use the church as a platform to feed their own insecurities and stroke their own egos. Too many Peters standing in the pulpit trying to increase their followers more than they do increase the kingdom of Christ. Peter has to have his name on every flyer. Peter has to have his name called more than the name of Jesus in worship. Peter chases every camera. Peter wants to be on television. Peter wants to live like a celebrity, look like a celebrity, drive like a celebrity, live like a celebrity. Peter spends more on his wardrobe than he does feeding the hungry outside of his own church. When you invite Peter to come preach, Peter sends you a letter of what his minimum honorarium is and what seat he wants on the plane, and wants a first-class ticket for his armor bearer, and wants to get picked up in a limousine, and wants to split the offering after he raises it after the sermon. Our churches are being destroyed by too many Peters. So Jesus doesn't support this Peter thing. You know why? Peter can't be a rock that the church is built on, because Peter's human. And Jesus knows Peter is about to mess up. Peter is about to fail. And the reason a church should never be built upon the personality of its pastor is because the pastor is a Peter who's going to fail. Sooner or later, his or her humanity is going to show up. Sooner or later, their sin is going to be uncovered. Sooner or later, you're going to find out he's a man just like you. She's a woman just like you. And the same way you're tempted, and the same way you struggle, and the same way you fall, they will fall. And if the church is built on Peter, when Peter falls, the church will fall. My church family knows, I've said this so many times, don't put me on a pillar. I can't do nothing but fall from there. But put me on the altar. Pray that God keep my mind humble. Pray that God pull greed out of my spirit. Pray that that sister doesn't catch my eye every Sunday. Pray that I walk right with God. Pray that God keep me in the palm of his hand. Pray for your Peter, or your Peter will destroy your church. What is the rock that the church is built on? When Jesus says that in Matthew 16, it's not the person of Peter, it's the confession Peter makes. Remember, Jesus asked the question, who am I? Peter says, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. Jesus says, that's what the church will be built on. The church is built on the common confession that Jesus Christ is Lord. That's what a real church is built on. Not what you believe about women in ministry, not how you feel about LGBTQIA, not what you think about wearing makeup, not how you interpret this passage or another. The church is built on the common confession that Jesus is Lord. And that's partially why the Lord doesn't endorse Peter's plan. Watch what Peter says. Jesus, let me do this. Let's build 3 tabernacles. One for Moses, one for Elijah, and one for you. As if to suggest that Moses and Elijah are equal to Jesus. Any church that is built on anything or anyone other than the promise, the presence, and the power of Jesus Christ will ultimately fail. Preachers, I came by to challenge you today. We are not celebrities. We are not called to be on this show or that show. We are called not to make our own name glorious, but to make glorious the name of Jesus. To share with the world that he is the way, the truth, and the life. To remind them that at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that he is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. There is no other name like Jesus. And if we're lifting higher the name of our Peter than our Christ, then that's not a real church. Listen, I know I'm getting myself in a whole lot of trouble, so let me go ahead and push it all the way through. Here's why Jesus doesn't support the plan. Not only because it lacks reverence, and not only because Peter doesn't have the prayer life to bring in the power of the Holy Spirit, not only because Peter's mistaken about who the church should be built on, but watch this, Peter wants to build on the mountain. And on the mountain, there's only Peter James, and John. The rest of the disciples are down in the valley. The only ones on the mountain are Peter, James, and John. Why Peter, James, and John? Those are the inner three. That's the elite disciples. That's the executive council of the disciples. So watch it. Peter wants to build in a way that only the elite will get to worship. He wants to build in a way where only Peter's and James and John's can get in. But we need a church where the Thomases can get in. We need a church where Judas has a chance to hear the good news. We need a church where the addict can come in and not be judged. We need a church where the broken can come in and be welcomed. We need a church where all of God's people are welcome to sit, not just those who were raised in church and memorize the Bible and know the third verse of the hymn. We need a church where the broken can encounter the presence of Christ. So Jesus said, I can't support this plan because church at its best is not a museum where you showcase the holy. Church at its best is a rehab clinic where the addicted are delivered. Come by, tell you, your addiction may not be mine and mine might be yours, but everybody watching has an addiction to something. Everybody needs deliverance. Everyone needs a word. None of us are perfect. The Bible says that all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Everyone is a sinner, including the one watching right now. So Jesus says, I can't support a church that's only for the Peter, James, and John. Peter wants to build a church where only the elite can come. And shame on any church that caters to the elite at the expense of the needy. Shame to the church that has reserved parking and seating for the wealthy. Shame on the church where you got to look a certain way, act a certain way, dress a certain way to get in. Shame on the church that caters to celebrity and cares more about a celebrity presence than a sinner who's desiring to know Jesus Christ. Here's the problem, y'all, I'm done. Peter wants to build on that mountain because he wants to prolong the mountain moment. And the problem is that the need is in the valley. Peter, you can't stay on the mountain when the need is in the valley. Shame on the church that wants to stay on the mountain but never gets in the valley. Hunger is in the valley. Addiction is in the valley. Brokenness is in the valley. Incarceration is in the valley. HIV is in the valley. Homelessness is in the valley. It's not on the mountaintop. And our churches are being destroyed by entities and communities that say they are a mega church but won't get in the valley. You got a mega church with a minor ministry. The Lord calls us off of the mountain and into the valley. That's why I believe this pandemic, the hand of God is at work in it. Why? The tabernacles have shut down. The churches have shut down. And God is calling us off of the mountains of our Sunday's places and into the valley of the weekday pain and hurt and hunger of the people around us. Come off the mountain and let's get to work in the valley. The Lord is looking for a church that has all in reverence of his name, that has a prayer life invoking the power of the Holy Spirit, that is not built on a Peter, but is built on a confession that Jesus is Christ. A church that is open and welcoming to all who need to experience Christ. And a church that knows that real ministry is in the valley. Help me fix what's wrong with church.
Thank you, Dr. Wesley, for that inspiring message. Now welcome back the Reverend Al Sharpton and our board member and the daughter of Reverend Dr. William A. Jones, the incomparable Mrs. Jennifer Jones Austin, for the award presentations to our honorees.
Give a hand to Dr. Howard John Wesley. He certainly had an appropriate message for this organization and in the spirit of Dr. Jones. And we were blessed by his message. We have several honorees that we will be presenting awards to the William Augustus Jones Award of National Action Network of 2021. Our first honoree is Reverend Dr. David Jefferson Sr. Mr. Chairman.
David Jefferson Sr., as presented on the screen, for his extraordinary gifts and exceptional ability as a pastor, and a pastor who has been focused, a pastor who exemplifies the quality of ministry that Howard John Wesley talked about today. He's a part of the board of directors of the National Action Network. He heads up our Newark chapter. He's involved in many, many activities, pastor of the Metropolitan Church. And today it is our pleasure to honor him and celebrate his naming of the William Augustus Jones Award.
To our president and founder, Reverend Al Sharpton, to our chairman, Dr. Franklin Richardson, and to the Jones family. I am both honored and privileged and blessed to receive this Dr. Bill Jones Award. Dr. Bill Jones, as many of us know, was an absolute pioneer. There are those who have even said that he was a man ahead of his time. Dr. Jones was a giant in the area of preaching. But not only was he a giant in the area of preaching, Dr. Jones was a general in the area of social justice and in the area of economic justice. There is no one who has transformed the borough of Brooklyn likened unto Dr. Bill Jones. I honestly do believe that because of his work and the mentoring that he has done with Reverend Al Sharpton, that Dr. Jones' spirit lives on in the work that our leader, Reverend Al Sharpton, is doing with the National Action Network today. My prayer is that we will pray for Reverend Sharpton. And not only should we pray with Reverend Sharpton, but we should also stand boldly, courageously, and very strong, that we might not see some of the things that others are trying to turn back occur in our country. This is a defining moment in our nation. This is a very turbulent time in our nation as well, when there are those who are trying to suppress the vote and block, and to a certain extent, destroy the very fabric of our democracy. If there was ever a time that we need to stand together today. I dare not even think about how things would be for the next generation and the next generation if we do not defend not only our democracy, but defend the right to vote in our nation. There are those who are ahead of our time, those who came before us, who have shed much blood and stood like Dr. Jones stood, and stood like Reverend Al Sharpton is standing in order to protect voters' rights in this country. This is our moment. This is our time. We must step up and ensure the fact that we protect voters' rights in our nation. And family, I do believe that Dr. Bill Jones is amongst those cloud of witnesses who are compassing us about. He's cheering us on, saying to us, children, fight on, don't you give up, and don't you quit. I am once again honored and so humbled to be able to receive this award, honoring such a giant likened unto Dr. Bill Jones. And so I want to thank you I want to thank the National Action Network and Reverend Al Sharpton and Dr. Franklin Richardson for thinking and for honoring and considering me today for this award. God bless you, and God bless the National Action Network.
Over the course of his ministry, William Augustus Jones Jr. gave guidance and counsel to countless men and just a handful of women. I'm told Susan Johnson Cook was among them. I imagine he saw in her a do what must be done spirit, much like his own. For Susan Johnson Cook, Ambassador Susan Johnson Cook, or Suje, as some of us affectionately call her, has lived and served with just that, a do what must be done spirit. Over the course of her illustrious career, Ambassador Cook has continually soared to successively higher heights, breaking barriers and shattering ceilings, and each time she has taken the community of the faithful with her. First female senior pastor in the 200-year history of the American Baptist Churches USA. First woman elected president of the Hampton University Ministers Conference. First and only woman to serve as the official chaplain of the New York Police Department. Founder of the Bronx Christian Fellowship Baptist Church, the Multi-Ethnic Center, and Moving Up Productions. Advisor to President Bill Clinton and member of the Domestic Policy Council. And United States Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom in the State Department for President Barack Obama, the first woman and first African American to ever hold the post. And she's had many, many other inspiring feats and endeavors along the way. Today, we present to Ambassador Susan Johnson Cook the Legacy Award for her trailblazing leadership and service. Very much like WAJ, she consistently does what must be done, and for so many.
Thank you so much to Reverend Al Sharpton, to Chairman W. Franklin Richardson, all the members of the board, and to the Jones family. It is my honor to accept the William Augustus Jones Award. It has been my pleasure to serve along with you, but to see you for your leadership, for your friendship. I want to thank you for serving, for always being there. But thank you so much for the honor of walking and having this name attached to me. Just before Dr. Jones died, I was the president of the Hampton Ministers Conference, and I honored him with the Living Legend Award. And we sat next to each other, and even though we disagreed on some things, we laughed, we shared together, and I said, I want to know the next generation of Joneses. And so it was my honor to be with Jennifer Jones and to sit at the table with you and your mother on many occasions at the luncheon. But today, I celebrate the release of God of the Ghetto, the next production of it. And thank you, Jennifer, for bringing that back to life so that the work and the words of your father will live. But because I'm here today, receiving this award, it just gives me great joy and pride to say thank you. Thank you for the honor of knowing Reverend Dr. William Augustus Jones. Thank you for NAN, National Action Network, for the work you do. Thank you for vision, provision, for being there for our people, with our people. And what we have learned is if we walk together and work together, we will win together. And it doth not yet appear what we shall be, but we know we shall be like him. So thank you so much for this award, and may God bless you as you continue to do the work. God bless us as we continue to do the work. And if you look at the USA, it starts with U and an S, and that means us working together, A for the Almighty. And that's what Dr. William Augustus Jones did. God bless you, and thank you so much again. May heaven smile upon you. This Easter season, resurrection season, and beyond. God bless you.
Next award goes to Bishop Noel Jones. Bishop Jones is a Jamaican-American minister and Pentecostal bishop. He's the senior pastor of the City of Refuge Church in Gardena, California, which has about 17,000 members and was formerly the Greater Bethany Community Church. Jones received a call to ministry at the age of 19. He has been here at National Action Network and done our Ministers' Night and will be on the fireside chat with us this evening at 7 o'clock talking about what is prophetic ministry. May we honor the work he does in the Los Angeles community and around the country. No one has been more of an example and personify the ministry of the Pentecostal faith that is mixed with community service, that is blessed with the pride and joy of a black man not afraid to stand in his blackness and his holiness at the same time than Bishop Noel Jones. And that is why we give him this William Augustus Jones Jr. Memorial Award. Bishop Noel Jones.
To the Reverend Al Sharpton, President and Founder, to the Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson, Chairman of the Board, to the respective tiers of leadership, to the regional directors and chapter leaders across the country of the National Action Network. And before I go any further, I'd like to make personal mention of my lifelong friend, the Reverend Jonathan Mosley, the National Action Network Western Regional Director. Jonathan and I have gone back so far that I just had to mention his name. We have so many stories I couldn't begin to tell you, particularly on this format. We just got to get together sometime, and Reverend Al, I'll tell you all the stories. I'm totally humbled, yet I'm flabbergasted that you would honor me with such distinction as to bestow upon me the August William Jones Award. Then for you to execute this deed on the 30th anniversary of your National Action Network really is to totally devastate me all the way to my knees. I want to say thank you. Professor Dr. Michael Moss, author of multiple books relating to the struggle and healing of the psychological debilitation of the African American, declares emphatically that we ask the wrong questions. In a discussion with him, I said, well, what are you talking about? He said, instead of asking what is wrong with us, we should ask what has happened to us as a people. I'm sure that's what he's talking about. He noted that we could never find the solution to our problem if we do not ask the right questions. When he said that, my only response at that time was, with respect to the question, what has happened to us, I told him I'm forced to ask, who has happened to us? And the only answer I could deduce, and can deduce even till today, is who has happened to us is the white supremacists, rather supremacists. In the 30 years of the National Network, Action Network, we have survived the dexterity and the calculated onslaught of white supremacy. I stress survive. And if you ask me, what have we achieved over the duration of the National Action Network's existence, my answer would be survival in a white supremacist, deliberately contrived environment to dehumanize our existence without them exhibiting a trace of ignominy. Not a trace of ignominy at all. So what have we achieved? We've achieved survival. The question is, have we flourished? And I think we will only flourish as a people totally when white supremacy and its systemic racism is defeated. But thanks to you, we are still in the fight. Every achievement made through blood sacrificial battles end up facing a counter-offensive by the racist status quo. It seems the better we address the issues, the more elusive they become. They simply change the color of the whitened sepulcher, but the dead men's bones are still inside. When we recently achieved the glorious recognition of the power of our vote in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, yes, a couple other states, the white supremacists revert to early derogatory 20th century Jim Crow legislation with an intent to suppress and seek to ultimately eliminate our joyful election-changing voice. We have not defeated them yet, but thank God and we thank you that we are still in the fight. We still have some of our Moseses who have not sold out to the riches of Egypt and are not satisfied with being called the son of Pharaoh's daughter, but are willing rather to suffer reproach with the African American people of God. So we are still in the fight. We have not defeated them yet, but we still have our William Augustus Jones's theocrats who have not subjected their theological authenticity and credulity to become minions and sycophants to world system leaders. So we are still in the fight. We have not defeated them yet, but we still have our William Augustus Jones's theocrats who will not devalue their eternal liberation theology preaching for the ephemeral recognition of bigoted hypocrites. Thanks to you, Al, we are still in the fight. We have not defeated them yet, but we still have our William Augustus Jones's theocrats who understand their voices for justice, equality, and opportunity for all transcends white supremacy in democracy, white supremacy in autocracy, white supremacy in oligarchy, white supremacy in monarchy, white supremacy in anarchy, white supremacy in socialism and communism. So we are still in the fight. One writer says, through true love, by which we sacrifice ourselves in order to live for others, we can find the solutions to such problems as we face interracial conflict, violence, conflict between rich and poor, the various environmental issues. So I say the love that we have for one another keeps us in the fight. So again, I want to say thanks to you, the Reverend Al Sharpton, to all the executive and members of the National Action Network for this prestigious William August Jones Award. And as I close, I just want to remind you, as I remind myself, we have not defeated them yet. But thanks to organizations like yours, we will never give up the fight. God bless America. God bless you. Thank you.
That's right.
That was beautiful, and you'll hear him tonight. He's on with us at 7, our closing fireside chat tonight. Make sure you're here. Our next honoree is a young man that has grown in the movement and the church. Civil rights advocacy is in his DNA. Reverend Dr. Otis Moss III built his ministry on community advancement and social justice activism. As senior pastor of Trinity United Church of Christ in Chicago, Dr. Moss spent the last 2 decades practicing and preaching a Black theology that is unapologetically calling attention to the problems of mass incarceration, environmental justice, and economic inequality. His father, Reverend Dr. Otis Moss Jr., was a contemporary of Dr. King, and his mother was Dr. King's first secretary to the SCLC. He was born in the movement and remains that as he pastors one of the major churches in the country. May we award and salute in the spirit and name of Dr. William Augustus Jones, Reverend Otis Moss III.
First, giving honor to God for this moment and for this time. I want to say thank you to Reverend Al Sharpton, our prophet in residence, who has been lifting up the banner of justice and of love all across this nation, holding the mantle and that it was passed on to him from our great luminaries such as Martin Luther King Jr. and Fannie Lou Hamer, James Orange, Hosea Williams, and other amazing luminaries. We thank you for the work that you are doing nationally and globally, and how the National Action Network has become a premier voice to speak for those who have been marginalized in this nation. I also want to thank, call him the Bishop, Bishop Franklin Richardson. We thank you. You have been an absolutely powerful, homiletical, and also pastoral voice in this nation. Working with Reverend Sharpton, the two of you have been a dynamic duo. When I was growing up, there was a cartoon known as the Super Friends. And they had the Super Twins. The twins were these two twins who had powers. And they would bump fists and they would say, Wonder Twin powers activate. And they would say form of an eagle, whatever it may be. I believe that you all bump fists and you say prophetic powers activate, form of prophetic action, a form of protest for those who are on the margins of society. We thank you for the work that the two of you are doing and the entire team of the National Action Network. I am honored, deeply honored by this award named after one of the greatest preachers to ever live, William Augustus Jones. I grew up in the Progressive National Baptist Convention. I am a life member of the Progressive National Baptist Convention. And I remember seeing none other than William Augustus Jones at the convention when I was small. This very tall man who had the voice that seemed like the voice of God speak with such power. A combination of when he would speak was a combination of James Earl Jones and Sean Connery together. I remember when I first started in ministry in Augusta, Georgia, I would wake up at about 5:30 a.m. to catch a broadcast of Dr. William Augustus Jones. I had one of my first homiletical books entitled Responsible Preaching. That was a collection of his messages. And one message that still rings in my spirit was a message entitled it came to pass. Where he stated that it did not come to stay, it came to pass. And he went through from Genesis to Revelation, where Scripture stated, and it came to pass. It did not come to stay, it came to pass. He said, injustice, and it came to pass. The pain and tragedy that people of African descent experience, it did not come to stay, it came to pass. And I would even add that the era of white nationalism and Trumpism and antebellum antics from those who hold on to an old abandoned Confederate ideology, it did not come to stay. It came to pass. An absolutely brilliant individual, William Augustus Jones. I am honored to receive this award named after the great icon and Bishop of Brooklyn by the name of William Augustus Jones. It was those three amazing preachers in Brooklyn, William Augustus Jones, Gardner C. Taylor, and Sandy Ray, that ministers of a different generation would look to understand what it meant to hold the mantle and the call of the pastorate in one hand and the prophetic call in the other. We need scholars doing the work, lifting up the witness of these individuals. And then you moved over in the area of Harlem, and you, of course, had to recognize the power of Samuel DeWitt Proctor and Wyatt T. Walker. Oh, it was just wonderful, that Progressive National Baptist Convention group that built such incredible relationships with each other, and they raised a generation of men and women in ministry who took hold of the prophetic mantle. So I thank you. I am honored and will take this award, and I'm gonna share it with everybody because it has William Augustus Jones on it, who I absolutely think, again, just an amazing human being and individual. On behalf of Trinity United Church of Christ, on behalf of the Moss family, though we cannot be with you in New York as a result of this pandemic, we say thank you. And I say to you on this day that though we are experiencing COVID-19, it didn't come to stay, it came to pass. Though we are dealing with an epidemic of COVID-19, it didn't come to stay, it came to pass. I look forward to connecting with you in the near future after this pandemic passes. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God hold you in God's arms. And may we collectively work together to get into some holy mischief to shake the foundations of this world. God bless.
For William Augustus Jones, Jr., a servant leader following in the footsteps of our Lord and Savior, does their best work among the people. Without doubt, our next honoree, like our Lord and Savior, does her best work among the people. Dr. Lakeisha Walren's list of accomplishments is lengthy. She's an educator, internationally sought-after speaker, author, executive pastor, and now president of the New York Theological Seminary. Clearly, she is a force of nature, a force to be reckoned with. There's so much to say about Dr. Lakeisha Walren, a visionary leader. But what resonates most for me as we honor her today is her steadfast walk among the people, our people, particularly women and children. Not only is she a fierce advocate for women and children, creating spaces for our voices and healing and for restoration, but she is a force using her personal journeys and experiences to be a bridge for others seeking to embrace and then move beyond their pain. Legacy is not just what you did, but who you impacted and how you changed their lives, how their lives were forever changed. Today, we honor Dr. Lakeisha Warren for the countless girls and women, and the boys and men, whose lives she has impacted by living her purpose and her calling. They have been forever changed. Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Good afternoon. To the Reverend Al Sharpton, founder and president of the National Action Network, to the Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson, board chair, to all of the national board members, family and friends of the National Action Network, and certainly to the family of the Reverend Dr. William Augustus Jones. Thank you so much for this tremendous honor. Dr. Jones was a man who lived his life based on that Matthew 25 mandate, to feed those who are hungry, to give drink to those who are thirsty, to clothe those who are naked, to visit those who are in prison or in hospitals, and to show kindness to the stranger. And it is an honor to be a part of that great legacy. I was a freshman at Spelman College when my husband, then boyfriend, the Reverend Michael A. Warren Jr., introduced me to Dr. Jones. On our first unofficial date, he actually brought his book, God in the Ghetto, and told me that it was a must read. And 32 years later, we still continue to celebrate and honor the change that he made in his community and in our world. As the first woman president of the New York Theological Seminary, I am grateful that we continue that legacy by preparing faith and thought leaders to engage in relevant, restorative, and revolutionary ministry. So on behalf of the NYTS family, our students and alumni, faculty and staff, board members and friends, we are honored to receive this award. Thank you for honoring our legacy to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. Again, thank you, and God bless you all.
Congratulations to all of our honorees. Here now is the Manager of Religious Affairs and External Relations, Trudy Grant, to thank you and our sponsors.
Hello, I'm Trudy Grant. I'm the Manager of Religious Affairs and External Relations. Thank you for joining us for our virtual celebration of the Reverend Dr. William Augustus Jones Memorial Service and Awards Ceremony. A great big congratulations to all of our honorees, and a great big thank you to our dynamic keynote speaker, the Dr. Howard John Wesley from the historic Alfred Street Baptist Church. On behalf of our founder and president, the Reverend Al Sharpton, our chairman of the board, Dr. W. Franklin Richardson, Reverend Nelson B. Rivers III, the vice president of Religious Affairs and External Relations, and Dr. Reverend D. Vestoon, our national field director, our chapters, leaders, our members, and everybody in the NAN family. We'd like to take the opportunity to thank the sponsors, for without you, we could not do this. We thank you for trusting in us and lending your support, and knowing that we will keep our hands to the plow as we continue to do this justice work. Again, God bless you, and thank you all for joining us.
Every year when we come together for the Reverend Dr. William Augustus Jones Memorial, I struggle to find the words to express on behalf of my family our heartfelt appreciation to Reverend Al Sharpton and Reverend Franklin Richardson for keeping the spirit and legacy of my father alive. I want to thank Bishop Noel Jones, Ambassador Susan Johnson Cook, Dr. Lakeisha Warren, Dr. Howard John Wesley, and Dr. David Jefferson for all they do, much like in the spirit of Dr. William Augustus Jones, working and serving our people and our community. I want to thank Reverend Sharpton for all that he does, for the National Action Network and all of the leadership and the staff, the chapters for all that they do. Everybody, every single one of you who are working day in and day out for our community and for our people. The fight has not yet been fully won, but we're hard at it. We keep at it, and we'll get there. Blessings.
Please welcome National Action Network's Vice President of Religious Affairs and External Relations and the pastor of Charity Missionary Baptist Church in North Charleston, South Carolina, the Reverend Nelson B. Rivers III, with our closing remarks.
Good afternoon, beloved, to Chairman Richardson and Reverend Al Sharpton, President and founder of our great organization. I am the Reverend Nelson B. Rivers III. I'm the Vice President of Religious Affairs and External Relations of the National Action Network. I have the high honor and great privilege of presenting the speaker, the preacher for the hour. He is one of the most acclaimed and beloved social justice prophets of our time. He is the Reverend Dr. Howard John Wesley. He is the son of the late Reverend Alvin and Dr. Helene Wesley and represents the fifth generation of Baptist preachers in his family. Dr. Wesley is the proud pastor of the historic Alfred.
Wrong tape in, but that is the Reverend Nelson B. Rivers. I want to thank Reverend Rivers, our Vice President of Religious Affairs. I want to thank, stand up, Dr. Rivers. And he is also leads our South Carolina chapter, and he out of North Charleston. Just the other day, we posted on social media how when they had done the police killing in North Charleston, we had gone down and to the spot where they had shot Walter Scott in the back and did a prayer. Little did we know that as Reverend Rivers asked Reverend Pinckney, who was among the clergy that welcomed us to the community to stand, to do the prayer, and I stood on one side of him and Rivers the other. Little did we know it was only a few weeks before he would be killed as part of the Charleston NAN, as he was teaching Bible class at Mother Church, and he was killed in one of the Charleston NAN, and President Obama did his eulogy. This organization has been on the front line of all of that. As we convene today, the third day of our convention, 21, our virtual convention, the fact of the matter is that we're in the middle of frontline work now. As we went through our first day, it was the day they announced the charging of this police woman in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. And they charged her while we were doing the convention that day, the first day, just 2 days ago. And Ben Crump was then convening and chairing our workshop. And as we will go forward on today, 2 o'clock, Dr. Richardson will bring the next panel on through the night. And then tomorrow, all the head of national civil rights groups will be part of Measure the Movement. And then the youth has the whole afternoon with a series of invigorating panels. And then we will close tomorrow night. Then on Monday, Reverend Toon and our national field director and I will be heading to Minneapolis, because on Monday will be the closing arguments in the trial of Derek Chauvin. And the judge will charge the jury. And sometime Monday evening or Tuesday or Wednesday, the jury will come back on the murder of George Floyd. We will be there until it's over, but can't leave Minneapolis, because on Thursday at 12 noon, I will preach the eulogy of this young man that should not have died, Brother Wright. And I think that as we know 30 years in, that we're still fighting. We started National Action Network amidst the killing of Yusuf Hawkins and Bensonhurst. And here we are 30 years later with George Floyd. But as Bishop Noel Jones said, we're still in the fight. The bad news is that it's still a fight. The good news is that we're still in the fight and that we have not been defeated. Even though we can't claim victory, we can't claim defeat. We must fight on. 2 o'clock, we reconvene. You have a 15-minute break.
Check.
Yeah, she gave me one.
Good afternoon, everyone. We still need everyone to vacate the room so that it can be sanitized by the hotel staff. That is mandatory. It is not optional. We do need everyone under the sound of my voice to please vacate the room now so that it can be sanitized by the hotel. It is a mandatory process as part of the COVID-19 protocol. We appreciate you and thank you for your understanding.
Yeah, they're lining up.
my skincare routine, I was low-key lightweight kind of hooked. I've talked about this essence for quite some time now. And ever since I've gotten a little bit more education about what they are, what they do, I personally consider this a non-negotiable for my SK2, Terra, essence. So what is a face? It is not a toner, it's not a face wash. The easiest way that I can describe the Terra essence is kind of, it's actually recommended that you just use your hands and apply it, one, because it's faster, it's easier, and then that way you get the benefits in your hands and it's yes, I'm fine more, girl. You know she loves that essence, girl. And I actually really love the way that this makes my skin look just on its own. My skin feels balanced, the overall texture and tone feels and looks good. So when it comes to skincare, like I just need it to work. I just need it to work. So I'm looking on the website, and the technical story about what the Patera essence does is a copper treatment. I did say that. Soften and smooth in texture, reduce appearance of dark spots, line, dryness. Boom, I told you about the dryness, girl.
So because of that chair, right?
Enhanced radiant, and the list goes on. I learned that Patera is actually fermented,
So you're gonna have to sign.
You all know I love me some fermentation, girl. Kombucha. They realized that people in Asia that make sake had wrinkled faces because they clearly had more mature skin. But through years and years and years of coming in contact with the hands were totally preserved and kept beautiful and kept youthful. Not that wrinkles are not beautiful, they absolutely are, but it was just such a big contrast from their hand to their eye that they were kind of like, time and really
Right.
like opinion, but it definitely
think I will just say if. The existing so, can you bring the mic on the stage? The podium mic? Yeah, because it was going into the stream. Oh, wait. What's up, friend? Podium. On it? Mm-hmm. Wow.
1 minute.
We'll start again. We have technical adjustment and we'll be right with us, our panels in the waiting room, and we're excited about all of us being here together.
Along with the camera. Okay, let's just get locked up now. Hey Joe, you got that? I only have one mic open. That's it. Oh. Stand by. You still here? I took out New York Interpreter.
We're happy to return this afternoon after having had a tremendous morning and 2 wonderful days. It's my joy. We had a wonderful ministers event. The William Augustus event was a tremendous event, and it was so powerful. Wesley's message was tremendous. The respondents, persons who received the honors, they had profound statements. This convention has been filled with a social justice consciousness that is moved by a fresh, engaging
gleam of a theological insight. It has been powerful coming together. We're hearing the church speak in ways that it had not spoken before the pandemic. Sometimes the pandemic and trials can make us who the Lord wants us to be. He shapes us in the midst of our trials. And so we come this afternoon. We come this afternoon to celebrate. That was yours. That was her loud. Yeah. Can you test her? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. We constantly get the technology straight. You know, this virtual medium is challenging us, but we're becoming adjusted to it. I want to, this evening, this afternoon's panel is really an exceptional opportunity for the church to review itself, for those of us to align ourselves with and call our alignment to social justice in the life of the church and in the life of faith. We have an extraordinary panel this afternoon. I call their names. They will appear on the screen. Let me begin by saying that Dr. Jamal H. Bryant is a senior pastor of Newburgh Church in Atlanta, Georgia. He is a longtime activist, engaged in many activities, college director, NAACP, having led some 70,000 young people worldwide, online campaigns. And he is earned a bachelor's degree from Morehouse College, master's degree from Divinity University, and studied at Oxford University, where he originally earned a doctorate from Graduate Project Foundation. He is clearly prepared for this hour. Also, we are blessed to have Pastor Gabby Cudjoe, Pastor Cudjoe Wolf. She is here with me on the stage tonight. I want to celebrate. She is the pastor of the Double Love Experience Church. She and her husband, some years ago, established the ministry and been going wonderfully well in Brooklyn, New York. And she is a graduate of Yale Divinity School, where she received the Charles S. Messick Prize in Preaching, BA in Public Relations from Hampton University, as well as an MA from New York. She is prepared, graduate student, this is what's happening. It's all that we are blessed to have a time on our schedule to come and share with us experience around the of Long Island, Florida, and Elaine Lake. She has some great groups in the struggle. That's right. Thank you. I also want to celebrate the fact that we are blessed, particularly blessed today, to have, I don't know if this is his first outing or certainly one of the first outings since he was elected to the presiding bishop and chief of the Church of God in Christ. The person of presiding bishop J. Born January 1st, 1959, Detroit, Michigan. He has served in Michigan. He has served in church, God in Christ for more than 30 years in leadership roles. He is for the last 12 years been on the board of bishops of the Church of God in Christ. And just recently, as I said, he was elected to succeed Dr. Bishop Blake, and he is now the prelate, chief prelate of the Church of God in Christ. Brother Sherrod, we're happy to have you join us and to be a part of the continuing struggle that we all are part of. I also want to welcome to this moment Joseph Evans, who is the Dean of Morehouse School of Religion. He is an outstanding brother, having pastored in Washington, D.C. He earned a Bachelor of Arts in History and Government at West Virginia Institute of Technology and Master of Divinity and Doctor of Ministry, Philosophy degree at Southern Baptist Theological Seminary. And he is an inductee into the Morehouse College Martin Luther King Fellows. He is published, he is involved in many, many activities and has given fresh leadership to the Morehouse School of Religion at ITC. Also, we are just delighted to have our distinguished leader, Bishop Vashti Murphy McKenzie,
who is an extraordinary gift to the body of Christ. She brings fresh and clear and solid leadership to the church. She makes the church look good as well. And we praise God for her ministry and for how it is effectively changing people. She is the part of the 200-year-old AME Church. She is a part of the many activities of the AME Church. She is the presiding prelate of the 10th Episcopal District, where she provides leadership to all of the AME churches in the entire state of Texas. She exercises ministry and administrative responsibility for over 200 churches. This includes Paul Quinn College, 140-year-old liberal historically black institution, where she serves as the vice chairman. In the past 4 years, $8.5 million have been contributed from philanthropic donors to undergird the work college program. We over farm and new dormitories. She is exceptional. She has she's been a trailblazer in providing the role of women in ministry and being a leader, first elected female bishop of the AME Church. And we welcome her as well. I want to celebrate Dr. Yolanda Pierce. Dr. Pierce is the dean of the Howard University School of Divinity. And Dr. Pierce is a professor and dean of Howard University School of Divinity in Washington, D.C. She's the first woman to be appointed the dean in the Divinity School. And in 2016, she is the founding director of the Center for African American Religious Life at Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture. Previously, she served as the founder director of the Center for Black Church Studies and associate professor of religion and literature at Princeton Theological Seminary. Pierce holds degrees from Cornell University and Princeton University. She has a very, very significant life as depicted in a broad resume, and we are blessed that she has had time. I've had the privilege of working with her on the Pew Research Center's recent report, and I'm delighted to welcome her here as well. That's right, give her some love. Finally, Dr. Freddie Haynes. Is Freddie up there? Is he up? Freddie Haynes, my dear brother. He is a part of the board of the Conference of National Black Churches, as well as he is a member of the board of the National Action Network. He is pastor of one of the great pastors in Dallas, Texas. He's just led that community and congregation through a most trying season with the challenges of weather and the collapse of the infrastructure. He was a clear voice and a solid foundation in that time. He is a graduate of Bishop College, which was formerly located at Paul Quinn College site. Dr. Haynes serves in Dallas-Fort Worth communities for nearly 4 decades, and he has been a diligent pastor. He's a voice for social justice. He's active in so many aspects of the social justice agenda. He's an outstanding and extraordinary brother. He has been the pastor of his beloved church, which he has expanded its ministry, Friendship West Church, for several years now, and he has done a great job in bringing fresh insight and new enthusiasm to ministry. He has many young pastors who are today engaging in civil rights, often model their ministries after Frederick Douglass Haynes III. So we celebrate him as well. You can see this crowd, this group that I have on here today, I could have read a book about each one of them because they've been so overwhelming. This is a high class that is up before us today, and we're blessed. Let me get into what we are here to do, and we want to talk. The theme of today's panel is the enduring power and relevance of the Black church. The enduring power and relevance of the Black church. And I want to raise the first question and give each of you a chance to respond quickly. As you know, it's a lot of us with a limited amount of time. But I want to put before us the question of what has been the role of the Black church. And I want to start with Bishop Vashti McKinney, because I remember listening to the recent film by Gates, and her sharing her insights into how the church has had a clear relevance historically. And so I want to begin with her and ask Bishop Vashti if she will share.
Well, thank you so much. And I thank God for the National Action Network and the work that you do, and Reverend Sharpton, and those of you who are justice seekers and justice supporters wherever we need to be. I want to also greet the panelists. It's just an awesome opportunity just to be with you, and in your sharing. I want to salute my dean, Howard University. I'm a happy and proud Howard alum, and my nephew in Atlanta, Dr. Bryant, and my co-laborer in Dallas, Texas, Dr. Freddie Haynes, who also serves on the board of trustees of Paul Quinn College, where we will be dedicating a brand new dorm and a brand new dorm life center, as well as a gymnasium, the first new building on the campus in 40 years, and our president, Dr. Sorrell. So when you talk about the enduring power of the Black church, you witnessed today that over and over again, from the beginning, when Africans came to America, there has been a concerted effort not only to destroy Africans in America, but to destroy our faith center, our hearts, our souls, and our spirit. But yet, no matter what has come against us, the gates of hell have not prevailed against the church, period.
That's right.
We are the Lord's boots on the ground, and wherever we have ministry, wherever we have church, we are creating a holy and Ghost beachhead in the middle of the cesspools of culture. We are places where we can speak prophetically for and against, to uplift people who are being attacked on every level every single day. In a conversation with someone else earlier this week, they said, when is it going to stop? It's just relentless, relentless. I said, well, even in the Gospel of Luke, Satan departed for a season, but there is no departure of evil for a season among Black and brown bodies. And so from the brush harbors in the South until today, we have been the greatest radical resistant movement in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. We serve and worship a radical Savior who spoke against the status quo of his day, who had to stand against the critics in his day, who represented the people in his day. And here we are. The baton has been passed, and we are preaching, we are serving. Now, understand that the Black church is not a one-size-fit-all. We sound a little different, move a little different, serve a little different, but we are serving Jesus Christ wherever we are planted. If you ask me, is the church still powerful today? We are still a prophetic and service, powerful prophetic and service work. Are we relevant today? Some people may have different kinds of questions. Maybe yes, maybe no, maybe yes. But yes, the church is relevant in its approach. Could it do better? Of course, everybody could do better. However, as I shared before, we are standing on the shoulders of men and women who sacrificed, who labored, who died, so that now at this stage, we are standing on their shoulders. We're standing on the foundation that they have laid before us. The work is still yet before us. The work still needs to be done. We still need to be training new generations of disciples and newer generations of social justice activists who will now take the mantle and the baton and run in new directions to solve the same problems in a new, different way. We are still fighting our grandparents' war. And I know the other panelists have so much to share, but we are still here.
Still here. Bishop.
We are still here in Jesus' name.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to ask Freddie Haynes, would you like to open and respond to the same overriding query?
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Richardson, for your consistent prophetic
brilliance and leadership on so many levels. I appreciate you. I appreciate, of course, our bold prophet, Reverend Al Sharpton. And again, we always know that if we get in trouble, we can always threaten the powers that be. We're going to call Reverend Al Sharpton because they know to back down before they get smacked down. So we thank God for Reverend Sharpton. Let me also salute this phenomenal panel. I do not feel worthy. I'm intimidated by Yolanda Pierce, but she won't come speak for me at Friendship West, so y'all talk to her about that. But glad to see Dr. Bryant, Bishop McKenzie. I'm a Baptist, but she's my bishop, and I salute her. Dr. Evans, Bishop Sheard, what an honor to be in your company. I'll answer the question by throwing out 3 quotes that reflect for me the history and heritage of the Black church and our fidelity to these quotes, these principles reflect whether or not we're going to be relevant. The first quote I'll give is from Mitzi Smith, the phenomenal womanist scholar. Mitzi Smith says about the Black church that at her best, when she was born reinterpreting a Bible that was misused in order to abuse Black people. We all know that there was a slave Bible that was at the Smithsonian, I understand. We all know that scripture was twisted and misused in order to justify the second-class citizenship of Black people. But Mitzi Smith maintains that what Black people have done historically, we have taken that misrepresentation and reinterpreted it from the bottom, from the margins, one scholar says. And so when we do that, scripture becomes something that we interpret not from the top down in bed with empire, but from the bottom up. And when we do it from the bottom up, it results in our liberation and our empowerment. So the first thing the Black church at its best is doing is reinterpreting a Bible that was used to abuse us. And then Kenneth Clark, a sociologist, says in Dark Ghetto that the Black church is where people of color gather to embrace and launch a frontal attack on the realities that negate their being and their humanity. And so when the Black church is being the Black church is that safe space for people of ebony hue where we can gather. And when we gather, we're able to embrace each other, embrace our Africanity, our Blackness, and then launch a frontal attack on those realities that consistently tell us we are nobody and we are nothing. And then the final piece I'll give is Henry Mitchell. Henry Mitchell says in Black Church Beginnings that at the birth of the Black church, and I love this, every Black preacher made it her or his business to transform their pulpits into platforms for abolition, meaning whatever was going on outside of the church, we made it our business to address it in the church and serve as that headquarters to, in a real sense, launch a movement for abolition. That is the enduring legacy of the Black church, and the relevance of the Black church will continue when we adhere to those 3 principles: reinterpreting scripture that is misused in order to abuse us, and then being that space where we launch a frontal attack against anything that negates our being, and ensuring that we are still that gathering place for abolition of anything, again, that is oppressive when it comes to our living in these disunited states of America. I close by saying I'm talking about the Black church and not necessarily churches with Black people who have embraced white Jesus.
My. Dr. Pierce, Dr. Yolanda, I want you to continue this conversation. I know you.
This is what happens when you're in a panel with a group of preachers. So we have just finished the most holy days of the Christian liturgical calendar. And so I just wanted to stop by and remind people that it's it was never just an Easter speech. You know, that speech you gave when you were that little boy in your sharp Easter suit, or you were that little girl and you had on your gloves and your bonnet and your little Mary Jane shoes, that Easter speech where in the background your grandmama would say, "You got this, baby," or your mother was mouthing the words of the speech so that you knew that she knew the words. See, it was never just an Easter speech because it was a learning lab. It was an environment for little Black children who learned how to speak in public, who got to practice that one day they had to stand up and give an account for themselves. That Easter speech was never just a speech. It actually was about the resurrecting power, sometimes calling dead things dead, but new things to life. That Easter speech was never just an Easter speech. It was, in fact, a space in a world which hates little Black children, in a world which kills little Black boys, in a world that silences and abuses little Black girls. It was a space in which somebody said, "You are a beloved child of God, and we love you." And so it gave birth to our preachers and our teachers and our professors and our bishops and our evangelists. And so when I think about this enduring power, this legacy of the Black church, I think about the folks in the street right now with bullhorns. I think about our modern day abolitionists who are trying to dismantle the prison industrial complex, because that thing that you thought was just an Easter speech was actually the beginnings of an actualization in which that little Black girl, that little Black boy stood and they understood that they were made in the imago Dei, the image and likeness of God. And so when I think about that moment in my own life, and I would wager for some of you in your lives as well, I think about this beginning of the dignity and humanity in which Black folk have found at the foot of the cross. I think about a space that has produced our greatest institutions, our Howards, our Hamptons, our Morehouse, our Spelman. I think about this spiritual home that gave birth to the most important grassroots movement, organizing movement that this nation has ever seen. And so in this end of the Easter season, I remind us that Easter speech was an opportunity for us to say, let some things die so that a better church can be born. And what that church looks like is a place for God's justice. It looks like a place of affirmation for all of God's people. It looks like a place where little Black girls and little Black boys can find safety in an environment that is hostile to their very existence. It looks like a place in which we are affirmed that we are loved and that we are beloved, but mainly it looks like a place where the possibility of a life-giving, spirit-breathed, justice-centered church can be birthed in belief and an affirmation of our soon-coming King. That, for me, is about the enduring power and legacy of the Black church.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I'm going to call on Brother Evans, Dr. Evans, Dean Evans, if he will respond.
Well, thank you, Dr. Richardson, and thank you, Dr. Rivers, Dr. Sharpton, Dean Pierce, my colleague, and to my esteemed and fellow distinguished panel. And I do bring all of us greetings from the Morehouse School of Religion in Atlanta, Georgia, of the ITC, where I understand we're being simulcast on 55 different platforms from Morehouse. So I'm very proud to say that all are being a part of this. I want to try to speak very briefly from the context, Dr. Richardson, for which I think the question was asked. And I think you were asking us the enduring power of the Black church. I would simply say the Black church seems to me, and I think others may affirm this, was born out of resistance and protest. And I make that point because that provides rhetorical space and theological space for the Black church as Dr. Haynes, I believe, was certainly on point. That differs from, let us say, folks who attend dominating cultures churches. That's fine if that's where you find your Jesus, but that is not, by definition, the Black church. The Black church is an organism that was born out of resistance and protest, and frankly, out of suffering and sacrifice and too often shame. Therefore, that says that we have a justice motif. Now, I would like to define justice motif for us today more narrowly. And I think probably everyone that is on this panel has about the same hermeneutic grid. We are liberationists, aren't we? We come from a Black liberation space. We believe that the Old Testament, New Testament, Hebrew Bible, Christian Bible are liberation documents. They're manifestos for liberation. The Old Testament, Yahweh is the hero over the oppressor. In the New Testament, Jesus of Nazareth is the hero, and they're heroines in both instances, all of whom standing in the gap for justice. But if we narrow justice today, at least for me, I think we're talking about economic justice. And I think if we narrow it even further, we're talking about reparations. Just a couple of days ago, I was looking at Martin King speaking in not San Francisco, actually speaking at Stanford. I think we've all seen The Other America. And Dr. King used a very brief but poignant thesis to what I consider one of his finest hours on the public stage. And he simply said, we demand genuine equality. And from there, he laid out what would have been his performance at the Poor People's Campaign. And Dr. King, even in that speech, said that economic justice is this: guaranteed income or full employment. And I would posit to us, brothers and sisters across the country, and I think that this is the point of departure. I would love to see our churches. I'm talking about the Black church, the one that was born out of protest and resistance, speak in this moment to reparations and remind our citizens and remind our people that 1% of the American public controls 40% of all income and wealth. Tell our people that 5% of all of the citizens in the United States controls 67 to 70% of all income and wealth, and 1% of the public controls 80% of all stocks and bonds on Wall Street. Obviously, there has to be a redistribution or the breaking of the communion bread, or democracy cannot exist. I'll close by saying this. There's a economist that I oftentimes read. I like to read William Darity Jr., but there is a fellow by the name of Thomas Piketty that says this: when private interest exceeds the interest of the public, we cease to be a democracy. If we cannot be a democracy, we cannot be a community. If we cannot be a community, we surely can't be a beloved community. And if we can't be a beloved community, all of which are euphemisms for the kingdom of God. I think Jesus said, behold, the kingdom of God, it is near as your hand. Wake up, look up. The kingdom is as near as your hand, but we have to pursue it through kingdom principles, which I believe is to pull down strongholds, to resist and protest empire at every aspect of its hegemonic white supremacist power. And if we do that, I believe, then we are the authentic Black church that was founded in 1619, while all the other folks thought it was a dream. No, our ancestors knew it was a nightmare, but they have turned the nightmare into the possibilities of a realized dream. And I believe the Black church is the catalyst. She can do it if we stand by her. I stand by to listen.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Bishop Sherrod, we're happy to have you join us. Won't you share with us?
Thank you. I certainly want to praise God for Dr. Richardson, and of course, the one and only Reverend Sharpton, and all of these very fine panelists. I want to, first of all, pay my respects to all of you. I think you all are tremendous individuals. I think that the Black church, if we're not careful, we can get into doing something that I think a lot of our churches are guilty of, and that is majoring in minors and minoring in majors. We have to have this relevance. We cannot afford to come to church week after week and act like what is happening in our communities is of no effect on us. A few years ago, I had a potential, a politician came and they wanted me to allow them to speak to our congregation. And then I said to him, it's very difficult for me to allow you to speak to the congregation where you embrace the individual who is snatching away everything that is relevant to them surviving. And of course, we didn't allow that to happen. But our gathering together Sunday after Sunday, in cases of our church, maybe 2 or 3 times a week, has to be strategic. We preachers of the gospel must be like the quarterback in the huddle. We've got to huddle up, give a strategic plan, and then when we break on Sunday morning, our congregants must understand our strategy to overcome these barriers that are facing us on a regular basis. Our communities are in need of us, and it's more than us just coming together. In particularly, I love what Dr. Haynes said, in particularly the Black church. We've got to have more than just a good feeling on Sunday, but we've got to have a feeling that sticks, that goes out into community so that we can change things. So as far as the church, the Black church being relevant, yes, we have to be relevant because of the people that we're leading. And if those people don't feel that we're meeting their needs, my definition of ministry is meeting the needs of people. And if we're not meeting the needs of people, we're actually not doing ministry. Thank you for this space.
Thank you, Doctor. God bless you. I'm going to ask Pastor Gabby Cudjoe-Wilkes, who's here with me in the auditorium, if she will respond.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Richardson, Reverend Sharpton, to everybody on this panel. I love your work and am so honored to be in conversation with you. What I would love to offer is a bit of my perspective. And so in the past year, I have been, my husband and I started a church, as you mentioned, and we got 4 months before the pandemic hit to be a church. And I have been amazed that even though we only had 4 months of physical service before the pandemic hit, how much people have still desired to be connected to the church. It has nothing to do with us and everything to do with the ongoing relevance of the Black church. But what this moment has shown me is that I think that in this moment, it might be helpful if we are to continue to be relevant, to think about the Black church as a fueling station, as a gas station, as opposed to an automobile. And what I mean by that is this: for so long, for so many generations, the Black church has been the vehicle by which we have gotten civically engaged. It's been the vehicle by which we have learned what we know about ourselves and have poured into others. And I believe it still has that capacity. But I think at this point, in this moment, where folks cannot physically gather safely, I have found that we have been able to do our best impact work by being a fueling station. When you think about an automobile, you can only go so far, whether it's a physical car, whether you're getting gas or getting electric gas for my Tesla folks or what have you, but you can only go so far without before getting refueled. And when you don't have fuel, you'll go to any gas station on any corner. And as many of us have seen, in the pandemic, folks are going to 1,000,001 churches. They were already virtual members of a lot of churches, but now the pandemic means they're getting sermon after sermon after sermon from whomever will fill them up. And so I think that I have seen that even though folks have not been able to physically gather, they have needed the Black church in this year in ways that I think can keep us relevant if we are willing not to be the be-all, end-all for people in their lives, but if we are willing to fuel them up with a theological undergirding that they need, with the resources that they need, with the advocacy that they need to do their work. At some point, they're going to get tired and they're going to need to be refilled. And if we're willing to do that work, I think we will always be relevant. And when they come to be refilled, they're going to be coming and telling us of the stories they've seen on the streets, the stories they've seen on their journeys. And I believe we have to be willing to listen and hear and to let those stories impact how we choose to give the kind of fuel. If you have a certain kind of car, take a certain kind of fuel. For those of y'all who drive those nice cars, you can't take regular gas, right? And so as clergy, we need to also understand the kind of fuel that our folks need. And I believe that they will continue to come back to us if we are willing to serve in that way. And so I think those are some of the ways that we can continue to be relevant, even though gathering might be different, it might be forever changed because of the year we've all just lived through.
Yes. Wonderful. Dr. Jamal Bryant, you've been with us yesterday and you're back today, and I'm so grateful for your leadership. Won't you speak to us now?
Thank you so very much, Dr. W. Franklin Richardson, the only man who has written more about grace than the Apostle Paul. I'm appreciative of the privilege.
Jamal, we're getting a feedback. Is there something near you that could be adjusted? We can't hear you, Jamal. There's something happening. Jamal?
Injustice. I am appreciative for his life.
Jamal, can you hear me? Dr. Bryant, can you hear me?
He's frozen.
How are we now, sir?
1 minute. I'm trying to see what we.
Doctor.
Is there? Can you hear me? He dropped. Okay. Let me continue. Hopefully he can return. We only have about another 10 minutes or so, but this is such a rich panel. I mean, this could be a 3-hour panel, but because to have this gathering, this concentration of church leaders who are socially conscious is a real blessing. Let me ask this question, and you can briefly respond to it.
Can you hear me now, sir?
How does the church provide relevance to the emerging generation? Most of us today, even on this platform, we are closer to the older generations than we are to the younger generation, the Zers and the millennials. Many of us are closer to the baby boomers than we are to the Zers. And we're the leaders. We're the leaders of the church. The question I asked is, how do we make that? How do we make our church relevant for those who are in the coming generations? And we know there's a whole lot of impact on their lives, the technology, the whole thinking pattern. Some of them even have dismissed religion as a function of church, more of a spirituality than a function of church. So I'd like to hear your response to that and to our audience. You know, we have about 150 chapter leaders who are attending here and listening to you, and there are over 12,000 persons who are listening in across the country. So your insight is very important. So let me begin, Dr. Haynes.
Okay, and Dr. Bryan is back, just to let you know.
Where, John?
Jamal.
Yes.
Jamal.
Yes.
I'm glad you're back. I'm going back to you. You heard what I said. Maybe you could just respond to two things. I'm glad you're back.
Thank you. Yes, can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for the technical difficulty. Freddie has always sabotaged me through my whole ministry. But but I'm grateful. I want to say, if I can, Dr. Richardson, I want to try to answer both questions in one for the sake of time, the first one and the second one. First, in a historical landscape, it has got to be considered that the Ku Klux Klan never went to burn down soul food restaurants or beauty salons. They went after the church. Because they understood our importance, understood our voice, and understood our influence. Over 350,000 people go to the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia every year to go look at it, even though it doesn't make a sound. They like the symbolism, they like the history, but it is not relevant in this hour because it is making no noise. The critical thing that has happened to the Black church in the pandemic has forced us to ring the alarm loud, to come outside of stained glass windows and to hit street corners. And so our ministries now are becoming more relevant to a generation who dismissed us, who believed that we were completely out of touch. And so we're having to give out food. We're having to do COVID testing, having to stand in the gap when there has been no stimulus for those whose hours have been caught. There's been a great surge, to the second question, of viewership from Friendship West to New Birth to Detroit with our presiding Bishop Sheard. And nobody is giving us the data as to why so many more people are now watching streaming than went physically. And the answer, Dr. Richardson, is because now people are able to come to church and have tattoos, wear piercings, be fully engaged in where it is that they stand without the theater and the politics of the church. I think that we are more relevant now than we have been in a generation. And I say that from Atlanta, where we have elected the first pastor to the U.S. Senate since Reconstruction. I say that to you from Atlanta, where Bishop Reggie Jackson is now in closed door meetings with Coca-Cola, with Home Depot and Delta Airlines to figure out what are they going to do in corporate responsibility to voter suppression that is taking place. I say that to you from Atlanta, which has taken the blueprint model from right down the road from where you are right now in Harlem, where Atlanta is now replicating that same model of understanding to create a culture. You've got to impact not just worship, but how it is that we live, how we do business, and how we, in fact, continue a life. And so I think that the church is relevant, but what we will see, the real test of our mettle, will be post-pandemic. Will we run back into the pews, or will we stay out in the street? Amazingly, one of the most prophetic voices of the Black church was not ordained, did not have a clergy collar, didn't go to Howard or Morehouse School of Medicine, but it was DMX, who taught a generation that it's okay to pray out loud, even if you have no ordination and can't sit on the front row. And so I think that we're being repackaged in a 21st century model to see that the church is the church of Jesus Christ, when 93% of what Jesus did was outside of the church. And now 93% of what we do is in the church. And so I think that we've got to find what is that hybrid model, not just about streaming, but about serving and about witnessing. And so in this pandemic, the church was never closed. It was just reopened.
Say it, Doc. All right. Freddie, you want to respond? I had you on the hook before you got back.
Right. So I'll just say, piggybacking on my saboteur, Jamal Bryant, number one, it's very important that we listen to the generation that we, in a real sense, became irrelevant to, and more than that, neglected. One of the things that just blessed us, we were privileged at Friendship West to have the Reverend Gabby Wilkes and all of her brilliance to present to us during our recent Broughton Wells lecture series. And the aftermath has been such a blessing because young people were excited to see someone they could relate to, not just someone they could relate to, but someone who spoke their language and the language of the church. And she was absolutely powerful. So I think it's going to be very important that we give platform to our younger voices. Number two, it's going to be very important that we adopt a mindset where we are no longer simply pastoring our churches. We have to pastor our communities. When you go to Atlanta and people talk about Jamal Bryant, they're not talking about him simply as the pastor of New Birth. They refer to him as the pastor of the community. Once we develop that mindset, I promise you, that's the kind of witness that will win over a young generation when they see us, not just in the sanctuary, but they see us in the streets. Dr. Richardson, our beloved late mentor, Emmanuel Scott Sr., put it like this: in too many instances, Black preachers have been guilty of being invisible during the week and incomprehensible on Sunday. We can't do that if we're going to reach this generation.
Yes, sir. Bishop Sherrod, would you like to join into this feast?
Well, I was, I enjoy Dr. Haynes. Of course, I always enjoy my brother, Dr. Bryant. But what they're saying, and what I totally agree with, is that in order for us to be relevant for this generation, we got to hear them. We got to quit preaching at them and then take some time and hear what their needs are. I'm going back to what I said earlier. If you're going to do ministry, you got to meet the needs of people. And if you don't know their needs, you're not doing ministry. And so we can't just tell them stuff, but we've got to have a sit down, hear what they're saying. And as Dr. Haynes so eloquently said it, we can't just preach inside the four walls of our church, but we've got to do this community churching. So sometimes we may have to get out in the parking lot. I'm not ashamed, of course. I'm going down the street with my bullhorn here in Detroit sometime. And we have outdoor service and just walking down the street and talking to the different one. And I'm not afraid. I know they may come if may have their hoods on, they may have their tattoos, they may have their piercings. But if you're afraid to communicate with your people, then why should anybody else take the time to do anything for them? Thank you.
Say it, Doc. Say it, Bishop. Brother Evans, I'm going to ask you to speak. Then I'm going to call for Dr. Wilkes to speak. And then I want our Dean Howard, to close us out. How about that? Can we do that? Brother Evans, you want to take a bite?
Well, thank you, Dr. Richardson, and thank you to all the panel members who have enlightened me and given me much to consider and certainly much to make application. So let me take off the Dean of Morehouse School of Religion hat for a moment and kind of put the pastor's hat back on, as well as maybe the professor of homiletics, the preacher hat. So we teach folks that for every 20 minutes, and let me digress and say it this way, I think 20 minutes of preaching after pandemic might be about right. I don't know if we should try to preach longer than that, because there are going to be considerable issues that people have that we may need to look at what Longinus says. Perhaps brevity indeed is sublime. But if we use the 20 minutes model, I think that if we preach 20 minutes on a Sunday morning, there needs to be at least 20 hours of ministry, not simply in the church, but as everyone has said, in community, connecting with civic leaders, connecting with commerce, connecting with economic leaders, connecting with psychiatrists, sociologists, all that make up the fabric of the community, so that we can address the aftermath. That is, after the pandemic, what do we do now? I think I'll just close by saying that all of us, more than likely, if we haven't, we should read Eddie Glodd's brilliant book, Begin Again, a critical piece, a structural postmodernist piece that frees James Baldwin from any detractors. And we see him as he is. And I would argue that James Baldwin may be as Christian or more Christian than some folks I've ever met in my life, because of his sincerity and his realness. But I had to go back and look at the book again. And that word begin again in the second reading came from James Baldwin's childhood church, not too far from where you are now, Dr. Richardson, down in Harlem, as you know. And out of that tradition, began again, it really meant that when you get off track, you go back to the first principles learned. And I suspect that is what we need to do. We need to begin again, go back to first principles, and put together our communities, one person at a time, and preach briefly, preach powerfully, worship powerfully, but do ministry in a social and civic fabric, so that we can help people who have been really caught in the social margins. And I know that the Black church can do that because, once again, we are about being born out of resistance, protest. We've suffered, we've sacrificed, we've even experienced shame. But we're going to have to do that, I believe, if we're going to help people who cannot necessarily help themselves. Dr. Richardson, thank you, and thank you to all my panel members with me. It's been a thrilling opportunity to be with you here today.
Pastor Wilkes.
Thank you. First of all, Dr. Haynes, thank you so much for those kind words about being at your church last month. It was a joy to offer that lecture. I will just kind of share, building on what I shared earlier. I think to reach emerging generations, I am a millennial, and we are quickly becoming old and outdated. Amen, somebody. Most millennials are almost 40, if not already 40. So first we got to make sure that we're talking to the right folks, because the Black church keeps you young forever and then you're old. It's like you never grown. You're young forever and then you're old. So, so first make sure we know who we're talking to. One of my nephews is a freshman at Morehouse. The other is a sophomore at Hampton. They are the emerging generation. There are folks who are 15 and more years younger than me who are the emerging generation. So I think first we need to make sure we always know who we're talking to. Second, I go back to the point I shared earlier. I do not believe we are in a season where the church is the be-all, end-all of Black folks' lives, especially emerging folks. And if we can diversify what it means to be called, I believe we can reach emerging generations. And so when we can understand that somebody may be called, but they may not want to spend 6 out of 7 days at the church, but they want to walk out their call outside of the church, if we can find ways to speak that language, we have public health professionals who are called to that work, who many of us called on for the first time during the pandemic, but they've been doing this work for a while. When you have folks called to other areas and other sectors that might not be preaching or singing, but they do this work out of a theological undergirding of who they believe Christ to be and how they believe they should be walking this earth. If we can speak that language and let them tell us what they're called to and help them walk in that call, I believe we can be more relevant to that generation. And the last thing I'll say is this: if they do decide to show up in your church, if they do decide to be active, give them the space to lead from their areas of expertise. You have young adults in congregations who are VPs at banks and everywhere else, and y'all won't even let them count the money, right? So if they're going to choose to be active, honor their gifts and talents in ways that show that they are integral to being a part of the community and not just a stat where you can say I have this number of individuals who fall between the age range of 20 to 40 in my congregation. That's what I would say.
So, Dr. Dean,
Yes.
I want you to close out this panel and with your comments.
Thank you. So just 2 comments, and thank you for this opportunity. So before the Black church was an institution, before we had buildings, before we had denominations, we were a movement of freedom-loving, justice-seeking people. So while it's a wonderful thing that we have institutions, we can't ever stop being a movement. And so if we're talking to emerging generations, by which we now mean Gen Z, the millennials are in their 40s and have mortgages, ask me how I know. The emerging generations, Generation Z, we have to really take seriously what it means to be part of movement work. They're out in the streets. And that is where God also is. The second thing I want to say is that we also need to be able, institutional Black church, to humble ourselves and admit where we've fallen short. There has been a lot of church hurt. There's been a lot of wounding. There's been a lot of pain that people have experienced at the hands of men and women who consider themselves a part of the body of God. If we want to be effective in reaching generations and peoples, if we want to be effective in making a change in the culture, then it starts with a spirit of humility and a spirit of repentance to say we are sorry where we have fallen short and we want to do better, and we want to get it right. If we don't model that, then no one will take us seriously. So with a humble spirit, we need to say, we've gotten it wrong sometimes. We haven't always loved the people we should love. We haven't always been affirming of the least of these. We haven't always done the work to which we have been called. But we can do it with your help. And that spirit of humbleness and humility, people are drawn to that because then they know that you're real. Not only institutions, but movements, and a spirit of humility, a spirit of apology, and a wanting to do better, wanting to get it right, wanting to do more, wanting to be more inclusive, helps us to do the work. In fact, that is our legacy. Before we had buildings, before we had denominations, before we had churches, we were a movement.
Thank you so much. Let me say to each of you, you bring so much wealth to this conversation. I always feel like we just touched the tip of the iceberg, but it is very inspiring and challenging to hear these perspectives, these voices of the church. And I want you to know, on behalf of Reverend Sharpton, the members of the Board of Trustees, our chapter leaders, and members of NAN, we want you to know we are deeply grateful for you taking time this afternoon to share with us. And we look forward to the future relationship between the National Action Network and the various institutions that you represent. We are all trying to figure this out. Like Dr. Yolanda said a few minutes ago, we're trying to figure it out. We really don't have the answers. You know, people put us on panels and they want us to speak like we've got the answer. But the truth is, we're all exploring. We're all expressing our perspectives. And somewhere the answer is to be found in the diversity of our perceptions and in us sharing with each other. And so I want you to know that we are richer today for you having taken time out to join us in this conversation. And we pray that indeed, in fact, the church, the Black church, will be more relevant tomorrow than it is today. And let's all of us commit to do that. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being with us. Okay. Let me keep your attention. Reverend Sharpton is on his way into this moment, and he wants us to be here and to share together. And so let me do something that's rather unorthodox. Is there a mic on the floor? There's a mic on the floor. Does somebody have a comment or question that you want to share with us in this moment? Somebody, Brother Rivers. My brother in the back. We got the mics moving around. Understand, I don't want you to make a speech. I want you to ask a question.
Is it, good afternoon, Dr. Richardson. My name is Joe Gonzalez.
I know.
Is it within the realm of the possible that we could put together a task force to study why so many churches in central Brooklyn, numbering about 100, have collapsed in a tight little area in central Brooklyn, almost every one of them brought out by one or two corporate interests now own those church buildings? Because it would just seem to me that there's some targeted effort in a tight neighborhood in Brooklyn, actually 3 neighborhoods, that so many churches have been lost. Yes. So I'm calling for consideration of a possible task force to study that. Thank you, sir.
I think it is worth being studied. I would say to you that it may not be so much a focus on churches as it is the gentrification potential of the space churches occupy. And and that's happening not just in Brooklyn, it's happening in Harlem. We lost a whole lot of churches in Harlem, but it's not because of religion, it's because of real estate. And they've had maneuvering schemes to manipulate churches out of their property. Churches have scams. So it's worth looking at, but it's not a theological question. It's really a question of economics and gentrification, which ultimately is theological, because they take our money, our pension funds, and they reinvest them, and they take grandmama's pension fund and then sell grandmama's neighborhood from either, and then grandmama had nowhere to live. So it's certainly a justice issue, if it may not be theological. Yes. Anybody else have a comment, question, what you heard today? Some response be helpful to me. Make good use of this space. Reverend Sharpton's coming in now, and he's here. Yeah, I didn't have to call y'all along for so long, you know. Thank you.
Give a hand to our chairman and the panel. I'm doing double duty between our syndicated radio show and the convention. People are tuned in all over the country with our syndicated radio show. Let me now go into our billion-dollar capital landscape of black business. I know Joe Fernandez wants to hear about this black billion-dollar landscape. And first, we're going to hear some virtual remarks from the Secretary of the Department of Commerce, member of the Cabinet of President Joe Biden, Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo. And then we're going to play to you a one-on-one conversation I had with Melody Hobson. Many of you have heard of her, mega businesswoman. And then we will start our panel. Panel will be moderated by Robert L. Green, who is of the NAIC Billion Dollar Growth Initiatives. The panelists will be Jim Reynolds, of the founder and chair of JLC Infrastructure, Jay Whiteman of Stellix Capital Management, and Taris Richardson, founder and CEO of IMB Partners. These are people that handle billion-dollar platforms, black companies. You need to know them and know how we all do business. So we also have Tammy Jones and Taris Robinson on that. So let's go first here from the Secretary of Commerce.
Thank you, Reverend Al Sharpton, for inviting me to address everyone today. Before I begin, I'd love to congratulate you on your 30th anniversary. The National Action Network's mission is rooted in the continued fight for civil rights and justice for all. The work National Action Network focuses on is absolutely vital to ending systemic racism within our country. I'm honored and humbled to have the opportunity to share with you how the Department of Commerce under the Biden-Harris administration will play its part in building an equitable nation where everyone has a shot at the American dream. As the Secretary of Commerce, my mission is simple: to spur good-paying jobs, empower entrepreneurs to innovate and grow, and help American workers and businesses compete. The COVID-19 pandemic and the economic fallout have only made this mission more important as millions of workers, small businesses, and families have struggled to make ends meet. Communities of color particularly have faced the brunt of this crisis. We have to commit ourselves to make sure that in our recovery from this pandemic, nobody is left behind. We have to build a more inclusive economy for all. The Biden-Harris administration is clear about the economic challenges facing communities of color. From the very beginning, President Biden has been focused on building back better. And building back better means creating an economy that addresses these historical inequities. And the Department of Commerce, we are ready to use all the tools in our toolbox to do our part to build a more equitable economy. We can't return to the old ways of doing business as usual, and I'll prioritize tackling the systemic racism that has persisted in our economy in everything that I do. To build back better than before, we must address the systemic challenges Black and brown people face when it comes to starting and growing a business, especially when it comes to accessing capital and accessing international market opportunities. Business ownership is a core piece of building wealth and creating good-paying jobs for communities of color. But the persistent disparities in access to capital, and often outright discrimination, continues to marginalize Black and brown entrepreneurs. One of the key agencies at Commerce that will help tackle this issue is the Minority Business Development Agency, the MBDA. Since its founding in 1969, MBDA has been the only federal agency driving the growth and sustainability of minority businesses nationwide. In recent years, the agency has developed a number of grant vehicles administered through our business centers that directly serve minority business entrepreneurs nationwide. The focus of MBDA has been specifically on expanding STEM-oriented businesses. MBDA business centers are aligned with the National Action Network's goals for economic development and the growth of MBEs. Currently, the agency has a nationwide network of business centers addressing the needs from the impact of civil unrest to COVID-19. Our agency continues to be a solution provider to tackle minority business issues and opportunities associated with growth capital, rural entrepreneurship, cybersecurity, and recovery. Minority businesses and economic development are vital to our country. We are building more and more opportunities to create a balanced and prosperous future. Moving forward, I aim to grow MBDA's role in our economic recovery and elevate its crucial work to advance racial equity within the business community. In order to craft the right policy and make the right investments to end systemic racism, we need to build a government that looks like America. Internally, at the Department of Commerce, we're working to create an inclusive professional culture that addresses the challenges and mitigates the barriers that have existed in the past. We're focused on new and diverse voices in our government that will make the kind of change that President Biden was elected to make, the kind of voices that have been pushed out of the halls of power for most of our nation's history. These professionals are smart, resourceful, innovative, resilient, and motivated, the kind of people who make great leaders. We look forward to seeing what Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network will accomplish in the next few years. Together, let's create a future that invests in all of our communities and for future generations. It's time to build back better, to build back smarter, and to build back equitably. Our goal is to ensure that hardworking families in every community can write the next chapter of their own American stories. Thank you for having me, and let's get to work together.
All right, Melody, let me start by asking you, what is Project Black?
What we're doing at Ariel Investments is we are starting a new business. It's called Ariel Alternatives. And what Ariel Alternatives is doing is we started an initiative where our goal is to scale sustainable minority-owned businesses that have two things that we bring together: capital and customers. In so doing, we're trying to create tier one suppliers to Fortune 500 companies and really drive growth in a very new way as it relates to minority business enterprises.
Explain to those at the conference and those that will be watching virtual around the country, what impact will it have on Black businesses' ability to grow and scale?
This is something we're doing that has never been done before. And that is specifically, we are targeting businesses that have revenues of $100 million to $1 billion. So we're going towards bigger businesses. And in so doing, they may not be minority businesses before we buy them, but they will be afterwards. by virtue of our ownership, by virtue of the leadership that we will install in the C-suite of those organizations. That doesn't mean we throw people out. We will enhance. It also means that we will have a majority minority board. We will have exceptionally diverse workforce. And at the end of the day, we'd like to create a situation where there's ownership of the company from the C-suite, those chief executive officer roles, chief financial officers, et cetera, to the rank and file. And the idea that we have is, in so doing, we can create more economic opportunity for Black and Latinx people and ultimately narrow the wealth gap in this country. If we're successful, we will have created billion-dollar Black and Latinx businesses in this country over the next decade. And that does not exist today.
Now, explain why this is so important now when we've lost so many Black businesses due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
It's so important right now because we need businesses of scale. 95% of minority business enterprises in this country have less than $5 million in revenue, 95%. At the same time, you have all of these Fortune 500 companies out there that say they want to do more in spending with minority vendors. Right now, those Fortune 500 companies are spending about 2% of their spend, which equals about $125 billion a year with minority business enterprises. But their stated goal, what they're saying out loud, is they want to spend somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 15% of their spend with minority business enterprises, which means there's $1 trillion opportunity out there, but we don't have the businesses to meet that scale. So we've got to grow and create some bigger minority businesses.
Now, and this falls in line with what we focus on National Action Network of dealing with the generational wealth gap. That we've got to develop generational wealth, not just getting by kind of psychology.
That's exactly right. And this is first and foremost, we are chasing returns. So we want to generate very strong returns for the people who consider, partnering with us in this strategy. But more importantly, we think about the fact that those returns give us the opportunity to have this impact. And this impact is on wealth creation. And this impact is on narrowing the wealth gap that exists in this country. This wealth gap that has gotten bigger in this pandemic, and this wealth gap that has to be addressed if we ever are to have a fair and equitable society. It's going to come down to economics.
Now, lastly, talk about the co-investment from J.P. Morgan Chase. And I want to say this for people that don't know, and many NAN leadership knows. I don't know about our members and the public that watches this, but we've been working with J.P. Morgan Chase on larger commitments, several meetings with Jamie Dimon that you, Melody, helped make happen. And he's been very sincere and very effective. I mean, we can actually mark off some data saying these things have happened. But talk about the co-investment from J.P. Morgan Chase.
First of all, I appreciate you saying that. I'm just doing my part. I wouldn't have joined the board if I didn't think I was aligning myself with a company that had the right intentions when it comes to creating opportunity for everyone in America. And I'm so glad to hear that you feel that you're seeing the results that I am seeing as well. So that's great to hear that feedback. JP Morgan has committed to be a co-investor, a strategic partner alongside of us in this endeavor. And that's something that we're really excited about. And they've committed up to $200 million. They can go beyond that with board approval, but it's the $200 million that we think is really great to help add on to whatever we are able to do. So that is them putting their money where their mouths are, not just being ideas, but really, not just talk, but action.
Well, I appreciate your role there and in so many other places, Starbucks and all. You really, really have been one that has been committed and has shown it. And there are tangible, real things that would not have happened if Melody Hobson hadn't happened. Thank you so much.
I wouldn't exist if you didn't do the work that you do. So it's because of you and others that I'm even here. And I will never forget that. I have a job to do.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Green. I'm the CEO of the National Association of Investment Companies. We are a trade association of diverse owned that includes African American, Latinx, and Asian private equity firms. I'm excited to be here today. I want to thank Reverend Richardson, your chairman, and Reverend Sharpton, your president, for working with us and giving us this important opportunity to speak with their audience. I brought along a few friends, but more than being my friends, they are some of the most impressive business people in the country, bar none. And what I want to say before I allow each of them to tell you what they do is the topic of why is the National Action Network talking about business and wealth and finance and all these topics that you may not think of when you think about social justice. But let's not fool ourselves. What we continuously and disappointingly see happening on the TV news and in our streets at night is not only connected to how people see us, but how people value us. And in valuing Black and brown bodies less than, you have outcomes like we have today. And much of that starts with 400 plus years of being capital in a capitalistic system. So I've got people here that are far better at it and expert at it than I do, but I want to point out the importance of where they're coming from. So the quick answer on how is minority business doing? Minority business is bigger than you think. If you think about it in terms of storefronts and local Main Street type businesses, and frankly, smaller than it should be. So I'm going to we'll start ladies first. I'm going to ask Tammy Jones of Basis Investment Group to introduce herself and to tell us what her firm does and how she relates to the topic. Tammy?
Great, thank you. Thank you, Rev, and thank you all for thinking this was an important topic to talk about, because economic justice and racial equity, it's all of our concern. So as Bob said, my name is Tammy Jones, and I am CEO and founder of a firm called Basis Investment Group. And Basis is a commercial real estate private equity investor and lender. So we basically invest public pension capital across the United States in all kinds of projects. We have a focus on workforce and affordable housing. I grew up in South Jamaica, Queens. And so that, getting into home ownership and backing people in that regard is something really important to me. We also invest in community centers, retail, office buildings, you name it. And so wealth creation is important to me. I have also invested and loaned over $800 million with other minority and women-owned commercial real estate owners and operators across the United States. The other hat that I wear is similar to Bob's in terms of an organization. I am the chair of Real Estate Executive Council, which is the preeminent professional trade organization for African Americans and Latino executives in commercial real estate. So I'm happy to be here and looking forward to the discussion.
Great. Thank you, Tammy. Next, we're hearing a lot of conversation about infrastructure these days, infrastructure. And a lot of times when we hear infrastructure, we think of roads and bridges because that's the aspect of it that we touch. And we oftentimes think that this is government money used to build it. But in many cases, this is private investment capital. And I want to introduce Jim Reynolds of JLC Infrastructure to tell you what he does and how he connects to this broader topic. Welcome, Jim.
Hey, Bob, thank you so much. It's good to be with you all today. Thanks to Reverend Al Sharpton for hosting the conference. It's always the highlight of my year to be involved. And sorry we have to do it virtually, as I always love to engage with everybody in the room, especially Reverend Al. But this is a major topic. Obviously, President Biden has really escalated this topic to the forefront of mine, the infrastructure topic. One of the hats I'm wearing, I'm one of the main partners, Magic Johnson and myself, are two of the lead general partners in JLC, that's Johnson Loop Capital. That infrastructure fund has a little under $1 billion of assets under management, and it truly is what it says. We invest in the nation's infrastructure. To Bob's point, private investment in public assets is much larger than people think. Many of our projects, some of our projects you guys have been in before, when you fly into the new LaGuardia Airport, we're part of the equity in that transaction. It's the first airport terminal that's ever had African-American or minority firms as owners. We're also 30% owners of the JFK Terminal 1, which is the main international terminal. In addition, though, we do invest in roads, bridges. We have a sustainable energy platform that also does solar, does wind, does sustainable energy, and the like. And so as we look at the $2 trillion package that the president has proposed, we're very excited about it. We're excited by the impact on, it's going to be ports, it's going to be airports, it's going to be broadband, it's energy, it's water and sewer and piping and roads and bridges. So we're very, very thrilled. We think it's going to be an excellent opportunity to invest in and something we'll explore more, particularly, Bob, I want to spend some time talking about how African Americans, Black and brown people, the incentives that could be used to get us more involved in that from an equity perspective.
Absolutely, Jim. We'll be sure to cover that. Next, I want to introduce Taurus Richardson of IMB Partners. Taurus is the founder of his firm, and his firm is heavily focused on the private equity side. We've heard from real estate. We've heard from infrastructure. Taurus, please introduce yourself and tell us how you connect to this discussion.
Thank you very much. Reverend Al Sharpton, thank you for having me. It is a pleasure to be in this panel in this meeting. I come to this work by thinking that minority business, African-American business has done a lot to grow small businesses and minority businesses, and we don't spend enough time talking about acquiring businesses. And so when I was a teenager, my dad, coming out of Vietnam, bought a bar for $120,000. And I saw him spend 40 years, employing people and creating wealth, both for him and his family, but also making sure people had jobs. I saw a person named Reginald Lewis buy a $1 billion business and become a member of the Forbes 400 when I was 17, 18, 19 years old. And you roll forward sort of 30 years later, and the number of us that know how to use mergers and acquisitions to grow Black business just isn't enough. And so a part of my dream and a part of my reason to be in this panel is to just encourage. By way of background, I like to do, not just talk. And so today I own about $700 million of revenue by way of acquisitions of IT businesses, utility businesses, food businesses, servicing military, state government, and utility companies. And it's just as easy to buy and build a business as it is to start by way of an acquisition and create larger companies that are owned by Black entrepreneurs. So I'm great to be here. I love to talk about the technique of mergers and acquisitions and private equity. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Taurus. And our final guest speaker today is Martin Cabrera. And Martin brings the investment banking, but also some of the real estate and even some of the political aspects to the conversation. Martin, welcome. And please tell us how you connect to the conversation today.
Thanks, Bob. And thank you, Reverend, for inviting me. I appreciate being here. And our company, Cabrera Capital, as you had mentioned on the investment banking side, is dealing with some of the largest corporations in the world, doing underwritings for them, and even with the help and support of the Reverend, and how he is kind of encouraging some of these major corporations like Chartwell and Verizon to be more inclusive. And they're working with him closely, but also giving the other opportunities to Black and brown firms. So Jim Reynolds and myself and other firms have participated because of that. So we appreciate all of your efforts and all the work that you're doing, Rev, on behalf of so many others around the country. We are working with the federal government and Treasury Department as well. And there's a lot of opportunities, and even this conversation of how you can kind of work on policies to be more inclusive. But on the development side and the real estate side, we are working on about a $400 million project on the southwest side of Chicago. And we are the majority kind of developer, and we have a minority partner but we are also including Black and brown firms that are architects, engineers, attorneys, to really demonstrate that as Black and brown folks, we can do this together in significant transactions, but that the money trickles down. And we're working on affordable housing, low-income housing projects, and we're looking at others around the country. So along with the capital provider, we are working on looking to identify some of the top talented Black and brown developers that we can kind of co-develop projects with around the country. But the impact is significant. And it's not just the businesses that are participating, some of the jobs that we are creating and getting folks into the unions. And some of those jobs are not minimum wage jobs. They start off at $42.65 an hour. And getting folks in the community that have those opportunities where they can provide for their family and have good paying jobs. It's critical and it's impactful. And we're happy to be a part of the conversation and what we can do to help implement some of those policies with the new administration, but also with some of the pension funds, which I know we'll discuss a little later. We're happy to be here.
Excellent. Thank you, Martin. So let me teach. My mother was an elementary school teacher, and I never want to waste the opportunity to give a little bit of a lesson to our folks. And this one will be quick. For those that walk around and perceive that communities of color are poor, I will disavow you of that notion. As a nation, if you add up the wealth of the minority population in the U.S., we would be the 7th largest economy in the world. And I point that out to you because it was the late 20th century poet Tupac Shakur that said they got money for wars but can't feed the poor. Our problem is not an issue of capital. Our problem is an issue of access to capital. Our capital is tied up in pension plans, right? So if you think of all the teachers, firefighters, public employees, other government sector employees, and even certain corporate folk that have pension plans, their wealth is tied up in those pension plans. That money in every city across the country gets invested quietly. They don't put billboards up about it. They don't print it in the newspaper. That money gets invested on a stealth basis, and it gets handed out to firms around the country to become partners, investment partners with them. Where that capital doesn't flow efficiently is to the firms that we come from, the Black and the brown firms. So I want to start with Tammy, and I want to start, Tammy, with the conversation around how you raise money. Surely you're investing a lot of different people's money, but you still have to go to certain entities, pension plans and foundations and endowments, and make a pitch to get your capital. Talk about how that process works and why it's challenging.
Will do. So first of all, 69 trillion is the number that we hear about globally, the assets under management for some of these pension funds and other endowments. 1.3% is invested with African American owned companies. And so when you hear that statistic, you know that there's a huge disconnect and a huge problem. So when I raised my first fund, I had to be strategic because it wasn't, even though I had a long, history and track record of doing this business, some of my white counterparts could roll out of firms and just get 500 million of capital. I had to actually figure out how to go to get capital where I was welcome, because Black and brown investment management firms, for whatever the reason, even though there's no data to support this, we are perceived as more risky. And so that's the first thing. And despite the fact that our firms, Black and brown, particularly African-American firms, which I'm focused on, we outperform many of our peers. And so that's the first challenge or barrier. So I decided to be strategic about my fundraise, and I went to places around the country where I actually saw a woman or a minority that would be somewhere in the process, because often the investment teams all, white or largely white, and so you have to go before them. There are various gatekeepers in the process that are actually the pension funds have to consult with. They're called consultants, to give a little bit of a lesson like Bob was doing. And so many of those teams don't look like us. And so I went around the country to places where there was a African-American CIO. And these places are not that many, to be honest. And so what happens in our process is we're not able to raise funds that are as large as some of our counterparts. And so and it costs minority businesses a lot more money. And so what we need to do is to figure out how to break down each of the barriers, because study after study shows that if given the opportunity, African-American firms will invest together. As I mentioned, I've invested $700 million with other firms, and we hire each other. 78% of my team is women and minorities. And that has a multiplier effect in our communities. In real estate, I could go on and on. 90% of the large-scale developers are white men in real estate. And many of those folks have backing from these public pension plans as well. And so these are the folks that are building in our communities, which is why it's so important to have people that look like us that are actually investing this capital, backing other businesses. And so because there is a multiplier effect. So it really is about breaking down the barriers, shining a light on the issues. The data doesn't lie, and making sure that we are holding the public pension plans and any of the folks that are actually allocating this capital accountable to making sure that they have diversity in their managers, because that's going to lead to better returns. And so I'll make this final point. I would offer that if you are not investing with diverse folks that look like us, then you are not doing your job to maximize returns.
No, that's exactly right. Jim Reynolds, when I was in driver's ed in high school, the teacher told me that it cost $1 million a mile to build a highway, right? $1 million a mile. And my mind just raced with how many miles that was and how much it would cost. And I'm sure that given as old as I am now, that inflationary number has taken it up to about $5 million a mile. But if you do that math, Jim, there are going to be billions and trillions of dollars spent. What does it mean for our folks to be in that game? What can happen if we're in that game? And what's the dividend for the African American and Latinx community?
That's an amazing point. And it's a point that you could say over and over and over, because remember, we're always continuing to build either new highways or redo the old highways year after year. The technology around, the technology around tollways or toll-less, gateless tolling and people-less tolling, and on and on and on with infrastructure. This is going to be a major business in the United States through infinity. The United States was late to this infrastructure game, private capital and infrastructure, because we always had a municipal bond market. And in Europe, in Asia, Australia, Latin America, there's always been private investment in public assets. But in the US, it's a very new phenomenon. I will tell you, and I want to pick up on Tammy's point, and it's very good to see Tammy. It's been a while. Good to see you, my dear. I will tell you one of the things that helped us raise money, and it's a few pointers that I want to just kind of hand out around what we do and how we do it. And Bob, your efforts at NAIC have been absolutely valuable in allowing and opening doors for all of our firms to raise money. But I think what you notice, and what I've noticed, and you would probably agree, the African American and Hispanic-owned businesses, the Black and brown businesses that really seek dollars, the ones that have been the most hurt are the ones that are invested in almost what is known as a commodity sort of investments, large cap equities, mid cap equities, fixed income. Those have been hit very, very, very hard. You would also agree, though, that the areas of minority-owned managers that have done the best have been the alternative management firms. Yep. Probably some of the most successful are in that private equity space where TARS is. Mm-hmm. And they raise money and they close their funds in weeks or months. I've got one of my buddies, Marty Nesbitt at Vistria, opened and closed $1.5 billion in just a few months. Yeah. So it is there. Some of the things that you have to be mindful of, there's one, what is the asset class that you're in? Mm-hmm. What is the structure of your team? What's the competitive environment out there and your track record? You are absolutely right, but the progress has been made that it is more difficult for minority-owned managers to raise funds. But there is certainly opportunities that continue to be there. We had a great deal of success in our first fund with insurance companies with pension plans, and it still grows. And we're going to probably do our second. We expect that we will have even greater success because of the space we're in. Like you started off with, infrastructure is a new asset class. We have a unique investment team that knows it. We're connected to a public finance operation. So, and Magic and I are together. Mm-hmm. And so when you look at all the boxes that we check, it works. But Bob, as you know, and you've been in this longer than anybody, you don't want to have too many chinks in the armor or too many weaknesses in your approach, because they will get capitalized and jumped on. But if you come with the right team, right group of professionals with the right track record and background, you have a much easier time accessing capital.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. That journey across capital and how we get to it is an amazing one. And you're right. From an infrastructure standpoint, we're going to perennially be in that business and constantly need to do it. So that's fabulous. Taurus, I've learned a lot of things from you over the years, but one of the things you've taught me is the importance of scale, just how critical scale is. Talk a little bit about what the capital allows in terms of scale and why scale is so important in what you do.
Sure. Again, Bob, the biggest opportunity is to figure out how to make sure that when a bad market comes, a customer leaves, that your business can sustain itself. And so making sure you have enough scale, whether it be in the capital base you have, the customer base, the revenue and EBITDA, is sort of quintessential to making sure you have viable Black business going forward. That said, on the merger and acquisition front, if a business owner or if an entrepreneur listening to this panel is trying to get into the business, what you have seen historically is that we always rotate to relatively smaller acquisitions because that's what's easiest for us to access, and we've limited ourselves. And what Melody is talking about with Project Black or the conversation today is, how do you pursue businesses with 10 million, 20 million, 50 million of EBITDA that may be valued at 50 to 500 million? Mm-hmm. I believe today, whether it be the people on this panel or in the network at NAIC, that you can raise the money if you secure the deal. And the bigger the deal is, it turns out it's actually easier to raise the money than when you're doing smaller things. And so the aspiration of the moment is simply to make sure that we're not limiting ourselves to doing small things.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Martin, you've had many conversations with labor leaders. You have helped them think about it. But the truth is that labor controls a lot of capital in this country. And when I think of labor, I not only think of African Americans and I think of Latinx professionals, but you think of a lot of women in the labor movement. Why is this so hard, right? Labor and the people that how we grew up and who we know, it should be one and the same. Why is it so hard to get labor and others involved in directing their capital to Black and brown people?
Bob, I think it goes back to looking at the leadership. When you have Black and brown folks that are the paying dues members, they are the ones contributing every 2 weeks into the labor pension fund systems, as well as the service employee pension funds. So they are the ones where when you see kind of the laborers, they are the workers. But when you look at the leadership, there are very few Black and brown folks that are actually controlling the money. Mm-hmm. And that is what's imperative of what will impact and how the money is decided on where it's going. Those individuals, Black and brown, are going to know that they can invest in Black and brown firms and Black and brown neighborhoods where they can make money. But it has to stem from the top. I think for SEIU, they have come out with a program where they're going to be more inclusive for all their pension funds. Mm-hmm. But also you can look at Laborers International, carpenters, and ask and beg the question, why are there zero Black or brown money managers, private equity firms, real estate funds that are doing business with any of them around the country? So, and this goes to the pension funds, the corporate pension funds around the country, where as Black and Latinos, every 2 weeks, they are putting their paychecks into the pension fund system. Mm-hmm. And we're good enough to put our money into the pension fund system, But what they're telling us is that we're not good enough to manage their assets.
Okay.
And you can look at the federal pension funds and the unions that are kind of working on some of these kind of initiatives that are going to benefit them, and even on an infrastructure bill that goes out. But it should be tied, and some of the policies should be tied to including Black and brown firms with their own individual pension funds around the country, whether it's New York, Chicago, it could be in Texas, California, wherever it may be. But there has to be policies that are going to be more inclusive. And to Tammy's point, those firms that are Black and brown, they're smaller, so they're going to work harder and outperform because they know they have to exceed expectations. Mm-hmm. They can't be like the status quo. They have to kind of go out there and outperform some of their peers. And that's what you're seeing, but you're getting that alpha, which is helping the pension fund. But until you kind of have the conversation at the top that this is what needs to happen and this is what needs to change, that's when you start to see kind of some of the money trickle out of the pension funds, whether it's public pension funds or union pension funds. And some of those conversations can happen from the new administration and some of the agency heads as well.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
Hey, Bob, can I say one thing? Because I just want to follow up really quickly on that. Sure. And the other thing is, when I raised my first fund, I had 16 investors, mainly public pension plans, and it was only $410 million. If I was another large scale firm, I should have had a $2 billion fund. Mm-hmm. The problem is, and Tara said this, it's about scale. The other problem is these small little bite-sized allocations make it really hard for minority firms to actually scale, pay their employees, and do all of those things that we need to do to actually grow. And so when we look at trying to change the landscape and be different in this time, we have to try to make sure that the allocations make sense, because as we've said, there's no empirical evidence that we don't perform. So there's not, it's unconscious bias in its purest form that we're seeing.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're going to do a quick round robin, and I want you to tell me about a pension plan that's doing a good job, right? Tell us about who's doing a good job at trying to be inclusive. And I want you to think in the back of your mind, if Bob asked that, he may ask another question as well. Let's go. Let's start with Jim Reynolds. Who's doing a good job at getting capital to the people, Jim?
Well, Bob, I'm from Chicago.
I do know that.
I think you know that probably Chicago is responsible for seating more minority money managers, not Chicago, but Illinois, than any other state. At one point in time, we were the only state that had about 8% of the total assets of the pension plans with minority managers, and the closest next one was maybe 1 or 2%. So I'm going to give you an answer and say Illinois is.
Okay.
From IMRF, ISB, I think Illinois is doing an amazing job. And I think many folks on this phone and other folks in NAIC would say that. And I think it's really been, candidly, and I'll be real quick, a bunch of Black folks and brown folks really banded together.
Tell that story. You don't have to be that quick. Tell that story.
Well, I'm glad you asked me to tell it, because it's amazing. I know Martin has been involved in it too. But probably 15 years ago, John Rogers, myself, Lou Holland, late Lou Holland, Quentin Primo, really noticed that all of the Illinois plans basically had virtually no minority investment managers, none. Mm-hmm. We went to the gentleman that was president of the Senate, Emil Jones at the time, legendary. He really went out and started talking to those pension plans and made it very clear to them that if they wanted any legislation to be heard or any funding to be received, they had to change their ways. You've been to the hearings. We have hearings every single year with those pension plans, and those questions are gut-wrenching for some of them in terms of, are you using any minority-owned managers? I think that story is one that really spawned several others. We know New York City kind of followed suit with that.
Jim, don't take that. There aren't that many good ones. Don't take them all. We need to leave some for the panelists.
All right, I'll leave that.
Right. But you just took the whole state of Illinois. You got everything from Springfield to Chicago.
Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna go to a son of Illinois now. We have 3 sons of Illinois on here. Taurus Richardson, who's doing a good job?
I'm going to, sort of follow Jim on I'm from Chicago, so I learned the lessons there. In New York, we were like 9th in the country in terms of public pension plans in 2004 through concerted effort of Carl McCall, Bill Thompson, a lot of advocacy. If you take New York City, New York State, New York teachers, they are putting more money to work. They're putting it into fund of funds to make it available both for smaller allocators to invest in smaller funds as well as direct investment. I think we're doing a good job. The only challenge is we now have to convert from saying, we can do 10s, 20s, and 50s to now we can be 40% of New York State pension plan and 40% of New York State teachers. And the mindset just has to keep evolving to the fact that we should get our fair share, which is parity of the money invested by these plans, because we have the resources and capabilities to deliver the returns they need without apology.
Well, Tars, we may need to sweet talk Cara Wallace into going back. She was quite an engine in that.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Martin Cabrera, who's doing a good job?
Bob, I would say that it has to be, when you look at based on fees that are being paid out by the pension funds, it would have to be the Illinois funds. So there's Illinois State Board of Investments. It's the state treasurer's office who's been sometimes the first kind of treasurer to fund some of these organizations and mutual funds, cash management products, seeing a six-fold increase, a 600% increase in their brokerage opportunities with minority and women-owned firms. And then also you've got to give Chicago Teachers Pension Fund credit as well.
Yes.
They're at about 36% minority and women-owned businesses that are managing their assets, and their brokerage policies are exceeding 50% of a $12 billion pension fund. I think New York City has done some great things on the brokerage side and on the money management side, and they continue to improve. But what we want to see is that our equity and our population is reflected similar to those pension funds as well, because we are the ones putting our money into the pension funds every 2 weeks. And that has to be reflected in equity.
Tammy Jones, the pandemic has the guys staying at home. They all want to talk about Illinois.
No, so I'm actually raising a fund right now, Fund 2, and I'm, God willing, halfway done. So I agree in Illinois. So Jim, hands down, Angela Miller May is my girl. Like,
she's great.
She's awesome. So definitely, I had $100 million in my first fund from Illinois, so I'm all about that. But New York City came into my first fund. The Bureau of Asset Management was where the real estate group resides. They believed in me. They were my second investor, and they came in size. And now they're coming in, God willing, to my second fund, and they're helping me scale. So there's a real commitment in New York City, and I'm proud of that because I'm from Queens, and I got to tell you, it means everything to grow up in the neighborhood that I grew up in, and then to be able to come and talk to the trustees and tell them that I'm going to invest and protect your capital because you are me, I am you, you are my family, and so that's great. And I'm going to tell you something. The state of Connecticut has a African American treasurer. I'm going to give a shout out to Baltimore. And when I said the strategy that I went around the country, I went and found us. And that meant that my fund wasn't going to be big, but at least I was going to be successful. And so now I'm hoping to, raising capital by Zoom is a whole nother thing, but.
So we'll add a couple other names in there. The Texas Teachers Retirement System, our mutual friend Jarvis Hollingsworth is pushing hard and investing capital. And I think every one of the plans, including the state of Illinois, could all do more, right? So we're not taking anybody out of the line of fire. The question was who's doing well. And surprisingly, the good folks in the state of Virginia have found a way to invest more money as well. Now that I've asked that question, I'm gonna see how brave y'all are. Who needs to do more?
I'll start off, Bob. I think when you look at California, and you look at some of the largest pension funds in the country.
How big are you talking, Martin? How much capital they got?
So there's $1.6 trillion in the state of California, pension fund dollars. We've analyzed some of the biggest pension funds, looking at CalPERS and CalSTRS. When you look at the fees being paid out to Black and brown firms, it's less than 1% combined. And this is a state where you have 40% Latino 10% African American, 15% Asian. So there is no equity there when it comes to the pension funds. And that's one area that those are just two of the largest. CalPERS is about 420 billion, CalSTRS is about 280 billion. But that is where they need to do a much better job, and where some of our elected officials need to focus in on how do they create change, because that is going to close our disparity gaps. When firms like ourselves on this panel get access to the capital, we are hiring our own folks and we are creating wealth, but we're spreading it out throughout our communities. And it's recirculating those dollars amongst our firms. And we're working with each other, black and brown. So when they talk about some of the equity gaps, this is the first place where you need to close those equity gaps. And you can look at all of the pension funds in California, whether it's a university, whether it's a public pension fund, or even if it's a union pension fund, and their numbers aren't much different. They're closer to 0 than they are to 1%.
Yeah, good. I won't cold call anybody on this, but if you want to volunteer, I'll leave the mic open.
I was just going to say, I agree with Martin. I was going to say the same thing. I tried really hard, wasted a lot of money flying, because we weren't in the pandemic, flying back and forth to the West Coast. 0, nothing. And
what's some of the reasons? You have great returns. You built an outstanding firm. Why would somebody tell you no?
Because I didn't know anyone who was making the decision. There was not a person of color. In some of those meetings, it was just all, white men, or they have gatekeepers that I wasn't one of the preferred firms. It's just harder to deal with. I guess the way I would say it is, it's if they make a mistake with a minority firm, if they're investing with some of the larger firms, and I'll just say like the BlackRocks and the KKRs and the big firms, they have cover. If they invest with us, they look at us as risk, again, despite no evidence to that. And so that was disappointing. I'm hoping that it'll be different this time around, but it's not going to be different if we don't apply pressure, shine the light, and enforce that this is important to returns.
Yeah. So I'm going to shift gears. Sure, Jim.
Can I real quick? I'm going to throw you a curveball, but when I say it, you're going to say, Jim, you're right. Foundations and university endowments.
Yep.
What's interesting about those two, unlike a lot of the state plans, there are more minorities and women on those boards than you will see, but a lot of them just don't pay attention to this part of the discussion. And if we could educate them to tune in, that's a huge pool of dollars that can move a lot more quickly than a state pension plan.
Yeah, and so I'll make this point. I grew up in the Black church, and end of October, around Halloween, first week in November before Election Day, if you're at Black church on Sunday, you'll see a politician show up. And that politician will usually be running for some executive office. He's going to be the city council member, the mayor, the governor. That's cool. But I would encourage the clergy on the phone, invite the treasurers, invite the chief investment officers. But those that are going to be running, listen to them. You want to talk to them. Most mayors don't direct capital. Most governors don't direct capital. They do appoint the trustees. And in some cases, they appoint the sole fiduciary. There are some places in the country where one person is signing checks for $100, $200 million. So I encourage, as we think about the opportunity to talk to the National Action Network, invite the money people, not just the executive folks. So we got a few more minutes. I want to talk about something that's kind of near and dear to my heart, and it's the distinction of diversity within your firms versus the marketplace. As I think about each one of your firms, Tammy, your firm is female led, but every one of your firms has senior women in the business. Talk a little bit about your hiring practices, how diverse your firms are, and what you're doing to help the community. Tammy, we can start with you.
Great. So I mentioned briefly in my opening comments, but 78% of my team is women and minorities. And that's not first of all, you have to be intentional about, changing the landscape, and it has to start from the top, period, end of story. But I have to tell you that being diverse is it's in my nature. It's my network. It's how every one of my searches for any employee, my team knows it has to have, be inclusive. And we're going to, hire the best person. But I don't understand why, if I can have a team that's 78% women and minorities, and also make sure that I'm doing business with other women and minorities, and I'm actually tracking it, and it's something that's near and dear to my heart, why other firms are having such a hard time. We are out here. And so at the end of the day, for me, it's about not just basis, but also getting capital that I am investing from the pension funds into the hands of other, as I mentioned, minority and women-owned real estate companies. And I'm really proud of being able to help other people become entrepreneurs. Because as Martin said, it's about the multiplier effect. It's about wealth creation. So we can't just focus on hiring, which is important. Jobs are amazing, but we also need to do this wealth creation thing. And that's where minority firms, time after time, we hire each other, we invest together, and we invest in our communities. And that's what Basis has done. And I'm really proud of that, because I wanted to be different than those other commercial real estate platforms that didn't do that and just were really not able to do the things and go into the neighborhoods that I will go into and invest.
Yeah, thank you for your leadership there, Tammy. It's very obvious when you look at your firm and your website. Taurus, diversity has been at the core of what you've done your entire career. Talk to us a little bit about how you formulated your firm and how you think about giving back.
Yeah, I mean, first, when I look at Jim, my team, Tammy, we all are making money, not just because we've hired 50+%, 80+% diversity in our firms. I happen to have 80% diversity in my investor base. We make money because we see some that other people don't. And we generate, for me, 30, 40+% investment returns. And so I'm not apologetically showing up asking for money. I am just trying to make good money where others don't see it. And at the end of the day, if it was so easy to do, everyone would do it. And I'm not trying to get the rest of the country to come run into diverse markets, run into diverse networks to hire everybody, because they take some opportunity away from us in the process, and they don't recycle the money the way we would. But for me, it's about hiring people in your companies. It's about intentionally making sure your board's diverse. It's about intentionally making sure you have diversity practice in all your recruiting. If you do that well, you will see and have different opportunities that should create much better returns.
Excellent. Thank you for your leadership on that, Taurus. Martin, both your diversity, but also some of the stuff you do in the community to give back as a firm.
Sure. I think on the diversity, as you know, Bob, we talk about it and preach it, and we've got to practice it as well. And you have to be intentional, to Tammy's point. And you have to go out there and I want to identify who are those younger Martin Cabreras that are gritty and hungry, and giving them the opportunity that they might not have otherwise, and providing those opportunities and bringing them to our firm, but also providing those internships for those younger folks that are kind of doing well and going to school, but are also who are hungry and are looking to go out there and not just kind of be great at their job, but also to be involved and to make a difference. So that's something that is very important to us, but also on what we're doing. Who are we doing business with? Are we doing business with other minorities? Who's doing our legal work? Who's doing our printing? Who's our other professional services fees that we're working with? And also asking them to give back. So when we work with other architects and engineers and construction companies, I'm asking them to get involved in the communities that we're serving as well. So, and not that they're just minorities, we're asking the white firms to do the same as well. So that's what's key. I think for giving back, we've been blessed. And, there are a lot of opportunities that we've been given, and we have to give back. So it's not just through the jobs, but it's through the giving and making sure that we're intentional about that giving. We're going to be announcing a financial services school, and we're excited about it, but it's part of our DNA. And it's not just from our leadership. We encourage it from all of our employees at the firm, because that's how we can do well financially, but we can also make a difference.
Yeah. Jim, JLC, which you're representing today, sits atop two very large and successful firms, Magic's firm and your legacy firm, Loop Capital. But I want you to talk about your history on what Loop has done and how you've given back and supported the community.
Well, Bob, I'll tell you one, thank you for that opportunity. I think, you have to practice what you preach. I know, my president, Courtney, she's Black. My CFO is Black. My GC is Black. My head of HR is Black. My corporate finance head, Sydney Dillard, is Black. Public finance head, a lot of the key people inside of Loop, it's a little over 200 of us, are African American. And so I really believe in that. It's what we've also done through our internship program, which Courtney Gibson came through as a sophomore in high school. She's now president of our firm. Probably will put more Black and brown people on Wall Street than any other firm in the business. We've had 22 years now of interns, and our Loop Capital Markets interns, the ones we don't keep, we can only keep so many, are basically populating every bulge bracket and middle tier firm and asset manager in the country now. Our internship program this year, we took 30. We had 1,000 applications. Normally we have 300 to 400, primarily from minority-owned students. My own philanthropy, which is very important to me, and Martin knows this, and I think you know this about me in Chicago, is I really focus on those minority communities, particularly at-risk youth. Black kids shooting each other, Hispanic kids shooting each other, how we can actually turn the tide on that. And so I really believe that we as minority entrepreneurs have a major obligation to stay embedded in those communities that we're a part of. And we got a huge, huge responsibility to reach down and pick up others. So I'm really, really proud of what Loop Capital has been able to do and JLC has been able to do to impact our community.
This is an easy question to ask because I know the answer on each one of them. So I'm proud. I thank you all for sharing, and I'm proud of what each of you has done. In the remaining several minutes we have an opportunity to message to President Biden. We have an opportunity to message to the Secretary of Commerce. And I think everyone here that was paying attention in November knows that this president owes a tremendous amount to communities of color, particularly the African-American community, but also the Latinx community. I'd like for you to each go one by one and give the president a piece of advice. What should the president be doing to help diverse finance professionals? And what is your recommendation to him? I won't cold call because I know each one of you all needs a moment, but chime in when you're ready. Martin, let's start with you.
Sure. Bob, I would encourage the president before any policy, any initiative, any bill that is going to be going out through each of those agencies, whether it's Secretary of Treasury or kind of housing or even for transportation, that those secretaries are giving a concrete plan of how those monies, a portion of those monies, are going to go to Black and brown firms. They need to ensure that it doesn't get lost or that they're going to work on it after the bill goes out, but that they're going to be encouraging folks to be inclusive and also addressing the 11 pension funds for the federal pension funds that have zero minority participation in those funds.
Say more, Martin. Who are those pension plans? What are some of the names?
I think Federal Employment Retirement System is one. You have the Army pension fund, the Navy pension fund, PBGC as well. So
Federal Reserve, right? Federal Reserve.
Yes. Federal Reserve. You also have National Railroad, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
And when you look at them, it is unfathomable to think that there are no minority firms around the country in all the asset classes that couldn't manage a portion of those assets. Yeah. Right now, they're at zero. And
how much capital would you guess is tied up in those plans, Martin?
I would guesstimate it was somewhere around $2 trillion, maybe $2.5 trillion.
Yeah. $2 trillion. So the headline is $2 trillion. No capital to minorities and no minorities on the boards. Okay, that's a solid recommendation for the president. Tammy, you got something?
Yeah, I would add, President Biden, please look at the CRA credit for banks and actually look at how they're investing capital. Also focus on public-private partnerships and making sure that we're going around the country and ensuring that there is equal access to capital, because public-private partnerships drive the economic development. And then finally, I would say the public pension plans, make sure that if there are any situations where the federal government is involved and can help us to do what Illinois did, and to try to figure out how we can make every state really focused on how and why this disparity needs to change. And so we're going to need a lot of legislation. And I think, invite us in, invite the business leaders in to help you, because there are things that we can educate your administration about.
Outstanding. Taurus.
$2 trillion about to be spent quickly. Transparency. If you could just tell us how much the money goes to white-owned firms, Black-owned firms, Latin-owned firms, and Asian firms, it'll help drive the decision-making to make sure it's more equitable. And then finally, in terms of the SBIC, at the end of it, they have tons of money they spend every year, and the amount that's going to Black-owned firms and women-owned firms and Asian and Hispanic firms is too small. And so just making an intentional decision to basically change the criteria, because for some reason, years of experience, amount of money raised, it's leading to a lot of no's and not enough yeses. So those are two simple things you can do to make sure more equity is happening and capital they are about to deploy.
Great suggestions. Jim, I'm gonna let you bring us home on this point.
I'll bring it home, and I'll agree with Tammy and Martine and Taurus. But I would say to those ends, particularly these federal pension plans, I would add the agencies, the Treasury, I would say have some concrete goals and objectives. I mean, we've lauded the efforts of Illinois and the work of Illinois. That was all done because they put goals in place, and they had measurements, and they had actually something to actually hold folks accountable to. We really missed it under the Obama administration. If you know, Bob, we went on these meetings and sat down with these folks, and then nothing really got done. But I would love to say, let's not waste that again. And then let's go and let's add some goals and objectives as it pertains to this.
Good. And I'm going to add one for the panel as well. President Biden, please make sure in the vetting and the interview process for the people that you appoint to all your boards, all of your commissions, that those people reflect your values and the best thinking in line for people of color in this country. We can't do anything if if the executive of the federal government, the president, says he wants something, and then you systematically appoint people who do the exact opposite, and there's no accountability for it. So we're going to hold board members and people that we appoint accountable. We want you to vet these folks and not put them on. If there's any doubt that they're going to do what you want done, don't put them on. So I think we've given you 5 outstanding suggestions. Hopefully the president is sitting right now listening to what we say, or hopefully somebody gets those messages to him. Anyway, folks, you guys are all busy. You guys all have a lot going on. You're running billion-dollar businesses. On behalf of the National Action Network and Reverend Sharpton and Carl Wallace and Reverend Richardson, I want to thank you for your time on this panel. I want to thank you for your expertise. And most of all, I want to thank you for continuing to be soldiers on this battlefield, pushing for capital to go to the capable hands of people of color around this country. God bless you, and thank you so much for being on the panel today.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Afternoon. I am pleased to be able to present the next panel, which is called The Role of the Black Intellectual in the 21st Century. My name is Jamal Watson, and I was fortunate to be able to moderate this discussion. Throughout history, Black scholars have consistently provided the moral and intellectual voice to expose the viciousness of racism and white supremacy. Working in concert with civil rights activists, they have helped to amplify the historical injustices that plague America and indeed the world. This panel will explore the role of the Black intellectual in the 21st century. We are fortunate to begin the conversation with Dr. Cornel West, professor at Union Theological Seminary, followed by a panel that includes Dr. Keisha Blaine, a professor at the University of Pittsburgh, Dr. Imani Perry, a professor at Princeton University, Dr. Peniel Joseph, a professor at the University of Texas at Austin, and Dr. Ibram X. Kendi, a professor at Boston University. Please welcome our panelists.
Good afternoon and welcome, and thank you so much, Dr. West, for participating in this important panel. As you know, this is National Action Network's 30th anniversary, and so we are happy to have you as a participant this year.
I'm very blessed to be here, and I want to give a great salute to my dear brother Al Sharpton. He's putting a smile on his precious mother's face, Ada Richard Sharpton. He's putting a smile on Bishop Frederick Douglass Washington and Reverend William Augustus Jones and Reverend Walter Banks and so many who have helped shape him. And he's still going. His longevity, his persistence, his willingness to engage in what he calls the Christian walk, the Christian calling. And I think it surprises a lot of people when they see us together, because they figure, wait, you all go at each other's throats. You all are going at it. We laugh together. We love together. We pray together. We fight together. But we tied to a cause bigger than each and every one of us. And that's the kingdom of God, the beloved community. And if that kingdom of God is within us and everywhere we go, we're going to leave a little heaven behind, even if we have some serious critical engagement. And so I loved it, brother. My love was always much deeper than any disagreement. And we look forward to your biography, Brother Jamal.
Yes,
I know you've been working on that with Brother Sharpton.
Absolutely.
And last but not least, Brother Dwight McGee.
Yes.
McGee is the key for me and for Brother Sharpton. He's both of our godfathers. We saw you, of course, at the funeral of Brother Dwight's blessed mother, where Sharpton was there with myself and others. But people don't realize that in the background, there's somebody like Brother Dwight who was counseling, giving advice, wisdom, and love to both of us, as he did Jesse Jackson, a host of others. And that kind of thing probably needs to be more well known so people could understand the variety of voices within the Black freedom struggle, within the human freedom struggle. I'm sorry to go on, but I think it's important to set this context.
Yeah.
Because I think in the end, if you don't understand Brother Sharpton's Christian walk and Christian calling and Christian vocation, and my own a Christian walk and vocation, and Brother Dwight McGee as well, then you're going to miss out on a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So Dr. West, your scholarship certainly has meant so much to so many of us, from race matters to democracy matters to the ethical dimensions of Marxist thought to prophecy, delivering hope on a tightrope, which is one of my favorites. You have embodied, I think, the very essence of what it means to be a scholar interested in the life of the mind. But you've always been an activist too. So I'm curious, where did that come from? I imagine your parents, Irene and Clifton Lewis West Jr., has something to do with that. But also, I imagine the good folks at Shiloh Baptist Church in Sacramento, where you grew up, had something to do with it too. So can you talk a little bit about that fusion of both your scholarship with your activism?
Well, I mean, from the very beginning, brother, I am who I am because somebody loved me. The highest honor I've ever had is being the second son of Irene and Clifton, brother of Clifton, Cynthia, and Cheryl, and being a product of Shiloh Baptist Church on the chocolate side of Sacramento, Willie P. Cook and Deacon Hinton and Sarah Ray, my Sunday school teacher. These are the real sources of good in my life, and I'll never forget it till the day I die. That's my conception of revolutionary piety, what my Black nationalist brothers and sisters would call Sankofa. That you don't look forward until you connect yourself to the best of your past, your history, your heritage. And from the very beginning, I've always viewed myself as somebody who was much more of a musician, a blues man in the life of the mind. And so whatever text, whatever words, whatever books, whatever records, these are always various ways in which you're trying to give back. You see, if you're a jazz woman or a blues man, that's kenosis. You're emptying yourself. How do you empty yourself, donate yourself, sacrifice yourself, serve others such that whatever gifts you have are something to give to others, to empower? And so my model is very much model of Sharpton. In fact, when we sat down in Harlem almost 30 years ago, first thing we did was talk about James Brown for 2 hours before we even got into politics. Because James Brown was the great figure of Black culture in his day, in which he gave everything. He left the stage, he could hardly move because he was a servant artist. And see, that's a great model for intellectuals. If intellectuals could become in any way as indispensable to the Black community as musicians, we'd have that increase in political consciousness.
That's right.
People would say, hey, I can't make it without James. I can't make it without Luther. I can't make it without Coltrane. I can't make it without Sarah Vaughan. I can't make it without Mary J. I can't make it without these intellectuals. I got to read their text. I got to see what they're thinking about, you see. And so the musicians have always been really the real benchmark for me in terms of my own sense of calling as a intellectual, my brother.
Yeah. So are you encouraged by what you're seeing out in the field in terms of intellectuals engaging with writing about social justice issues? Are you encouraged by that?
Well, not really, though, man. We live in a moment of such pervasive spiritual decay and moral decrepitude that the market has taken over everything. So everybody's for sale. Everything is for sale. The university is highly commodified. So it's more a question of everybody engaged in different strategies for access to find a niche. And the stress on service is downplayed. You see, and in such a market culture, there's not a premium on courage, on sacrifice, on taking a risk, on living and dying for something.
Yeah.
You see, that's different. You see, Sinclair Drake and the others, you know, when they were, these folk, I mean, we got towering figures, you know, Lorraine Hansberry, Paul Robeson, Du Bois. You know, we don't have figures like that in the way in which we ought, because they were willing to give everything, to sacrifice. They sacrificed their careers. They sacrificed their time, their energies. We don't have enough folk like that. Too many these days are just enamored of the market, the spectacle, the status, the position, and lose sight of the calling and the vocation. Now, of course, we got some on this panel.
Yeah.
You see, and the others. I mean, I don't want to downplay it, but I do think that we have to acknowledge the degree to which we live in the most commodified culture in the history of the world. History of the world, and it affects Black people. It affects the souls of Black people. So people have brands rather than causes. I don't have no goddamn brand at all. I got a cause. God is not a brand.
Yeah.
Black people's struggle is not a brand. The needs of Black people are sacred. That's not a brand or strategy in order to serve as a stepping stone for the next career move. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And so we've got spiritual problems, spiritual challenges here we have to be very honest about. And we just don't have enough folk with integrity, honesty, and decency who want to tell the truth, no matter what the consequences are.
Yeah. And we've got to bridge the disconnect that often exists from scholars who claim to be interpreting movements, but not necessarily connected to those movements, right? I mean, you've been arrested, you've protested, you've been willing to put your life on the line. And so that's a problem as well, right? How do we fuse or bridge the gap rather that currently exists, would you say?
No, I think that's true. And a lot of that just has to do with the fact that, you know, when you have a deep love, you see, it's not just about justice. Any justice that's only justice soon degenerates into something less than justice. And you can end up selling your soul for a mess of pottage. Love is deeper than justice. Concern, care for people, the connection to people. You know, it's like your relation to your mama. It's not in relation to justice. Well, that ought to be the model for relation to people. It's not just justice. Justice is a crucial part of it. But when you loving folk, when you sacrificing for folk, and everybody does it imperfectly, you know, there's no doubt about that, you see. But that's what overcomes the gap.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So that you don't even think about it. I mean, I've been blessed teaching prison for 41 years. I don't think about that as part of a justice cause. I love the brothers. We have a good time.
Yeah.
We go from Plato to Billie Holiday. We wrestling with life, death, sadness, sorrow, and making sure that their humanity, their beauty, and most importantly, their potential to be love warriors and freedom fighters is accented.
Yeah. Yeah, no, well said. I'm thinking the past 4 years under the Trump administration has obviously been devastating for Americans in general, and I would say Black Americans in particular. What are the key issues that you're hoping that the Biden and Harris administration can focus on? And again, I use that word hope. I know you prefer that over optimism.
That's true.
And I'm wondering if you see any room for improvement as we move into these upcoming years.
Well, again, I mean, we're living in a decadent empire. So it's not just a domestic question. You got militarism abroad. In the Middle East, you got AFRICOM in Africa. You got the dictatorial rule in Haiti and other places. So that there's got to be a connection between the police crimes and police brutality. And we're seeing that manifest, of course, both in Minneapolis and across the nation. Then you've got Wall Street crimes and Wall Street brutality and criminality. But it's much more subtle. All that wealth is hemorrhaged at the top. And you got all this poverty and working people living right on the edge, kind of thing Brother William Barber talks about with great insight. And then you've got, in addition to you got Pentagon. So you got police, Wall Street, Pentagon crimes, drones dropped on innocent people. And that's true no matter whether the president's Democrat or Republican. So we can't just focus on the domestic and not connect the international. When Brother Martin said the bombs dropped in Vietnam landed in Harlem because of the military budget. 53% of every dollar. You see what I mean? So we had to be able to make those kind of connections, but it's also true we had to get the neo-fascist gangster out. Trump had to go, and that was black people, especially black women. 18% of black brothers voted for Trump. 58% of white brothers voted for Trump. 53% of white sisters. How they gonna vote for a fascist? They did. 1 out of 3 Latinos, 1 out of 3 Jews, 28% of queers voted for Trump. So it was black people again that had to come to the rescue to save the nation from going off a neo-fascist cliff. We did it we did it with 200,000 black soldiers in the 1860s. We did it in the 1960s with Fannie Lou and Ella Baker and Stokely Carmichael and Martin King and the others, you see. But then the question becomes, will our black poor and black working class brothers and sisters get re-crucified as our black middle class still gains access to new opportunities? You see, we've seen this in terms of the flow of the monies. Corporate money, they giving money to certain folk. Is it trickling down to Brother Jamal and Sister Letitia in the hood? That's always a challenge. And as Christians, and this is what me and Brother Sharpton agree fundamentally, it's Matthew 25. It's the least of these. That's the measure. It's the poor, it's the prisoner, it's the orphan, it's the widow, it's the fatherless, it's the motherless, you see. And part of Brother Sharpton's genius, even given my critique of my brother, is that he has a unbelievable intellect and an unbelievable heart of commitment to be persistent. And that's what 30 years of NAN is all about. And I do applaud him for that, even given our various disagreements, under the Obama administration and so on.
No, well said. And finally, Dr. West, you're heading back to Union Theological Seminary after Harvard refused to grant you tenure, although you had already been tenured there in Yale and Princeton and a number of other institutions. And one of the things that I noticed during the coverage of that story was the number of younger Black and brown scholars who commented on social media, if Dr. Cornel West is not tenured by Harvard, even though he's written all of these books and is prolific and has done the work, what are my chances for being able to gain tenure within the academy? So I wonder, what advice would you give to these young Black scholars who are working day in and day out to amplify the voices of Black and brown and indigenous people within the academy? Do you have any advice for them where they may feel frustrated?
Well, you just want to be true to yourself, but you want to find your voice. Lift every voice. That's our anthem. No echoes here, no extensions of echo chambers. And 2, you want to preserve to the best of your ability your integrity, honesty, and decency and solidarity with poor and working people. And so whatever identity we have has got to be rooted in integrity and solidarity. And then you'll see what the consequences are. So I come from a Christian tradition. Seek ye first the kingdom. Everything else that you don't need, you're going to get. But that's that important thing. But it's also true, I think, that my own association with my precious Palestinian brothers and sisters, given the vicious Israeli occupation, was one crucial factor. And we don't have a whole lot of Black voices who highlight that issue. And we have to raise it in such a way that we're not in any way anti-Jewish, that we recognize our Jewish brothers and sisters are precious. They are as precious as anybody else, but a Palestinian baby has exactly the same value as a Israeli Jewish baby. And therefore, that particular issue does push me a bit more to the margins. And so one has to be mindful of what consequences are when you raise certain kind of taboo issues in any context. And that's fine. You know, you pay that cost and you keep moving. You know what I mean? Yeah. Very much so. But the crucial thing is that, you know, in the end, we black folk, we are great people. We are world historical people. We keep dishing out love warriors in the face of hate and freedom fighters in the face of terror, and wounded healers and scar providers in the face of trauma. And 30 years of NAN, building on the Black freedom movement, this particular phase and this particular stage in the Black freedom movement. And old brother Sharpton still going with all of his smile and style and all of his love on the inside and all on his unbelievable ability to persist on the other. So I send my love, and of course, when you love somebody, you protect him. I protect my brother Al Sharpton. That's why I was there when he got out of jail and gave him a hug. He was looking like all that beautiful beard he had. It was something else. Gave him a hug, and you respect him. I have a great, not just respect, but love for my dear brother. But also correct. He corrects me. Yeah, I say I love it. I correct him. Just like jazz musicians, we bouncing off against each other to the best of our ability. And we got to tell our young folk, that's what the young folks all about. Yeah. When you love folk, it's not always agreement, but it's the love of the people that's bigger. And that's something that unites Brother Sharpton and myself and yourself and all of the panelists, all of those folk at this historic convention. Yeah. And especially my dear brother Dwight. Yeah. Nobody like it.
All right, thank you, Dr. Cornell West. We now have an outstanding panel to delve into this discussion, so please allow me to introduce Dr. Amani Perry, who is the Hughes Rogers Professor of African American Studies at Princeton University and a faculty associate with the programs in Law and Public Affairs, Gender and Sexuality Studies, and Jazz Studies. She is the author of numerous books, including my favorite, Looking for Lorraine, The Radiant and Radical Life of Lorraine Hansberry. Dr. Peniel Joseph is a professor of public affairs and the Barbara Jordan Chair in Ethics and Political Values at the University of Texas at Austin. He is also the founding director of the Center for the Study of Race and Democracy. He's the author, again, of numerous books, including The Sword and the Shield, The Revolutionary Lives of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. We have Dr. Keisha Blaine, who is an associate professor of history at the University of Pittsburgh, is a fellow at the Carr Center for Human Rights Policy at Harvard University. She is the author of Set the World on Fire, Black Nationalist Women in the Global Struggle for Freedom, and co-editor of several books, including, I have it right here, 400 Souls, which I'm reading now, that she edited alongside Dr. Ibram X. Kendi, our final panelist, who is the Andrew W. Mellon Professor in the Humanities at Boston University and the founding director of the BU Center for Anti-Racist Research. He's the author of many books, including How to Be an Anti-Racist. So welcome. Glad you all are here. So I just want to start off really with really a basic question, and that is, what is the role of the Black intellectual, as you all see it, in interpreting and amplifying the voices of the freedom struggle? So who wants to start off? Dr. Joseph?
Okay, I'll say one of my mentors, I'll say two of my mentors, Sonia Sanchez and Manning Marable, and they always told me that the role of the Black intellectual was scholarship in the service of activism and transformation. So from their perspectives, Sonia Sanchez, who's a poet and one of the architects of the Black arts movement, and then Manning Marable, the late Manning Marable, who's a Columbia University professor and radical political activist and intellectual. The role of Black intellectuals was to absolutely do scholarship, go to the archives, learn the story and sort of get the story straight, but not stay ensconced in some kind of ebony or ivory tower, to
connect that scholarship to the actual real world lives and suffering of Black people. So you could have somebody like Sonia Sanchez, who didn't have a BA, didn't have, a PhD, but is a genius, become a professor at Temple University. And you had somebody like Manning Marable, small town Black boy from Indiana, who became one of the most important intellectuals of the 20th century. And they both said scholarship in the service of activism. And I think historically, when you think about Ida B. Wells or Lorraine Hansberry or Jimmy Baldwin, so many different folks, that's what we've done at our best, at our best. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said. Dr. Perry.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think, as with everything else in academia, it is true that all skin folk ain't kid folk. So there are intellectuals who are Black, which is a different category than I think the Black intellectual. I think part of our responsibility is to take seriously the knowledges that come out of our community. So academic training tends to be very formulaic and conventional, but we have stores of knowledge that exist in our elders, that exist through our experiences, that exist through our critical perspectives, and to value that. I mean, I think this is exactly, consistent with Peniel's point, in particular about Sonia Sanchez. So I'll just give an example. So she's originally from Birmingham, Alabama, like I am. And as I was writing about the history of the Black National Anthem, I went to personal stories she told about what it was like to hear the anthem playing publicly in Birmingham as a small child, right? And she had this, and she talked about the pageantries. It's not sort of conventional to go to those type of sort of personal remembrances that are off the cuff, but I knew I had to go to people who were there at a time and place to capture the significance of the song emotionally, right? And I knew I had to go to Black schools, which is not necessarily where people start. People tend to start with authors, right, as opposed to experiences and community and that. So for me, it is to take seriously what we know and to put that into the formal world of ideas so that our traditions, our people, our stories are not just valued, but remembered, like long past our lifetimes.
Yeah. Dr. Kendi?
Yeah, and I think to continuously sort of echo what Dr. Joseph and Dr. Perry is stating, I think the first day that I realized that I may be on a journey to being a Black intellectual was when I walked into a barbershop. I think it was in New Brunswick when I was doing a postdoc there, a Black barbershop. And, it was my first time there. So of course the barber were like, "Who are you?" And I told him that I was, a professor and on fellowship at Rutgers. And so him and another barber started telling me about an argument that they were having about Black folks or about racism. I forget what the argument was. And basically I became the referee. And in many ways, I guess what I'm speaking to, continuing with what Dr. Perry stated, really I took very seriously, the different sides of the debates, really wanted to show how in many ways they were both right, and even add some historical or cultural or sort of data context to what they were stating. And so for me, I see the role of the Black intellectual of clarifying what Black folks are experiencing and going through on a daily basis, almost giving them the glasses to see their world and to see themselves a little more clearer, than they already see it.
Well said. Dr. Blaine.
Well, I agree with everything that has already been said. And I would just emphasize, for me, of course, I approach this through the lens, of a historian, and it's always about providing the historical context that would be useful for contemporary movements, certainly to provide the tools that will be useful for activists. And so I write intentionally the kinds of books that I write, the kinds of articles that I write, or meant to be useful in a way that extends far beyond just contributing to the academy. Of course, we have so many demands as professors, and we have to produce and we have to please our colleagues in many ways. But I think what's core to being a public intellectual certainly is recognizing that you are not only teaching and researching and writing for academics, for folks in your field, but you are writing and engaging a broader public. And so I completely agree with everything that has already been said. And I'm just, I think, grateful to be a part of this community at a moment where there's so many challenges that we're facing. And it's, I think, so important for all of us to utilize our skills and our talents to be in the service of our communities.
No, I think that's a really important point, and that gets to the whole question of making scholarship accessible, right, to the masses, and not everyone can do that in the academy. And I've often heard individuals like Michael Eric Dyson and others talk about having the platform of being on TV, where really the nation is indeed your students, and you can kind of help them understand some of these issues, but you got to have the right language and the context in order to be able to do that. And Ibram, I think about your background and work, particularly trained as a journalist, but you're also a historian as well. And so I was wondering how much of that journalism training that you had early on has benefited and helped you as a historian writing about these kinds of issues.
Oh, I mean, it was absolutely a game changer, for me, because in many ways, as a student, I was taught systematically how to write for everyday people, and also how to provide sort of clarity to complex issues for everyday people, how to bring voices of everyday people into the stories, how to see everyday people as the audience as opposed to other academics, and so I think it was critical for me because I did not get that training in graduate school, so we're not necessarily taught systematically how to write an op-ed in the New York Times or how to write a book for a trade press. We're only necessarily taught how to write, let's say, a journal article or a university press book. And many university press books are great books, and many of them are accessible. But sometimes when even people want to publish in university presses for the general public, there's pushback from the press itself, or there's pushback from reviewers, and so there's so many pressures to prevent us from reaching Black people with our work and expertise. And so I was lucky that I sort of started out in journalism.
Yeah, I think that I get this from my mother. I always praise my mother, as Black folks do, and as a Black Christian Baptist, New Bethel Baptist Church, by way of a New York City storefront. And my parents are Haitian immigrants, and my mom loved not just going to church, but we used to go to Harlem and go to other parts of Brooklyn and listen to street speakers as well, right? And so one of the reasons why I'm so interested in Malcolm X and some folks like that is their adage was to make it plain, right? The idea that you whatever you were explaining to, especially Black people, I always think of Black people as my audience. I think of my mother as my audience. You could make it plain, even if it was theoretical. I remember talking to Black folks in Brooklyn and 125th Street. The first time I heard about Antonio Gramsci was in Harlem. And these are folks these are Black women and men who were telling you, and sort of yes, they were talking about Marcus Garvey and Ida B. Wells, but they were even talking about sort of this kind of high theory that we usually think of as something you only get inside of a very prestigious classroom. So this idea of making it plain, I think I'm always grateful to have grown up in New York City, grown up in parts of Queens that Ibram has grown up in, and parts of Brooklyn, but also Harlem. We had people in Harlem, so that's been a big part of my life. So making it plain, I always think about what Malcolm X said, and not teaching or talking or speaking in basically ways that obscure what we're trying to get across?
Yeah, so I feel a couple of different ways about this question. I think as someone who identifies strongly as a writer who thinks the beauty of a sentence is important, I want to connect with a wide body of readers. But I also think amongst scholars, there is a place for specialized knowledge and that is not going to be easily accessible. So for example, I read medical journals related to my illnesses. They are not easy for me to read. They are a challenge, right, to access. I want to know the information. We have, as Black folks, a tradition of stretching ourselves in relationship to acquiring knowledge, right? So Frederick Douglass talking about the struggle to become literate, right? Malcolm talking about that struggle. Septima Clark modeling it as an educator, that there is a virtue in stretching to see literacy and acquiring information as a labor of love. And reading is a muscle, right? It's something that is cultivated. The more you do it, the better you get at it, the more sophisticated you are as a reader. So on the one hand, I do think it is absolutely wonderful that we actually have a growing body of scholars who move outside of the academy. I think it's meaningful work. I think, all of that is magnificent, but I also don't think it is helpful for us to denigrate people who have specialized knowledge, because we need that. There are lots of things that shaped the way that I write and the way that I think, accessible to a larger public, but the original article I read, nobody is going to read that besides the person who has specialized knowledge. That's an important work. And so for me, the question is more, what is your relationship to Black communities? Are you accountable? Do you have a deep relationship, as opposed to, for me, that's the most critical thing. That's more important than how you talk in public or how you write in public, is the values that undergird the work.
No, absolutely. I think that's really important. And again, the connection, as you point out, to the Black community, I think becomes critical. And I want to ask a question about whether or not you all view yourselves as activists. I mean, I certainly do in following the work that you all do, but I was wondering, how do you all self-identify, and how do these dueling identities, or maybe they're not dueling at all, intersect in terms of your scholarly work and then your activist side, if you deem yourself as an activist? Keisha, you want to start?
Sure. I certainly think of myself as both activist and scholar, and I actually don't see both categories as being in opposition at all. And of course, we earlier in this conversation evoked W.E.B. Du Bois, but also I think about Ida B. Wells, and just so many examples of individuals who certainly produce scholarship in a wide way, but also they were producing scholarship that was intentional in the service of activism. And so Ida B. Wells clearly, as someone collecting data and writing about lynching, we can certainly frame her as a scholar in that lens. But of course, what was she doing? Well, she was an activist, and she was an anti-lynching crusader, and W. Du Bois, and so many other examples we can emphasize, and those are models for me, and that's certainly the way that I approach my own writing and everything that I do. As I said earlier, for me, it's about being intentional. I absolutely agree, with Professor Perry's point earlier. Everyone will not produce the same kind of work, and we all have to play our own role. And for me, it's about producing scholarship that I want people to be able to utilize in the service of activism. That I think is key.
Part of what we're all trying to do, and I definitely think of myself as both. And I think I was an activist before becoming a scholar, and I think of myself as a lifelong student. I think part of what we're trying to do is we're on our own journey. I think all of us, especially here on this panel, are folks who love to think and to engage and to have intellectual curiosity. So from that perspective, I know my writing has changed, and you hope that your writing changes and grows over time, and your interests change and grow over time. I think on some levels, it's all of a piece. I think I look at people's works, and I remember somebody telling me 30 years ago that when I started graduate school, that we were basically all trying to write the same book over and over again. But what they meant by that was this. They didn't mean you were trying to replicate yourself, but it meant each time there's kind of this core truth, this aspirational mountaintop you're trying to reach, and you never quite get there. You never quite get there. But each new project or iteration brings you hopefully incrementally one step closer, right? And so that becomes, I think about somebody like these are people who probably did reach the mountaintop, Toni Morrison and other people. But when you read their whole works, you really see the growth, the development, but you also see the difference. The person who wrote Beloved versus Sula or Song of Solomon, right? It's extraordinary. And so I think of myself as somebody who's on a journey, and I'm happy that I think we're at a real epic moment in terms of both historically, but also in terms of the scholarship that's being produced, the work, the novels, the essays that are being produced. So, and I think it's extraordinary. I remember reading something that Professor Perry wrote in the New York Times about the moon launch, right? And just even the angle, and I've read Doug Brinkley's Moonshot, right? But then it's from a Black woman, Black feminist, really extraordinarily brilliant perspective that gives you so much, right? And I've learned so much. I've taught Professor Blaine, taught Professor Kendi and Perry. I've learned so much. And like these four scholars here are not only just historians, they're cultural critics, they're policy experts. It's so interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary that it's just an exciting time. We talk about the Harlem Renaissance and the Chicago Renaissance. 50 years from now, people are going to talk about this moment, including people here. And you've already talked to Dr. West, who really were helping to shape how we think panoramically about the Black experience. And I think that's truly striking and extraordinary and just grateful. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I want to bring in Ibram. I want to bring you in, but it's also amazing as I'm listening to you talk about how you all collaborate as scholars together, which I think is really nice, because we often think of the academy as being this cutthroat kind of competitive place. And it's nice to see relatively young Black scholars who are kind of bouncing ideas off one another, co-editing books together without that kind of cutthroat or competitive kind of, angle, which I don't think is always helpful. So that's just, I don't know if any of you, or how did that all happen? Because it's not necessarily something we hear a lot about, and certainly not reported or covered very well. So Ibram, let me get you in.
So, well, I think in many ways the academy is that cutthroat place, and I know Black scholars, particularly those who have those values that Professor Perry talked about earlier, are able to see those shared values in each other and are able to sort of figure out ways to work together, and almost their intellectual connections and our intellectual connections almost become safe spaces from this larger sort of cutthroat battle. And so at least that's certainly what it is, for me. And also I'll add, I think coming out of a Black studies tradition where in many ways we're implored to straddle scholarship and activism, I have also come to just really admire and cherish both scholars and activists. And I think in both areas, the Black scholar and even the Black activist are these huge sort of skyscrapers to me. And so trying to imagine the sort of bridging both has probably, for me, it's almost, I feel like for me, it's almost too much. I'm just trying to be a good scholar. And I know how hard it is, especially with the tradition of scholars that are writing and thinking right now and in this historical tradition. But I think it just goes to show for me just how much I admire scholars and just how much I admire activists. And so So I just try to, like I said, be a great scholar.
I think I want to in part echo what Ibram said. And say it also this way. I don't identify as an organizer, but it is not. But I identify myself as someone who has the responsibility to join my labors to organizing efforts. But for me, and I grew up, my world, I was surrounded by organizers, and it is not an easy life. It is a life that is often very vulnerable, very fraught. I grew up with people calling from prison who were political prisoners weekly, phone tapped. I mean, is it a kind of relationship to the world that is really one in which oftentimes you're under attack, right? Constantly. And so I feel like I can't claim, I know there's a wide range of activists and organizers, but I feel like I would have a lot of hubris to claim that in my relatively comfortable life. But it is the case that we have a responsibility. And like Ibram said, to the sort of skyscraper, right? Like of this tradition demands something of us, right? Whether it is joining in at important moments, whether it is taking to the street when it's time to be present with folks, whether it is lifting up people who were scholar activists who were diminished because of the activist part of being a scholar, right? So I have a student who's doing extraordinary work now on June Jordan, and she's the perfect example, like this incredible intellectual who had this sort of marginal relationship in some ways, even though she taught at all these top flight universities because of the ways in which what she did was not fully valued, right? And so, so I guess that's how I think of it. But I also think the scholar activist is an important role. It is an emerging role in sort of new ways because they're scholar activists, like we have here, who are able to navigate both institutional success and being connected to the public in important ways and organizing important ways. So I don't mean, so when I say I don't necessarily identify, I don't mean that critically. I just mean that's, my space.
Yeah, but it also seems to me that given the prominence of the work that you all do, that people often look to you to respond or comment whenever something happens. And that's true. And I wonder if that's a lot of pressure. Obviously, many of you are thinking about these issues constantly, so it's probably always in your brain. But I'm just wondering, how does that play into the work that you do, where, again, people are often looking to you on social media to offer some kind of commentary to whatever happens. So Keisha, did you want to comment on that?
Sure, and I think everyone responds and engages this differently. For me, I simply don't comment on everything, and I also don't comment immediately on everything. There are simply moments where I need to process. I need to even work through my own emotions, because that's one of the lessons I learned the hard way, especially with social media. Sometimes something happens and you tweet something and you feel it and you mean what you say, but because you didn't carefully sit with it for a little bit, it comes off the wrong way, people interpret it the wrong way, and then it actually leads to greater harm than any good. So part of what I have learned to do is figure out when are the moments that I need to speak up, and what medium to use to speak up. I'm currently going to release my own statement, so to speak, on several recent developments, and I'll do that in print. I'll do that in the form of an op-ed, because I need 1,200 words to flesh out what it is I want to say. 240 characters won't really do it for me. So I just think each person has to figure out their own process, and I've tried to be careful not to allow the expectations of others to drive my actions. Yes, so people are always, what do you think? What do you think? Well, I'll tell you what I think, but let me make sure that I've thought carefully about it, and that I'm ready to speak on it, because I think timing matters as much as the statement, and the delivery matters as much as the statement as well.
I think that is right. I think, depending on how large people's, social media platforms are, or even their local connections and networks. You know, I live in Austin, Texas now, and there's a Black community here, tiny relative to where I've lived before, but about 8%, who absolutely look towards some of the work that I do when things happen here and happen nationally, which just happened to Dante Wright, you know, in Brooklyn Central, Minnesota. So these tragedies, these killings, these, you know, especially the murders of so many Black women and men by the police and at times by vigilantes really calls people are looking for hope, you know. So I think there is that, I would say, Jamal, it's more of a responsibility than a burden, but I do agree that you know, I'm Generation X, so I don't necessarily lash out on social media anyway. So I was raised in a different way, you know what I mean? So I'm just, so that's one thing. But I do think people are looking for hope. And I think the price that we pay, and you know, I've been to churches and different communities outside of the academy, is that people want you to clarify what's going on, but also give them hope. Right? To also give them hope. So, and then it becomes, you want to do that, or at least I want to do it, but in an authentic way, right? So I want to get to hope through the clarity, and authentically at times, if I'm despairing or if I'm feeling grief or trauma, you know, convey that to people too, that, hey, this is what I'm feeling. Yes, I'm at bottom, an optimist or hopeful, but I want us to confront the depth of the challenge that we're facing. And we're facing big challenges. And I think for this generation of Black intellectuals, it's a little different than it has been in the past, because there's more of us who are getting platforms. You know, I remember when the people who had platforms were sort of Bell Hooks and Darlene Clark Hine, obviously Dr. West, Skip Gates, you know, and now, you know, it's one, we have an extraordinary large number of Black women having a platform, as they always should have, but right now they really do, even to the point where they're getting a lot of extra criticism because of the platform, right? But at least they have the platform, which is good. But these platforms are competitive, and we still do live in a neoliberal, democratic, capitalist society. You know, and really with an emphasis on neoliberal and capitalist, and a smaller emphasis on democracy. So there is, there's a lot of complexity to this moment. I think everybody here realizes that complexity.
And I think for me, I try to, especially as a scholar, as Professor Blaine spoke about, you know, to take some time, because then that allows you to think, which then allows you to say something that can cause other people to think. And so I do think it is, even as we're providing, you know, hope, as Professor Joseph stated, you know, how can we provide hope? And I think this is, you know, echoing what Professor Joseph stated, while simultaneously giving that clarity. And in order to give that clarity, we have to sort of think about it. But then we, you know, and so that's what I'm sort of trying to think about. And sometimes, as has already been stated, I feel like on this panel, like I'm just like, yep. Because there's such a large number of people have already said what you're thinking, right? So there's really nothing that you need to say other than retweet or share or elevate, you know, what other people are saying, which to me is also great, right? Because you don't feel alone. And then you also know that, and I try to lean in my own specific expertise, and other Black scholars have we all have different areas of expertise. And I think leaning in our own expertise gives space to other people to lean into theirs. So that's also important for me.
How do you see it, Professor Perry?
Okay, well, I'll say I'm going to undo a little bit about what I said before, because I have, you know, the hothead child who was, you know, somebody gave the bullhorn to when I was 5 years old. I still have that in me. So I'm going to say without the kind of, oftentimes without the kind of measured analysis that I ought to have, but I will speak and I will, and sometimes I have to sort of take things back or re-engage them or say, you know what, I said that too quickly. But so I have a lot of appreciation for the process of being more deliberate and not having a hothead response. I think that's something that is generally, like, I'm Generation X too, but I have 2 Generation Z children who are often the people who are like, yeah, mom, shh, that's enough, right? So that take a little, but I also, here's the piece that I find really challenging about this dynamic, right? Is, so part of what I think, there's 2 poles, right? So there's one, and even maybe more, right? So people, I think Black folks often want you to say things that speak to what's on Black folks' mind, right? Mm-hmm. To represent, right? And there's a tension between being a representative of a collective set of beliefs and being a scholar, because being a scholar and intellectual often puts you in tension with broad beliefs, because we are trained to be critical, right? To raise questions, to challenge. So that is one tension. And then to add, to what, to echo what Peniel said, the neoliberal marketplace model, right, makes us often want to say things that people want to hear because that's what you get praise for, right? Yeah. And so I'm always thinking about this formulation, and I'm pretty sure it came from Dr. West, right? I'm almost certain, where he says, we do this work because we love the people, not so the people will love us. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right? Which means that you have to have the courage of being at times unpopular, attacked, right? And people will talk to you like you're like 7 years old on social media. And you're like, wait a minute, like, I studied some things, right? Like, stop talking to me crazy. And so, but I do think that that's, and I do think that there's a piece, even when there's a backlash, people can feel over time when you love the people, right? Mm-hmm. There's something that, after people are done attacking you, you are still cherished in some ways over the long haul. And so I just feel like we have to, like, that's something you have to constantly tell yourself about this specific area, right?
No, that's important. Yeah, thank you for that. Peniel, you started off really talking about your mentors, Sonia Sanchez, Manny Marable. Amani, I know in my conversation with Cornel West, he talked about how you were one of his mentees. And I was just wondering, are you all encouraged by what you see in terms of graduate students and others who are coming up the ranks? You talked about some of your students, Amani, that you're working with, who's doing some really good work. I was wondering, are you all encouraged by what you see out there in the future of the field? And are you encouraged by it, Keisha?
I'm very encouraged by it, especially because I think over the last couple of years, it has been great to have so many students, particularly at the graduate level, who reach out to me, who are interested in writing dissertations on topics that are certainly aligned with mine. But I'm struck by how so many of them say, I specifically want to work with you because I'm committed to producing scholarship that has a broader reach beyond the 4 walls of academia. I love that because it shows how much I think things are changing. And so many graduate students, of course, and I should also mention, being mindful of the realities of the job market too, are thinking about ways that they can use their PhDs far beyond simply becoming a professor. So they have to think critically and also think creatively. But more to the point, they are trying to figure out how to write, how to do research for a larger community beyond just academia, and so many of them are reaching out to me and asking for advice and wanting to learn from me and certainly from others, how to write op-eds, how to speak in a way that's clear, so that you're able to reach as many people as possible, and your ideas are able to transform, I think, and be tools for the larger goals that we've been talking about today. So I'm certainly encouraged by that. and look forward to more and more graduate students and also undergraduate students thinking critically about how the research they're doing can also be translated to a larger public.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I feel old here because I remember I look at Dr. Kendi as one of my mentees who became the biggest thing going. I remember 15 years ago when he contacted me about. I might have been at Brandeis at the time, and he was at Temple. And I think one of the things mentoring people teaches you, and look at Cornell West mentored Imani Perry and like sort of italicized. It teaches you that, look, some of the same students that you're trying to help are going to become not just the next generation, but big, iconic, intellectuals and thinkers. So you have to have humility too. As a mentor, you don't know everything, and you're going to have people who come see aspects of what you're doing with your writing, your thinking, and be very generative with that. And I think that's how it should be. So I think this newer generation has been really extraordinary, and I'm really grateful for. In my case, I thought about Black Power in at the time different ways, at least decades ago, and so many different people have just expanded that in such rich ways that it's really truly extraordinary, especially from a discipline that was not a subfield that people were saying we were crazy. Those of us who were trying to plant the flag for Black Power, not just as a more than a movement, as something that was really paradigmatic. If we talked about feminism, the left, the Cold War, just epistemology, and now we're seeing it, right? And so I think it's been extraordinary to see. But again, to see people like Professor Kendi and Professor Blaine just building fields, intellectual fields and subfields has been really extraordinary. And like I said, I mean, at bottom, I think those of us who do this and you retain your passion, you're a student. So I try to read, everything. It's hard, right? Especially when you're reading for book projects. But I read their work continuously, right? And I've learned a lot from their work because it's like Professor Kendi was saying, all of us have a very specific expertise. And so when you try to dive into, I couldn't have written, Looking for Lorraine. I couldn't have written Set the World on Fire or How to Be an Anti-Racist or Stamped from the Beginning, the way in which these scholars have written it. And the great thing is you learn so much. And I think Manny Marable taught me, and Sonia did too, is that, the more you learned, the more you were adding their great brilliance to your own quiver, right? And so some people say, well, how are you sounding so smart about Black nationalist women and all this stuff? You're like, well, I just finished reading Keisha Blake. You know everything about Lorraine Hansberry and all this critical stuff. It's like, well, I read Imani and the Anthem book. And then Ibram is taking us way, way back to, when you think about Stamped from the Beginning, and I remember reading that as a manuscript, what a tour de force, what a tour de force from the 15th century to the present. And they say, well, damn, about all these folks, Cotton Mather and all that. And I was like, well, I read Ibram stuff. And now 400 Souls does that in a really great way too. So that's what's so exciting about this.
And the graciousness is that you actually cite the scholars as well, which we know.
I cite everybody.
Which is another issue, I think, right? In where again we often don't give credit to where the credit should rightfully be. Ibram, are you encouraged by what you're seeing out in the field, working with students?
So I am, and I think I can certainly, remember when. At the time when I entered graduate school, those scholars who were trying to lift up Black Power studies like you were, and even scholars who are writing on the Black radical tradition more broadly, even Black feminist scholars. I mean, one of the things that I think I see now, and especially when I compare this to when I entered graduate school, I've written about the ways in which my gender politics and the politics of how I understood sexuality was extremely retrograde, and it was extremely bigoted. And what I'm seeing now is students entering graduate school with a much more sophisticated intersectional analysis, with a much more sophisticated analysis of capitalism. And in many ways, I had to learn about all of that, in graduate school. And so I'm finding now okay, y'all got that a baseline for the most part, which then allows us to have a deeper and richer and more expansive and more specific, conversations, which then allows them, when they ultimately leave graduate school, to be at a level that it took me years after graduate school, to reach. And I'm excited about that. I really am. And I'm excited specifically about just how expansive the Black radical sort of tradition is. It's almost like, I don't want to say a constant, but there's just a community of scholars who take it, for granted, as we should, right? That type of radical thought. And that then allows younger scholars to have the confidence that they could think in that way and write in that way, because they see so many people doing that all around them. Now, we don't probably tell them as much about the ways in which we're still getting attacked viciously and constantly because of that. But even still, I think it's important to instill in them that confidence.
Yeah. I was just thinking, this is the last question, and then and we'll have to wrap it up. These are turbulent times, all right, and they're scary times, and they're dangerous times in many ways, particularly when we think about the racial violence that's being, that Black folks are being subjected to, and other groups as well. And I was wondering, how do you deal with all of that in real time as scholars and process it, really? Because it seems to me that it can be very taxing and overwhelming. and how do you protect your own kind of mental health and at the same time want to contribute to the discussion and dialogue? And there are only a certain number of hours in the day, and I know that you all work all the time. So how do you think about this kind of stuff, given where we are in our world? Keisha?
It's very difficult. Someone reached out to me yesterday and asked if I want to try a piece about the Chauvin trial. And I said, no, I actually have not been watching the trial. And I think they were surprised, like, how in the world could you not be watching the trial? Well, for my peace of mind, I'm certainly following. And of course, it's impossible not to be aware of what is happening in the trial. If you're watching local news, if you're watching national news, you are going to know. At the same time, I simply could not put myself through that trauma again, quite frankly, because like so many of us, I had gone through it last year already and struggled last summer watching the video of George Floyd. That was just too much to bear then. And it's quite frankly too much for me to bear now. And I just decided, in this moment, I can contribute in various ways. I can lend my voice as a writer, as a thinker, in all kinds of areas, but I'm not going to write about the trial because I'm not going to watch the trial. And that's just my decision. So I think, I referenced this earlier. I think you have to know your boundaries. You have to set your own boundaries. You have to decide for yourself what it is you're going to be engaged in and how you'll be engaged. And for me, I think part of being a public intellectual is recognizing, that I too get discouraged. Yes, I do believe I am a hopeful person, and I always try to convey a spirit of hope, but I also get discouraged. And there are days when I have to convince myself to continue in the work because everything just seems so bleak. And at those moments, I need time to process. I need time to remind myself. I need time, to speak to others. And sometimes my cup, gets empty, and I need others to fill that cup, so I can then pour out again the next day. So I just think we have to be aware of, truly. I mean, we're talking about activism and scholarship, but let's also talk about mental health. Let's also talk about emotional health. Let's also talk about self-care, because that, I think, is also part of the narrative, because I want to be able to continue the work, for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And to do that, I have to take care of myself at every level. And I think part of it is being intentional about what I engage, what I don't engage, and how I engage things. All of that is key.
Anyone else want to quickly chime in here?
Say really quickly, because the way you asked the question struck me, because it occurred to me that my response is much more frequently as a mother than as a scholar. And so I think about, and that actually is what allows me to try to do some work in relationship, because I think, what is my response? I've brought these people into the world. What is my responsibility to leave it in a condition that is not as horrific as what we have now, right? But that also, I think consistent with what Keisha said, is that work takes on multiple forms. Like, I think part of the reason, as historians, part of the reason, it reminds me of this question that Jamaica Kincaid has Lucy ask in her novel. Lucy is a domestic worker from the Caribbean in the United States, and she looks at her white employer and she keeps being like, how did you get to be like that, right? I feel like that's part of, how did we get to be, this society get to be like this? And so sometimes the immediacy is too much. I don't like watching people be killed, right? But I do think part of our calling is to figure out, how did this come to pass so that we can undo it, right? And that seems to me to be the thing I'm always responsible for, which may not be like responding every instance, but like the life work, which is much more than the specific instance. Yeah.
No, well said. A couple more minutes. Anyone else want to chime in?
So I think for me, I think it's a difficult sort of time for me, because the right is just constantly seeking to attack and discredit and undermine, and so having to deal with that, and seeing other activists and other scholars facing similar, and journalists, facing similar, deliberate attacks, and then, waking up one morning and seeing that yet again someone else was murdered by the police, and then looking at data from COVID-19 and seeing Black folks are still dying, at the highest rates. I think for me, it causes me to have to sort of retreat, and even retreat into writing. And so, to try to feel as if I'm still contributing to the larger struggle, but at the same time not becoming overwhelmed and even traumatized. So it's it's something I'm still sort of learning how to sort of deal with, and partly because as Peniel talked about, I'm from Jamaica, Queens. Like, I can't not respond. And so trying to not, because especially with folks on social media say things to you that, they would not say to you, in public, right? Or as Imani talked about, even folks who demonstrate that they don't know what they're talking about when they tell you, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, to just not respond is tough. But at the same time, if you do respond, you're going to go down a rabbit hole. And then at the end of it, you're going to feel even worse than you do now. So I think it's something I suspect we're all still trying to work out, on a regular basis.
Well said. Peniel, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, what I've done is really, what everybody's talked about here, but I'm what this time has made me do, I'm writing a short book, 50,000 words on this period as America's third Reconstruction. And I've really gone back and deep into Du Bois and deep into Ida B. Wells and just deep into the first Reconstruction, right? And sort of this metaphor of this past, say 15 years as sort of a third Reconstruction, civil rights movement as a second Reconstruction. How do we get out of this? What has changed? Certain things actually have changed, what has been positive about seeing some of what we've talked about, sort of the intersectional analysis and leadership of Black women. What has remained the same, sort of the changing same. Du Bois has a great line in Black Reconstruction where he talks about America as a land where they worshiped God wildly, where they bought and sold human beings every day, and that still into the 20th century, they were burning men alive, right? Men, human beings alive, right? And so, I think this time period has definitely cast into sharp relief how close we all live to that period, right? That, because I think part of the narrative that we were fed, which is not true, was that sort of the civil rights movement had won, and that victory had really made our lives much better than our ancestors, much better. And I think that what we have seen, even those of us who've got relative privilege that and relative comfort, like Professor Perry was saying, we are so close to Sojourner Truth, and we are so close to what Du Bois called the slave power of the United States. Never ended. It never ended. But we were told it did. So it's just like the whole thing, the biggest trick the devil ever did on everybody to say, hey, the devil doesn't exist, right? It's just a rumor, right? So we were told the slave power was ended. And I think that what we've seen, and for Black folks, they knew it was Sandra Bland and Corinne Gaines and so many different folks dying. But I think a lot of folks saw it in 2020 with George Floyd, and then others saw it with January 6th and the white supremacist riot at the U.S. Capitol, is that we are right there in the thick of things. We're right there with Frederick Douglass. We are right there. And that's scary. That's exhilarating. It's exhilarating, but it's also scary because our lives are in danger, including us, right? Our life, everybody here gets death threats. Everybody on this panel gets death threats and hate email and saying all kinds of crazy things that they would do to us. So I've chosen to say, look, I want to write about this. I want to write about America's third Reconstruction. A nightmare is still a dream. And what does that mean? And that's what we are in. We're, that's what's going on. And that's actually the title of my book, but a nightmare is still a dream. But in fact, all you folks here, you're all going to have to blurb that.
It's a powerful title.
Yeah, I'm going to be sending it your way.
Well, thank you all so much. This was a real treat for me to be able to engage in conversation with you all. And the other thing I would say to our audience, as we talk about, again, supporting Black leadership, I think it's also important that we support our Black scholars, that we read the books that you all write, and that we engage in conversations, whether that's setting up book clubs in our own neighborhoods. I think this is really, really important. And I would encourage you all to get all of the authors' books and really engage with them, follow them on social media, because they do so much important work. So thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's give it up for that panel one more time. Super excited to have this next conversation as we are kicking off. Tomorrow is our Youth in College Division Day. My name is Tyleek McMillan, and I serve as the National Director of Youth in College for NAN, and we're super excited for this next panel, a new generation of activism. Let's give it up for our young people on the stage. We understand, this fight that we're in is not just for ourselves. We're fighting for generations yet unborn and young people across the country, as we saw a summer full of protests from George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and so many others. These young folks have been on the front lines, and we honor their leadership. We honor their sacrifice for being here today, and we thank them for being willing and answering the call to be on this panel. So thank you so much again. Well, I'm not going to delay you. But I want to introduce our speaker before we get started, Representative Park Cannon from the Georgia State Legislature. As she protested, the Georgia governor signing laws restricting voting access, she was arrested for knocking on the door of Governor Kemp. And she joined us today to give us a few remarks. And just sit back, relax, enjoy these remarks by Representative Park Cannon. And then our discussion will get started. Thank you.
Hello, National Action Network conference participants, organizers, and attendees. Thank you for having me here today for this amazing conference. I'm excited to continue the work of voter protection in the South. Because of years of hard work and national collaboration, we have finally seen Georgia for what she is. She's blue, y'all, but we've only just begun. We have so much more work to do, especially in our state and local politics. 2022 is just around the corner. The state house, state senate, labor commissioner, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, and governorship are all up for election. 2020 was out of control, and in 2021, they're trying it. It's long and it's hard, as certain lawmakers want to make it even harder to vote. So we must be more vigilant than ever. We have had to do what we've been doing. Outvote the voter suppression. If they're going to restrict our vote, we will turn out the vote even harder. If they're going to prohibit us from giving out snacks and water to friends and family in line, we're going to make sure they come into the polling place with those items. If they're going to put rules that are slanted, we are going to learn those rules and continue winning to undo them. We know they don't want us to vote, so what do? We fight back harder, like we've always done. Voter suppression is not new in Georgia. We've dealt with this before, and we can do it again. I believe that every vote counts. We need to make sure we care about races up and down the ballot. The governorship is crucial, but so is the labor commissioner. Secretary of State is vital, but so is each and every state house seat. Georgia's congressional seats are essential, but so is our local county commissioner. In last year's presidential election in Georgia, President Biden won in 85 state house districts, but only 77 of those house candidates won. It's called down ballot drop-off, and it's a real thing. We've got to give our local politics the same love and attention as the top of the ticket. I learned this personally in my first race in 2016. I could have avoided a runoff if 23 more people voted in my election. That runoff cut into time. I could have been fighting and working in the legislature. So truly, every vote counts. I ran for this seat because I represent what's lacking at the Georgia State Capitol. Women are dramatically underrepresented. We make up 54% of the state's population, but only 23% of the elected officials. The statistics involving African American women are even less hopeful. So, access to the ballot, access to healthcare, and access to education were and are still under partisan attack due to partisan politics. So Medicaid expansion and budget cut conversations are what I had to step up to run for, to represent when a vacated seat became open in 2016. Once I became a legislator, it felt like our team of millennials was thrown into an alternate reality, ruled by callous people who were out of touch with reality. As a young Black progressive, it can be a bit hard to fit in, and I like to tell it how it is down at the Gold Dome, and that doesn't always go so well. You might have heard of a little story about me knocking on a door in the past 2 weeks. I want you to know I knocked because it's my job to be in the room where bills are signed. As the caucus secretary, it's my job to be present and inform members of the legislative happenings, no matter how irregular they are. I want to be clear. Now is the time for all organizations and individuals around the state of Georgia to double down and make sure voters understand the new law impacting voting, Senate Bill 202, because as terrible and suppressive as its 98 pages are, it is the law. We cannot afford to lose gains we are making. So until we have changed the new law, by lawsuit or injunction, we have to make sure we understand the new law. I want to take time to thank God and my family for His grace. That's why I can stand here today, and for their support. After what has felt like the 2 longest weeks of my life, I stand here now free from the threat of 8 years in prison for simply doing my job. I'm thankful to District Attorney Fonnie Willis and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office for the thorough and complete investigation of the facts that led to the dismissal of the felony charges I faced. I want to thank supporters nationwide who have reached out to me from every state with concern, appreciation, and solidarity for what we have done. Thank you for the cards, the texts, the emails, the social media postings, the contributions. The outpouring has provided for my physical safety and our continued work during one of the most challenging periods of my life. But today, I come here to tell you it's time to lean in. The joy that I feel for the dismissal of the charges that I faced is tempered by the fact that I should have never been arrested in the first place. 2 weeks ago, Brian Kemp sat in his office surrounded by a group of good old boys and signed into law one of the most racist pieces of legislation in my lifetime. To emphasize the weight of this act, they strategically positioned themselves under a disgraceful painting of a South Georgia plantation to remind the world of their commitment to apartheid. This very act was equivalent to taking a noose and placing it around the neck of not one Georgian who's black or brown, but taking nooses and putting them around the necks of all 5 million black and brown people, all being lynched at one time with one stroke of a pen. Looking back over the events of that day, I realized the intentionality of Kemp and his lynchmen, with his pen in hand and his lynchman by his side, positioned under a symbol of oppression. Georgia lawmen posed for the camera as they took a bold step back, taking Georgia back to the days of Jim Crow. Brian Kemp began to dismantle everything Black people in America have achieved, earned, and worked for since arriving at the port of Savannah. This display of white power and white privilege discriminated against our community and was demonstrated by public servants. It was an affront to the lives and sacrifices of all of the men and women who have fought and who are fighting for our freedom. We should not sit quietly while white men behind closed doors work to preserve their white power and white privilege. I won't do it. We can't do it. And 2 weeks ago, I didn't do it. Shortly after the session adjourned for the week, as most lawmakers rushed away to their cars to get home, a small group of 6 white lynchmen hung back and slipped into the governor's office. The Capitol was nearly empty. I received a message that the governor was signing the voter suppression legislation into law. As the secretary of the Democratic caucus, I did as I always do, and I reached out via group text to as many of my colleagues as possible, walked down to the governor's office and wanted to be in the room. I wanted to be in the room as the men placed the nooses around our necks. I wanted Kemp to have to remember my face and see the pain, the disappointment, and the contempt I had for this insidious act of betrayal against Georgia's citizens. So I knocked on the door in my place of employment. I knocked on the door where my colleagues had gathered to do the very thing that I wanted to see. albeit for different reasons. I too wanted to be in the room, so I knocked on the door. I was not disruptive. I was persistent. I knocked on the door. I saw the faces of the family members who showed up at the Capitol before the sunrise and after the sunset, voicing their concerns on the bill. So I knocked on the door. I remembered the Georgians and the allies from around other states who stood in the rain to protect the rights of all voters. So I knocked on the door. I knocked on the door because I remembered all of the lives we have lost because of racist elected officials who ignore our rights. So I knocked on the door so that Governor Brian Kemp would have to see me and all that I represent. So I knocked on the door, and today I vow to you that I will keep knocking. Georgia will keep knocking. America, keep knocking. Thank you.
What a great opening. Can we please give her another round of applause? Hello, everyone. My name is Felivi Dosa. I'm a freshman at Morehouse College, international business major, and also the leading rep for NAN Youth Huddle. I want to thank all the panelists for coming out tonight. Most of them are actually really good friends of mine, so I'm very happy to have you guys. And also my Morehouse brother is also online, so thank you for him for being out here. I want all the panelists to introduce themselves, and I'll first start with, women's first, Nia White.
Well, hello.
Woo!
So one thing about me is I talk with conviction and I talk with my chest because I'm a Black woman and that's what Black women have been doing. So my name is Nia White. I'm an 18-year-old civil rights, social justice, and political advocate. I am a freshman at Hampton University going into my sophomore year, HU. I am a major in political science, minor in communications on the pre-law track, born and raised in East New York, Brooklyn, from a Jamaican immigrant mother, single mother, and yeah, that's a spiel about me.
All right, Larry, you mind if you go next?
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Larry Malcolm Smith Jr. I'm a youth civil rights social justice activist, a movement strategist, a public advocate for the foster care and child welfare system, and I'm a former foster child that had aged out, homeless and in a homeless shelter currently with no resources of stable and secure housing. I dedicate my life to protecting Black children and continuing liberating Black, Indigenous people of color, especially our youth. Thank you.
How we doing tonight, everyone? My name is Chi Osei. I am one of the founding members of the activist collective Warriors in the Garden. I am also a candidate running for New York City Council in the 36th District. That's Bed-Stuy in North Crown Heights. If I were to win on June 22nd, I will be the youngest council member in that district. I am the youngest person to be endorsed by the New York Working Families Party. I'm really looking forward to finishing off this campaign season and making sure that young people and young activists and progressives are elected in every level of politics. So thank you so much for having me here.
My name is Usman Diallo, and I'm a political science major at SUNY Albany with a minor in criminal justice with the hopes to add in Africana studies. I'm not as polished as the rest of the panelists, but I'm a youth representative at NAN Youth Huddle with leaders like Ashley Sharpton in the building.
And you're doing your thing.
All right, now let's get on to our virtual. So we'd like Wisdom Cole to go next, please.
Hey everybody, this is Wisdom Cole. It's so great to be with you all in this virtual and in-person panel. I feel like every day in the pandemic, there's a new type of event happening, so it's so great to be with all of y'all. I'm currently the interim national director for the NAACP Youth and College Division, and I'm calling in today from San Francisco, California. And it's so great to be here with you all.
All right. I'd like to call my Morehouse brother, Cameron Smith.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Cameron Smith. I'm a sophomore political science major, sociology minor on pre-law studies track from Newport News, Virginia. And I currently serve as the president of the Morehouse chapter of National Action Network, serving the greater Atlanta area.
Of course. Last but not least, Ray, please.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ray Shackelford. I too am a graduate of Morehouse College. I serve as the 10th National President of the National Urban League Young Professionals. We are a 21 to 40 age volunteer auxiliary that supports the National Urban League and its more than 90 affiliates across the country.
All right, let's get to the questions. We've many people got different reasons for joining the movement. I want to know, what is your guys' reasons for joining the movement, and especially at a young age? Anyone would like to go first, please just raise your hand and go.
Yeah, I'll take this one. So I believe that Black women have been leading movements continuously and forever, for as long as we know. And for every movement behind it, there is a strong Black woman who is supporting, who is leading, and who is needing to be the face. So my goal for my activism and the reason why I joined was for representation. For the fact that I can sit here being the only Black woman on this panel and know that in rooms like this, I will say the names of Black trans women, say the names of Black women who are doing this work, like Ashley Sharpton, like Queen Jean, the many Black women who are doing this work, like me, who need to be in these conversations and need to be in this room. So the reason that I'm doing this work is for representation and for the fact that many people need to have these opportunities.
Yeah, just to build off of what Nia said, Black women are at the forefront of this movement, have been at the forefront of the Black liberation movement for as long as we can all remember. I jumped into this movement after both the George Floyd and Breonna Taylor murder. It was, I was in quarantine like many other people this past year and was unable to turn away from my phone, my computer, because of the images that I was seeing of both of them. I took to the streets right after that. The first night I went out, I was honestly surprised at how aggressive the police were. I know that sounds funny because we are raised to understand where they lie, but the outward aggression that they were lashing out at on protesters, on Black women, on children, gave me this drive to continue going out the day after that, the day after that, the day after that. And each day I went out, not only was I following the voices of the Black women that were leading the movement, but I was finding my own. As someone that was going out nearly every single day, I knew that being on the streets, demanding and chanting could not be our only strategy to achieve the change that we wanted to see. At the time this past summer, there was a magnifying glass put at our city council when it came to their vote on the police budget. And the council disappointed us. It disappointed the organizers. It disappointed many Black and brown individuals here in New York City. And rather than complaining, which I was, rather than just complaining about the way that my council member voted on that budget, I took it upon myself to jump into this race so that I could be the individual in the room in City Hall writing legislator and defunding the NYPD.
Any other responses?
I would say my activism is rooted in my identity and the fact that I'm a Black Muslim man. I'm sitting here not only as W.E. Du Bois talked about having a double consciousness, I tend to have a triple consciousness and being the child of immigrants coming here. So I was always having this sense of defiancy, like it's not how it's supposed to be. Then seeing it in my country, also knowing that that's not how it's supposed to be. So finding my footing in this world is like being this. When I was coming up as a young kid, they called me defiant, disrespectful. But now this past summer, Felivi had invited me to NAN Ufadu, and with our leaders at like Ashley Sharpton, Dominique, and Patrice, and Trayvon, they have given me a voice and a platform to help. They shaped me and molded me to be this great person that I am.
Any other responses to the brothers virtual?
Yeah, so for myself, I was about 10 or 11 years old when Trayvon Martin was killed. And, seeing that at my young age was not right to me. And I realized that not only are there countless injustices that we face as Black people in America, but also there's a lack of accountability from the government standpoint, from our politicians, from those who claim to be in place to help us out, but in reality, they're just working capitalism. And so, seeing all of that pushed me into going into Morehouse, and not only that, but joining National Action Network and being under the mentorship and leadership of people like, Ashley Sharpton or Reverend Al or, my brother Tyleek. Seeing that made me realize that there's a greater fight that we're always going to be fighting. And it's us versus those who need to be held accountable for their actions. It's not just us versus the police. It's not just us versus people who are anti-LGBTQ. It's us versus those who need to be accountable. And so that was coming to that realization was one of the main reasons that I joined into activism, and I needed to get out there and be a voice for the voiceless. So.
Yeah, and I'll continue off of Cameron because that also was a point for me. So I was actually a sophomore in college when that happened. And it was very much like this summer, very similar to the Derek Chauvin case where we were waiting for the verdict when we called it the Trayvon Martin case, when we should have actually called it the George Zimmerman case. And being on a campus at the University of California, Santa Cruz, being a science major, not a lot of people there, really feeling to be called into action at this moment in time. And so thinking about the idea of, organizing my very first protest and really working to not only mobilize people on campus, but also community members to actually say something to the local Santa Cruz community, say that we're going to stop business as usual, that a Black man has been murdered unjustly, a young Black man has been murdered unjustly, and that there was no justice for his family, for himself, and for the community, and that all across the nation, young Black people and Black people everywhere were writing for justice. And so it was necessary for us to step up and to do something about it. And so recognizing that in certain moments in time, you are called to serve. And there was a saying that someone told to me that came from Assad Shakur: "It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love and protect each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains."
I think for me, it was a combination of factors. To whom much is given, much is required. And so I was very fortunate and blessed, those that sold into me and committed me to service at a very early age. I knew that I had to give back. And I'm thankful, for the comments from Nia and her representing women today, because specific to my Urban League journey, I would not be in the seat I'm in if it were not for my mother, who actually paid for me to join when I came back from Morehouse, because she felt like I needed to be doing something more productive with my life. And ultimately, I identified it as a part of my purpose to be a leader in my community, specifically the Black community, and helping to drive forward meaningful change.
All right, clap them up, y'all. All right, let's move on to the next question. We have all seen the recent deaths of 2 more unarmed Black boys. I wanted to ask the panel, how do we remain motivated to fight for Black lives after so much hardship?
I'll take this one. My willingness to keep fighting is based on and rooted in my faith that we have to speak truth to power and have to keep fighting for justice. So even when bad things like this happen, it's very unfortunate, but we're in a struggle. We're in a war between good and evil. We're in a war between the powerful and the unpowerful, and we're trying to get that power so there can be justice, there can be equity, and there can be a sense of moral rightness in the world.
For me, I feel that it's just staying strong and not feeling dehumanized or desensitized, and not letting the desensitivity sink in our body and in our mind and in our spirit and in our soul. Knowing that Black people have been fighting for the lives of, fighting and protesting and organizing for years, for over 400 years ago, since we were stolen on slave ships. One thing I definitely feel is that we have to continue to strategize and bring all of our problems to the table to make sure that we can hold those who are in positions of power in our inadequate government institutions accountable.
I would say that many who are seeing these Black deaths and seeing Black trauma constantly on their screen have the mistaken ideology that we need to be okay with it. You have the right And it is your right as a human to not be okay. As Black people, we have the right to not be okay. We have carried this country on our backs for years. So we have the right to say, I don't want to see this right now. I'm going to stand back for a second. It doesn't mean that you are not fighting for your lives, because every day that a Black person wakes up, you are fighting for your life. That is resistance. That is resilience. So if a Black person tells you that, nah, I'm not going to talk about this right now, I don't want to see the video, I don't want to see Instagram death and Black death as if it's something that I follow, or something that I'm interested in, or something that I entice into. We have the right and the privilege as people who have been in so much trauma and inside of so much pain. We have that opportunity. So to any Black person who is listening, you have that right to not want to protest. You have that right to just want to mourn. You have that right. Because for so long, with everyone seeing it, especially during COVID, every second I was seeing a Black life that we lost. And you constantly become desensitized to the situation. You constantly feel as though, oh yeah, just another one, you can scroll away. When really that's so harmful to our people. When you constantly see it on our screens. I stopped crying. I genuinely stopped crying at one point, and that is what broke me. The fact that I just seen it as another life, and that is what I know many people started to believe. And that's when I know that I need to take to the streets. Because for so long, we kept seeing it to the point where it became normalized. And that is not normal. Black death is not normal.
Yeah, I think what helped me get through the continuous deaths that we're seeing of our people is understanding that this is a long game. And I think some people have a hard time coming to terms with that because we're tired of seeing people that look like us, look like our sisters, our brothers, our family members being killed and displayed on TV every single day or every single week. But we are combating this monstrosity that is white supremacy. And this dismantling of white supremacy is going to take some time. But what gives me faith is that there are individuals like ourselves that are on this stage, like the other panelists that are tuning in from where they are. We understand the beast that we are combating, and we're organizing, and we're working against that, and we're communicating, and we believe, and we truly believe that the end is going to come in our lifetime because we're working hard, and we've been brought to this moment where we have to work hard to save our people.
Mm-hmm. To the brothers online?
Yes, I think to add to the aforementioned, it's extremely imperative that we also stay in touch with what's happened before us in the past, and also think of what's to come. Think about those who laid their lives down for us to have simple rights to vote, simple liberties that we still aren't fundamentally guaranteed. And I think that while understanding that, to maintain your fight and your desire to fight as a Black person, and not become desensitized to seeing Black death and seeing people brutalized in the streets, you must also understand that this potentially is something that you can face day to day, and not only you, but those to come after you, which is why it's important to educate yourselves and educate your brothers and sisters and pass that information on, because truth be told, there is no white person in this country that has lived what we live and experienced what we experience, and therefore cannot help us in the way that we can help ourselves. And so I think that it's fundamentally important that when we continue on this movement, when we continue on this fight, when we recognize that there is a problem, and when we understand that white supremacy is a plague, we will furthermore be able to teach those that come behind us and use that to bring those behind us and the next generation behind us to keep the fight going. We cannot lose the spark or the flame, because ultimately that'll be a detriment to Black communities as a whole. We can't lose the passion that we have, because Furthermore, when we get down the line and when we have our grandchildren, we want them to be able to experience liberties that we didn't have and that we have been trying to fight for years, and that our grandparents and great grandparents have been trying to fight for years. So that's my piece.
That's very real. I think this week has been very hard. It's been very difficult. I think that we're constantly faced with this over and over again. Even when we think that we're over it, it comes back and back again. And so it's very necessary to think about where you're drawing strength from, recognizing that there's resiliency in our community, there's power in our community, there's strength, there's beauty, there's love. It's important to draw on that in this period of time. And in this period of time, I also think about strategy and how are we turning to the people that we just elected, the elected officials that we want to hold accountable for things that are happening in our community. At every single level, on the local, state, and national, there are people who have a direct impact on these cases, a direct impact on things that are happening in our world. And so it's necessary for us to keep them accountable, even for young people who are on their campuses. It's an important time for us to reevaluate some of the systems that we think are normal, right? Thinking about Black death is not normal. Policing on campus is not normal. What do we need police for? Is that actual something that is going to be serving us or something that's taking away from us? And so in this period of time, I've been urging our young people to think about how do you evaluate these systems that we see as regular, which actually may be more irregular than we think.
And for me, I think, as everybody's mentioned, it's been very hard for us coming out of 2020 and even the past week. It really just comes down to, your faith, whatever that is that you believe in, whether it be God or whatever your foundation is. You have to have something that anchors you in order to drive through, what we've experienced just in the past week, the past year, but over the history of our people in this country. You have to have faith, but also a strong why. Why is it that you've got involved? Why are you doing this work? I'm reminded of the speech, The Other America, that Dr. King wrote, and specifically referencing, riots are the voice of the unheard. And, when we had George Floyd and a lot of these different instances were protesting, sometimes they do erupt into, larger demonstrations. But at the end of the day, it's not just a message to those electeds that are white, but also those of us that operate as Black leaders in a place of privilege to make sure that we still are being a voice for the voiceless that come from those communities that don't have these platforms and the same access and resources that we do, to make sure that they get what they need and we as a people ultimately move forward.
All right, so I have a question for our city council candidate. I know you are 23 years old. Can we first clap that up? That's amazing, brother. Why is it so important for young folks to get into politics?
We talk a lot about representation, especially in the world of politics. Representation of race, representation of gender, representation of sexuality. But we need representation of age as well. Especially, thank you. Yeah. Especially now more than ever. I believe that we are in multiple crises here in the United States. We're in a climate crisis, we're in a racial crisis, we're in an infrastructure crisis. I know Joe Biden is trying to deal with that right now, yet our government does not reflect the people that have issues with the crises that we're experiencing. Many of the people that are making noise about what's going on with the climate, which is going to affect neighborhoods of color and communities of color more than white neighborhoods, are young people. Yet it's being neglected in every seat in office, whether local, whether statewide, whether federal. What we need is representation of young people. We have seen a new generation of revolutionaries born this past year, and even before that. And we're taking to the streets, we're taking it to the polls, and we're taking it to City Hall. I am the youngest person running in my race. We've outraised every single other candidate here in the race. 100% grassroots, have not accepted money from police unions, real estate developers, fossil fuel companies. What has made us so successful in this race is the fact that we are speaking the truth. Those that have been experienced or old enough to be running for office are disillusioned by government and understand that in order for them to get things done, they have to stoop as low as those individuals that are putting money within their pockets. That is not what I'm running on. I'm running to create a future for my Black community rather than fulfilling the promises and wants of individuals that are putting money in my pocket. But we need young people. We need young people in government. We need young people on the street. We need young people in every aspect of society to be at that table, writing the rules and making sure that things get done within our favor amongst those that are also experienced and have been doing it for a bit.
Definitely. I'll say 2021, y'all.
All right, I got a question for my Morehouse brother, Cameron Smith. I want to first congratulate you. You just recently became the president of the NAN Morehouse chapter after our brother Rick Hart just became the president of the Young Democrats in Georgia. So first, let's really clap him up. Anyone that knows me, I will always clap up my Morehouse brothers. I wanted to ask you, what are your plans now that you're in charge?
Well, firstly, with a heavy focus on the greater Atlanta area, we have a lot of lower income individuals, a lot of Title I schools. I want to have a heavy focus on the younger generation, right? So when we go to Fickett Elementary, I want to have a focus on educating them in terms of what is out there, not to be afraid, but to take it head on, because there's going to be things that they experience beyond just the elementary school years. And I think that it's something that we can do aside from whatever teachers or mentors they may have in their life. I know that we can have an impact on bringing them forth. And then secondly, one of the biggest initiatives that I have planned for this upcoming year is Member Service Mondays. So a lot of times, you know, and actually now that we are in a virtual format, I think that we are realizing that we have a great impact on our communities, and we can do so virtually. We are in our communities while we can meet together virtually. So one of my biggest plans is for us to be able to just go out and serve those in our community every week and raise awareness for what's going on in the current time. You know, we have individuals from different cities who have police departments that are out of control. We have individuals in cities who have trans people who are just being brutalized in the streets simply for their sexuality. And I don't think that that is appropriate in any means. So, you know, I think that doing so every Monday, every week, we are going to go out in our communities. We're going to raise awareness for what's going on, provide a sense of hope for our communities while bringing that back to Morehouse and mobilizing Morehouse as a school and as a unit to go out into the greater Atlanta community. So.
So now I have a question for Nia and Larry. You know, we've done a lot of protests together in the city. The one that's most memorable to me is when we took over the FDR Drive. I remember, you remember that, right?
Which time?
Well, the one that I was there. So I wanted to ask you, what was your emotions when we took over that? Because anyone who's not from New York, you have to understand that is one of the most busiest highways in New York City. Okay, that's one of the most busiest highways. So I wanted
She shut down the Holland Tunnel last night too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we just shut it all down.
Shutting everything down.
I wanted to know, what were your guys' emotions when we took over that highway?
Yeah. Well, Larry, I'll let you go first for this one. I think I have a long explanation.
All right, no problem. My emotions was just seeing community building and unity coming together. There was something that was said, together united, we can never be divided. And knowing that young folks of Gen Z have been literally organizing, even with Occupy City Hall, when we were out there making sure that we can hold people who are in positions of power for the budget. My emotions was just like, wow, like, I can't believe we literally live in a country where we have to fight for justice because our humanity has to be recognized. One thing that really hurted me was the fact that I feel that this country should be lucky that we are not asking, but we are demanding justice and not revenge. Knowing that there was looting and rioting and everything that was going on, I think it hurted me the most of white folks coming to Black people and telling us to condemn our brothers and sisters because we do things that we shouldn't do and say things that we shouldn't do. And I always believe that God has the right to condemn and denounce those people, but even he never condemned and denounced those people. America has done the condemning and denouncing enough. And for me, I just want to say that, like, our emotions was just like tears, and you know, we were shutting down so many highways, we shut down the streets, and we're just going to continue going with that fire and just not letting no ego or no toxicity like sink in. We're just gonna make sure that we can all just come together. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Let me just set up a little bit, because, so like she was saying yesterday, every Thursday, we Stonewall protest happens at Stonewall Inn, and one of the takeovers that we did yesterday was at the Holland Tunnel, and we shut it down because we pay taxes for it, and that is our right. If we want to hold space there, we can. So every time that we hold an action that is that high risk, I think of my mother, I think of my 11-year-old nephew, I think of my family and whether or not I will have the opportunity to speak to them ever again. I think of the possibilities that I will never see any of these beautiful faces again. And those are the emotions that I face even when I'm not on the front lines. So when I think about, when we're taking about over bridges, I think of me just existing. Regardless, I am at risk. Regardless, being a Black woman in America, it is at risk. It is at risk to be abused. It is at risk to be murdered. It is at risk whether or not I'm inside of my home or not, as we've seen with Breonna Taylor. So it is the constant thoughts that I know that I need to be outside because I don't have that privilege to stay home and think that I'm safe, or stay home and think that enough is enough and I'll just be fine if I post an infographic or if I post a black box on my Instagram story. It's never going to be enough until you actually speak up. So whenever I think of the emotions, I think of the Black women who came before me. I think of the Black women who are surrounding me. I think of the Black people who are around me and doing this work alongside me and came before me and also carved a path so that women like me, young people like me, can have that opportunity to be at peace finally, whenever that time comes.
Absolutely.
What advice or piece of wisdom would you give to a young person that is joining the movement?
My advice to any young person listening, which I always say, is that you are enough. For so long when I was younger, I felt I wasn't enough. I dealt with mental health issues, depression, anxiety, to the brink of suicide. And that is the real talk. So when we're talking about being in a space with representation of people who look like you, it's not just looking like you, but it's having the same stories as you. It's about making sure that people can connect with you more than just on a trauma level, but deeper on a real personal level of knowing that there are Black people who deal with these real life issues. So when I say that you can come into this space and be enough, it's because Black people are going through so many issues and Black people have so many different identities than Black death, which is what we usually see and what they always want us to be combined into. You are enough whether you are too queer, whether or not you are too much of a lesbian, they say, or too much of a woman, too much of a man. Whatever you are and whatever you identify as or whatever you want to be, you are enough to be in this space. And you have the power and the privilege and the opportunity to make space for yourself, whether or not they listen. And if they don't, make a new room for yourself because they don't deserve your voice.
I definitely want to add on to that. I think we hear this narrative that Black communities are homophobic or sexist. Those are only themes and institutions that have been passed down to Black communities through white supremacy. Those are white supremacy's invention. To the people, young people that want to join the movement, this is a movement for all Black people. We're not a monolith. We come in all shapes and sizes. We come from different backgrounds, but we're here in this moment fighting for the same thing. Because when a white person looks at us, they see one thing, and that's the enemy that they want to kill. So when you want to join this moment, recognize that we may be different, but at the same time, we are standing in solidarity and will continue to stand in solidarity and will continue to fight for not just ourselves, but all of us.
My advice to any young person out there that is watching this is knowing that there have been so many people that have told me to sit back and wait my turn. There are days I've always heard the youth are the future, the youth are the hope. And I believe that young people should know that they are right now. They should be celebrated, they shouldn't be separated. They should not be marginalized, they should not be put down, they should be literally standing together, and their voices should be amplified by any means necessary. Making sure that young people not just have a seat at the table or have a baton, but actually building that table and leading that table with people who have been mostly impacted to this injustice. Young people always feel afraid to, stay silent because they feel that their voice doesn't matter. And I just know I want to say it's so important to never let anyone ever tell you that your voice does not matter, and to continue to find your voice and live in your purpose before it is too late.
My advice to the young people that want to join the movement is, first of all, just start. Start somewhere, and there's a lane for everybody. You don't have to be on the front lines, as they say. You can find activism in anything you do. For example, if you want to be a hairstylist, be a hairstylist for Black people, help out Black people.
Right.
And have an identity.
Absolutely.
That's true. I can use a haircut, I'm not gonna lie.
Be the voice of reason for Black people, not understanding that we need unity, not uniformity. As they said, we're not a monolith. So that's the one thing I'll give Black people is to lead, and find young Black people is to lead, and find leaders like Ashley Sharpton. They will let you lead.
That was beautiful. Can I say one more thing just to add on to what you were saying? That really resonated with me a lot. One thing I also say quite often whenever I'm thinking and whenever I'm talking to younger people than me, I mean, I'm only 18, so don't really be often, but whenever I do, it's always the fact that I'm talking to them with conviction, I'm talking to them with passion and power, because I believe that if my words resonate with at least one person, I have done my justice on this earth. So whenever I talk with a purpose, because I know that there is at least one person listening to me, and if my words change one person's life, I did my job as an activist. That is what activism looks like.
To the brothers online.
Yes, I think if I could give a piece of advice to a younger individual, it would definitely be doing and standing for something, even when it's not the most popular thing out there. And I think that can span across activism or any part of your life. For me, going to college, coming from high school, I was coming from a space in which you would use your voice, you would say things, engage in certain things, organize certain things, and it wouldn't be popular, and that would be discouraging. And I want the younger people watching to know that though it may be discouraging, and though it may feel sometimes as if you cannot be a voice for the voiceless, or that your voice is being silenced, and as though people aren't listening to you, I want you to know that there are people listening, there are people paying attention, and there are people learning from you. And I want you to know that, no matter what you organize, no matter what you put on, who you educate, in what capacity, you will always be making an impact, and you will always be contributing to forward progress. And so I think that is the most important piece, to understand that no matter whether a white person doesn't think it's popular or a Black person doesn't think it's popular, if you leave an impact on the movement, you have made some degree of change within our society. So.
Yeah, the piece of advice I would think about is, I would say, think global and start by acting local, right? We recognize that there are a lot of local campaigns that are necessary for us to be involved in, and that we need everybody in this movement. Particularly, we need Black data people, we need Black artists, we need Black singers, we need folks in Black policy writers, policymakers. We need young people in these positions, not just having a seat at the table, but actually having real decision-making power. And there's a lot to learn from people all across the nation, all across the globe. And so taking those lessons, using those lessons, implementing them locally, recognizing there's ways that we can build power on the ground today. You don't have to wait to be in a national position. You don't have to wait to be connected to a national organization. You can start right away, and you can be a part of the movement in your own special way. And so each of us have a talent, each of us have a tool. And the thing is that we're entering into a new world. As people are getting more vaccinated, as people are going outside, the rules have yet to be rewritten. And so we have the moment in this time to actually write some of these rules and define what the future looks like for everybody.
Wisdom.
And I'd say three things. First, know yourself. Spend time to figure out who you are, what your voice is. Whether you lead in any of these organizations, or if you choose to do your own thing, just make sure that it is, you show up in that space as your own authentic self. So know who you are and find your voice, but also make sure that you heal. A lot of us in our community have experienced some type of trauma. There's a stigma when it comes to mental health in the Black community. So take that time, whether it's therapy, meditation, reflection, whatever it is, just to make sure that you are good and you are as whole as possible, because it'll only enable you to be that much of a better leader as you continue on this journey. And I think the last thing is commit to the process of learning and unlearning. We're taught a lot of things as we're growing up. And as you get older and get exposed to more things, there are different perspectives, there are different viewpoints. Be open to those things and unlearn those things you ultimately find not to be true. Obviously with MLK, we were all raised to believe he was, this one person, nonviolent, but he also had another side to him, which was much more rooted in activism and fighting for poor people. And so just make sure that you seek out information, you research things, learn and unlearn. And if you do those things, I think you'd be well equipped to lead in a meaningful way.
All right, this is the last question. We're running a lot out of time, so let's make this quick. We have all heard the speech, the I Have a Dream speech by Dr. Martin Luther King. I want to ask the panelists, where do you see his dream now? Has it expanded? Are we coming closer to his dream? Where do you guys see his dream now?
When I heard and started studying the I Have a Dream speech, it was probably in middle school. And I was always, I don't call it woke, but I was always awakened, I would call it, inside of middle school and throughout high school, and just like from an early age, just because I used to read a lot and my sisters used to teach me a lot. So I always had a sense of knowledge when it comes to those types of situations. So when I heard that I Had a Dream speech, I thought I had a fantasy. I did not see a dream that was possible when I was young. But to this day now, I still sometimes go through whether or not it's a fantasy or a reality that's possible to reach. And I still sometimes think, well, I don't think we're anywhere near close. But one thing that really strives me to continue to keep going is the fact that he spoke on it, and the fact that I see it sometimes happening, not all the time, but I see it sometimes happening where Black children are allowed to play together, where Black children are allowed to be inside of a park and just live their life, where Black children and white children can be inside the same school building. So it's not I had a dream, but it is I will have this dream come true. And that's how important it is to talk with conviction and talk with passion, because your words become a reality.
I remember hearing about the Reverend Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., I Have a Dream speech, and I was in a foster home at the time. And the first thing I thought about was just how much he has persevered, and how much he sacrificed his life and putting that, doing this as like a full-time job without getting no money or any type of compensation, but putting his life on the line, being a voice for others who don't have the platform to do so. And I look at that in today's generation, and I'm more than enough proud at the fact that his legacy still lives on. Seeing women run for office that we've never seen before. Seeing people part of the LGBTQIA+ community running for office that we've never seen before, and just seeing a lot of communities come together, it's truly incredibly amazing to see that. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Larry. Sadly, we ran out of time. I want to thank all the panelists who came in person and virtually. We had a great discussion. I want to thank you guys so much, so much.
Thank you.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No peace.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We will resume this evening's program at 7 o'clock p.m., concluding the day with the Church from a Prophetic Perspective panel.
Of course, everyone, due to protocol for the Sheraton, we have to clear the room for the room to be clean. Per
Mr. Buble, you can't keep breaking in here.
Bubbly just came out with Bubbly Bounce. Little
Good evening and welcome to our fireside chat this evening. Certainly we've had a great convention and this closes our third day. We began with the President of the United States speaking to us virtually and all the cabinet members and some of our great intellectuals from Dr. Ibram, that Kendi, Dr. Cornel West and others, and then our youth activists, and then many of our faith leaders, Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson, our chairman, convening that, the head of the School of Theology of Howard, and Reverend Freddie Haynes, Reverend Jamal Bryan, and others. But tonight we want to focus on Pentecostalism and the roots of prophecy in our community. The Nash Action Network is a church-based civil rights organization in the spirit of Dr. King. It has been said that Christianity was a white man's religion, but history tells us that Christianity was in Africa before we were brought across the Atlantic and enslaved. And in fact, the first Christian state was Ethiopia with the Coptic Church. And it was said that the Pentecostal expression and moving of the Spirit was reflective of how they worshiped in Africa in a demonstrative way. We have two giants in the Pentecostal faith who are also bathed in their African centricity that will talk about this in this discussion. And I want to welcome them, and I'm going to moderate this conversation myself. First, we have with us internationally renowned Bishop Noel Jones. Some know him as Bishop, others as an astute intellectual, a columnist, a prolific orator, theatrical producer, and still others know him as a beloved father and grandfather and loyal friend. No matter your point of reference, there are few places you will travel on this side of heaven without hearing the great name of Bishop Noel Jones. Bishop Jones was born in Spanish Town, Jamaica, one of 7 children born to Bishop Robert and Marjorie Jones. Noel Jones was raised alongside a diverse array of siblings, one of who is the famed actress and singer Grace Jones. He once mused, quote, "If I could reconcile and keep peace among us, I can reconcile the church through the power of God." And we're glad to have him grace us. He has preached at this convention, and people still remember that. We have also with us Bishop E. Bernard, Archbishop E. Bernard Jordan, who has prophesied the word of the Lord to millions of people in his uncanny accuracy. He's a businessman and businessmen and public officials, celebrities and churches among the thousands who have sought his counsel, heads of state. In February 1988, he was invited to address Special Assembly of Ambassadors and Diplomats at the United Nations concerning the oppressive racism in South Africa. He addressed the assembly again in 1992 and prophesied of the impending liberation of South Africa, which did come to pass. E. Bernard Jordan is the founder of Zoe Ministries in New York and has written more than 40 books, including a New York Times bestseller, The Laws of Thinking. And Bishop Jones, everyone knows, pastors the Mammoth City of Refuge Church in Los Angeles. Let me thank both of you for joining us this evening. And I might add, Bishop Jones was one of our honorees at the William A. Jones luncheon this afternoon. And even in this pandemic, we have had a great convention. Let me start by asking Bishop Jones, give us from your perspective, Bishop, the history of how we connected spiritually with our roots from Africa and transformed a more sedate and quiet expression of Christianity among the Western world by bringing our Pentecostal Holy Ghost flavor that has its roots in Africa itself.
I think the most astute person for that, and maybe I should put my headset on, but one of the most astute minds as it relates to that is a mentee of mine, Dr. Michael. He argues prolifically that we indeed Africanized the European conceptualization of Christianity by our demonstrating the move of the Spirit in a manner that was never associated with the European presentation of Jesus Christ. And so Christianity then has been Africanized in a way that we now describe it from a more spiritual aspect as Pentecostalism. It's incredible that along with that Africanization came a sensitivity and a brotherhood and a loving disposition that we have never, that you couldn't get in the European disposition, because the European disposition was primarily used Christianity to dominate the world. It used its interpretation of Christianity to take and to spread white supremacy. And so the sensitivity and the moral compass that came with Africanizing Christianity has happened through Pentecostalism and through our demonstration of our love for God, not simply from what we receive monetarily, but from how we operate in the lives of others and touch other people demonstratively. And I think that's basically what Africanizing Christianity has done. It has brought us into a situation where we reach for others in a way that is more sensitive, that we don't make materialism the bottom line for our Christian experience. And we enjoy it in that fashion.
Bishop Jordan, as your church expresses itself in a demonstrative way.
Have I lost you?
No.
Hello?
We hear you.
Yeah, we hear you. Bishop Jordan, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes. As Bishop Noel Jones just said, in a demonstrative way, we express our belief in Christ and its roots in Africa. How do you, as a major Pentecostal minister of the prophetic tradition, how do you make this connection?
Well, thank you, Reverend Sharpton. One of the things I would say is that I got saved first in a church here in out of Brooklyn, gave my heart over to the Lord. So I was in a predominantly African-American church. And I got to say that, St. Mary's Church of Christ, Disciples of Christ, and gave my heart over to the Lord at the age of 15. And then I went into the evangelicals at around the age of about 21, 22, and was doing the circuits in the white evangelicals and was part of a Word of Faith church. And then after that, when we started our church, we had to make a choice. And I think the thing that caused me to pivot was when my brother got killed and got killed in the hands of police officers. I went to Union Theological Seminary and sat in some classes with Dr. James Cone. And that began to radically transform my life and my theology, because I had a question as to where is God? Where was God? And that is where I started getting exposed to liberation theology. At that moment, it began to cause me to reach back into my African roots and reach back into our true self-expression and stop. And it began the journey of the decolonization of my faith. And so the prophetic never got broken. We still maintain hearing the voice of the Lord, speaking the mind of the Lord, according to the word of the Lord. And yet we maintain our Africanism. And I remember inside some of the churches where, they made a demon out of the drums, saying the beat was demonic. So you can begin to see where, this here wrestling with having to be authentically yourself, we began to see that a lot of our Christianity was really westernizing us or colonizing our faith.
Bishop Jones, you have one of the largest congregations in America, yet it is an experience deeply rooted in our authenticity. And some would say that it has been one of the reasons that you've drawn people from top officials to stars, yet grassroots people. Is it that spiritual authenticity and connection that you have had to resist those that would want to try and direct your ministry and your anointing a different way, and you've chosen to remain faithful to the tradition that you come to believe and bring with us into this country?
Well, one of the things that is important to me, and I think to all of us, and particularly to the things you do, is that, and to the apostle, is that we understand the attitude of being a theocrat. And the whole issue of being a theocrat means, first of all, that there are times when to stay silent, of course, is to be complicit to the things that destroy our theocratic vocational responsibility. And when you look at the situation in America, particularly the division in America, it's primarily because theocrats have become minions and sycophants to political parties, whether Democratic or Republican. You can argue the position, of course, for those of us who are more liberal and those of us who believe in the early church's attitude towards everybody, and that is, of course, the Republicans will cry socialism, and I don't know how the evangelicals can stand if they say anything negative about socialism, particularly when the early church, everybody sold what was theirs, and they shared it and made sure that everybody was treated equally and decently. But many of us have not, and I think my position is that I will not reduce my theocratic calling to become a minion or sycophant to any political party. I cannot substitute my eternal reward for any ephemeral bottom line or any attitude that comes from men, because many of us have reduced our message to lead men to Jesus Christ, and we've reduced our message to become self-aggrandizing in our political affiliations and our subjugation to the integrity and authenticity of a corrupt world. We have really given up and subjugated our integrity. And many of us cannot leave, and I think I said it earlier to you and your group, that many of us cannot leave Egypt because we enjoy being called the son of Pharaoh's daughter. But what I've discovered is that when you preach a genuine message of liberation and you speak the truth of the scriptures, I find that it will put millionaires beside homeless people. It will put educated people beside people who never graduated, because it moves us out of the system of the judgment of the world into a spiritual environment that is controlled by Jesus Christ. It's a kingdom concept that brings our spirits into that place. So anytime you get in Jesus Christ and you understand the gospel and you're Christocentric, it eliminates differences completely. And so before, I'm trying to be laconic, but I'm going to say this. When I look at the division between the evangelical church and where we are right now and what we believe and how we believe the operation of God is, and knowing that the Holy Spirit is the single greatest unifier in the universe, I have to ask myself the question, do some of us have it, the Holy Spirit? Or do we believe that white supremacy, do the white supremacists believe that the Bible gives them a sanction to be over all of us? And I may have gone away from the question, but I wanted to get that in, or maybe both. Maybe they believe, maybe they don't have the Holy Spirit, and maybe they believe that they should colonize the world and should keep us subjugated to their superior biblical powers, and which I totally have problems with. So to answer your question, I would say that preaching the word of God is what has made me stay within the parameters of reaching people on all levels.
Bishop Jordan, as you know, the activism we practice at National Action Network, and some would say, is it biblically based to protest, to speak truth to power, to stand to those that are in government? You experienced with your own brother's death, those that would speak truth to power. And as we are now in the middle of the end of the Derek Chauvin trial around the killing of George Floyd, and now we see a young man, Wright, killed in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, and another young man shot with his hands up in Chicago. Are we out of the Pentecostal church tradition for us to stand up and question this, or is there biblical basis for us to speak to those in power?
Yes, and thank you, Reverend Sharpton. I want to commend the National Action Network for being on the front line of that. And it blesses me as a young man to see people back in the day from the Pentecostal perspective, Reverend Herbert Daughtry, who stood on the front line, tongue-talking preacher, Pentecostal, but was very much into civil rights and social justice. And one of the things I want to say is that while I was with the evangelicals, it's interesting how they make social justice wrong, or saying you're preaching a liberal gospel or it is not right to begin to do this, but yet the Bible is very much a political book. So we begin to look at one of the first protests in scripture was the midwives. We began to look at Shiphrah and Puah, who were midwives who went against the system of that day that said to kill the boy babies. They began to preserve the boys, and there we have Moses. And yet, in the book of Exodus, we began to start to see these group of women. I call them, they are known as the Exodus women. And I read a great book by Dr. Geis Johnson, talks about these women in Exodus who operated in a point of liberation protest against the system of that day, did not wait for a man to give them an order, but their allegiance was to God. And so I agree with what Bishop Jones was sharing there just a moment ago, is that when we begin to look at the colonizers, we as African Americans, especially Pentecostals, we need to consider a theology that decolonizes our faith, because a lot of our faith is the faith of our colonizers, but not the authentic faith of us as a people. And we may need the question, if we have a faith that liberate us as a people from a system that is continually enslaving us. And so when we begin to look at it, these Exodus women, Miriam, the mother of Moses, Shiphrah, Puah, and even Pharaoh's daughter, who goes against the system in order to preserve the leader or the Moses of that day, which means she had to be, in other words, I see them as prophetic women. They had to know when to put Moses in the Nile And then there had to be someone on the other side that was moved to know when to take the baby out of the Nile. And then Miriam, the prophetess, had to know how to help preserve the child, and yet get that baby to still drink and suck from the breast of liberation. To me, that is protest, and beginning to protest against systems that is for our demise as a people.
Bishop may I piggyback on that? I think the prophet has made quite a point, because it was the teaching, again, what made Moses capable of leading the people was the fact that within the confines of where he had to deliver the people, or who he had to deliver the people from, he was raised in the environment that he had to deliver the people from. So for 40 years, he was in the system. For 40 years, he was taken out of the system. And for 40 years, of course, he led the people as far as he could to the promised land. But the point that I think the prophet is making, that is a great point. And that is that within the confines, all he had was faith in what his mother taught him while he was enjoying the splendiferous environment of Egypt. And so the conflict came from what he was taught, and the scriptures and the power of our teaching in the middle of this conflict is what will ultimately liberate us from where we are.
Reverend Shaw, if I could say something about that, and thank you for that, Reverend Charles, because what's powerful about that thought, Moses may be an example of those. There are those of us that will go to Ivy League schools or be in the houses of our oppressors. And they will go through that structure, because sometimes you have to have the language of the Chaldeans, the language of the Egyptians, in order to speak their tongues. One particular scholar said that, when we preach, oftentimes it says that Moses says, I cannot speak. And, I've always thought, Moses must have had a stuttering problem. I don't think it was a stuttering problem that Moses had. Moses didn't have the language of the Hebrews, because he was raised up, as Reverend Jones says, 40 years in a system. So he spoke the tongues of the intellectual, the tongues of Pharaoh's court. He spoke the tongues of the elites. He didn't have the language of the slaves. And there are many of us that we need prophets to translate our language so we can have the Aaron to speak to the gang leaders, Aaron to speak to the poor, Aaron to speak to those that are in the margins. And if we miss the interpretation of that language, we'll start to have the haves and the have-nots. And our colonizers will play into that system and pit us against each other and keep us from our own liberation.
Bishop Jones, how do we find in this speaking in the Mosaic tradition of Moses, how do we find Jesus, who was ultimately assassinated or crucified by the state? Is there in the story of Jesus also one that rebels and expresses the power of God through standing up and promising that even if you are crucified, you can resurrect? They cannot stop the spirit and stop the will of God, who's on the side of the oppressed.
It's important to understand this as it relates to Jesus. First of all, everything that is Old Testament becomes fulfilled in Jesus Christ. When we deal with Jesus, we deal with Jesus the Christ, the anointed one. But what we fail to understand is that Jesus was a revolutionary. It was the Jesus that got the Christ, or the anointed one, to the cross. It was Jesus in his revolution that brought about his own demise. And he was very careful in his healings and his miracle working to not allow that to put him in a position where he wouldn't get to the cross. That's why oftentimes he would tell people, don't tell anyone, don't show your hand at the time, because I don't want to hasten the time. I want to be able to teach and do whatever I have to do in order to get across. But his revolution is what got him to the cross. And it was the cross and his resurrection that gave him power over everything that would bind man. Now that's from a spiritual point of view. Let me take the metaphor into where we are today. You and I have discovered over a period of time that people die, and as the prophet would say, prophetically or strategically, because of how God is moving. When we take the pandemic, we take the tragedy of George Floyd, but you look at the timing in the middle of a pandemic, it was like a perfect storm. And the protests, the attack on the democracy, and the pandemic all played together to bring a consciousness of the situation that we are in, when oftentimes we become very, very relaxed and we become comfortable with what it is that we're dealing with, because it's been a gradual move to the point. And let me put it another way. You take a frog and they put him in tepid water. They heat it up. They let him stay. He gets used to it. They heat it up. They let him stay. And he gets used to it. They heat it up until he boils. Jesus awakens the disposition of having a religious environment that focuses primarily on worship, but there are no boots on the ground. What has happened to Christianity and what has happened to even Pentecostalism, because Pentecostalism in its idiosyncratic concept, in its subjective theological attitudes, separates us from each other, because we all say the Lord speaks to me, and if I don't agree with what he says to you and you don't agree with what he says to me, we're all separated. If Martin Luther King was operating in a Pentecostal environment to bring about civil rights as he did, it would never happen, because Pentecostalism is too subjective in its idiosyncratic interpretations of God to join with other people. But God, in his wisdom, has allowed the perfect storm of 2020, 2021 to come upon us to the point where we can no longer hide a relationship with God in a temple or in a sanctuary or in a church. We have now got to put the practice of what we do in that room on the ground. And so, yes, Jesus in his revolution got him to the cross, but he never stayed dead. And that's where we are today, is that some of us may die, but we will never stay dead until white supremacy is under our feet.
Mm. Wow. If I can
go ahead, Bishop Jordan. I'm not even following that up with a question. Go ahead, Bishop.
And that's very powerful. That's very powerful what Bishop Jones have said. But it's not only if Dr. Martin Luther King came to the Pentecostal church, a prophet coming to its own community is despised, which is part of the prophetic tradition, is that a prophet is usually rejected by its own people. Jesus came unto his own, and his own received him not. A large percentage of Baptist people did not receive Dr. King. He was stabbed not in Bensonhurst. He was stabbed in Harlem. I mean, when you begin to look at it, we as the people of God, we kill our prophets and then we make them heroes after they leave here. I mean, I'm looking at Reverend Sharpton, you stood on the front line, but many of your own people have despised what you sought to bring in terms of social justice and liberation into a community, and try to say, well, they're ambulance chasers. But yet, one of the voices that, watch this, what does prophets do? They comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. And when you become a prophetic voice and not speaking in alignment of what the institutions want you to speak, listen, they don't bring you on their platforms. You're not welcomed at the table. And so when you start looking at it, the prophet oftentimes operate as the outcast. And Jesus, dealing with the religious system of his day, the Pharisees and Sadducees was not his favorite cheerleaders. And so we need to look today what happens with the role of the prophet in the church, and then how do we have eyes or create a platform in today to embrace the prophetic that brings liberation to us. But we've got to be prepared for the upset, because the prophet comes to bring you the death certificate and the birth certificate, and it's happening in one act. In other words, David, it's the end of you being a shepherd. David, I'm anointing you as king. And yet he gets anointed as king while the former king is still standing. That's the conflict of the prophet.
Well, that would put then all of us in that place as preachers of the word of God, because what happens in the status quo and what makes it difficult for those of us who stand on the truth of the scriptures to go forward, even in a world of liberation, is that many of us become so comfortable with the capitalization of America that we no longer want to risk the comfort that we have achieved through our presentation to our community. So we don't want to buck the system, because if we buck the system, remember, John the Baptist spoke to Herod, lost his head. Mm-hmm. Anybody who is going to buck the system has to be prepared to lose their head. And when I say that, I mean lose their financial comfort, lose whatever secrets they have in the closet will be brought out, primarily when you're dealing with folk who have the CIA. Mm-hmm. Anytime you begin to speak to that situation, you've got to be prepared for your secrets to come out. You've got to be prepared for you to lose your financial support. And if you're not prepared to do that, then you will always keep quiet. But I want to say this about speaking truth to power. A theocrat does not speak up to power. A theocrat speaks down to power. Now, Herod took John the Baptist's head, and one might say Herod was more powerful than John the Baptist. But Jesus made that clear when he said, no man born of a woman was greater than John the Baptist. Mm-hmm. And that included Herod. What we need to understand as preachers of the gospel, and all of us are prophetic, as preachers of the gospel, because to be a prophetic, you have to speak forth. Prediction is just a small part of the presentation of the prophetic. All of us who preach are prophetic. What we need to do is declare that justice is spiritual. Because if justice is not a part of the program, then forgiveness is completely moot. How am I forgiving you if you're not guilty of something? And how does justice operate when it doesn't find guilty folk guilty? Justice is spiritual. God is so just that he won't even put people in hell without a great white throne judgment, and he won't put people in heaven without the judgment seat of Christ. He has to get every last detail. And we need to present, if we lose our houses, if we lose our cars, if we lose our influence,
in certain world arenas, we need to stand up and preach that every human being is valuable and worth something. And the prophetic in that is, if we don't live up to it, America is going to destroy itself. If we live up to it, we will maintain our primary place in the world. But America, at its present rate, and I'm speaking prophetically now, is going to destroy itself if it does not turn from its wicked ways.
Mm. Yeah.
In line with that, Bishop Jordan, the black community that has produced prophets that have suffered, are they the warners, the watchmen on the wall, warning, as Bishop Jones just did, this empire that it will crumble internally if it does not correct its ways?
Yes, I believe that African Americans have been brought to America to call our colonizers to repentance. See, we've got to relook at the role of the Black church in this system, because especially a lot of these houses that was born independently in America without the colonizers setting up the structure. And so we've got to look at the role. But I want to go back to something else here prophetically, that I think oftentimes we end up having a form of godliness, but we deny the power thereof, is that we got the preaching of the gospel. And I've always made it a part that whenever I came into a service, I would preach for 1 hour at least before I would close the book like Jesus did and begin to move in the prophetic. Now, I get that there is prophetic preaching, but we need to start to see a demonstration, as I won't say Prophet Jones, but Bishop Jones just said.
It's okay.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Yes, but looking at this is that this predictive element that we foretell the word of the Lord, but the foretelling is very absent in our assembly. We're going through a prophetic work that I wrote a book in 1989 called Written Judgments.
Very accurate.
And in the Written Judgments book on page 88, we prophesied concerning a volcano in St. Vincent. And this was the word of the Lord that was written. And it says, the word of the Lord appeared concerning St. Vincent. There was an ominous air about me, and I felt the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck respond to the fear of the Lord. Heed my warning, saith the Lord. I am calling the church into an awareness of my purpose, for I desire to bring you out of the tradition of yesterday and bring you into the reality of my presence for this hour. I was transfixed by the majesty of the Lion of Judah that sat upon this throne, and I heard a roar and caused the land and the waters to tremble. The earth responded to the presence of God and began to quake under my feet. The command of God sounded a trumpet, pray for the volcanoes. For it is the time that I will call forth a people in the earth to speak to the volcano named turmoil. They must call forth peace so it does not erupt in their generation. Come now and watch me remove the ungodly that have settled at these shores, for I have a people in this land that I will keep preserved if they will hearken to my voice, saith the Lord. So here I'm writing the word of the Lord, and yet I'm getting leaders calling me, questioning me, who are you to write prophecy, right? And went through a lot of ridicule. But in hearing the voice of the Lord, documented it, I have people calling me from all over saying, we're rereading the prophecy that you wrote concerning St. Vincent. We need a church today that begins to wrap its arms around the prophetic, the voices. But many of these prophetic voices are on the outskirts. And it is sad that a prophet, the journey of the prophet seems to be that you have to live long enough to look like a false prophet until the word begins to come to pass. And so the length of that time or that journey becomes a period, and that's why I'm doing a work now about the need of mental health for prophetic people, because I'm discovering that the greater your anointing, the greater your rejection. Somehow rejection seemingly is in the recipe of the prophet.
I would add to that. I would add to that, that in what you just read to me, one of the critical pieces of what you read to me a while ago was not what was ultimate in the final outcome. What was significant in what you read to me was hearing the voice say, unless you heed my voice. When we talk about prophetic, you emphasize the prediction, I emphasize the forthtelling, because how America is acting right now towards the most significant part of its existence, and that is the years and years of cheap labor, no pay for labor, has made America what it is. Yesterday in California, we're tackling right now the issue of involuntary servitude except for a crime. In other words, the California Constitution says that when you commit a crime, we can make a slave out of you in prison. Wow. And we want all that eliminated. My point is, any one of us, if you have a child that is disobeying everything that you have put in front of them, and you say to that child, listen, if you don't change the way you behave, you're heading for prison. You say to Jonah, goes to Nineveh, and the question is Jonah a false prophet? Jonah said, yet in 40 days, you're going to be destroyed. But they weren't destroyed. But Jonah wasn't a false prophet, because the ultimate end was predicated on their present behavior. What I'm saying to America is, I'm not giving a prophecy like I'm prophetically declaring that there will be judgment. After the death, it's appointed unto man once to die, after death, judgment. That is a prediction that cannot be changed. That's absolute, that's axiomatic. But all other predictions that are based on how people live can be changed. It can be changed. And this is why we're fighting in America to get America to change from that slick, subtle way of causing us to completely feel broken every time. We succeeded in Georgia. We succeeded in Pennsylvania. We succeeded in Ohio. We succeeded. We did what Americans do, is vote. And now we got to face a different color on a whitened sepulcher, because now the supremacists now want to change the rules to keep us right where we were before. And this is why I'm mad now, but this is why I give great thanks to people like the Reverend Al Sharpton, to my good friend out here, Jonathan Mosley. I'm talking about people who keep their nose in the middle of the fight, because we understand that everything we have, and we preachers, we have lived large on folk who don't have what we have and will never have what we have. We take money from folk who are less off than we are. And I think we ought to open our mouth if we lose everything we have and declare that if America does not treat the very substratum and the very rudiment of its wealth, if we don't start treating the folk who made you who you are, if we don't start treating them properly, this country is going to die. And I'm going to tell you this, America is nowhere in biblical prophecy at the end. Nowhere.
It's true.
Bishop Jordan, we only have 2 minutes left. You can respond and we'll close. I cannot think we get more powerful than what Bishop Jones just said.
Amen. And I want to say this is that as we begin to look at these moments, I mean, there's a lot of things that's coming up on the table. And I think that we've got to begin to look as a church, how does this impact us? Like, for instance, the conversation of reparation is starting to come up on the table. This is a very big conversation, but we've got to begin to start to wrap our minds around what is money and what is wealth. We still make wrong the wealthy in our community, that something criminal has happened if a person has become wealthy. And so this is something that we've got to start looking at our consciousness about money. I mean, we look at people like my father in the gospel, Reverend Ike, that came and preached. I asked Reverend Ike, I said, what is this, this gospel you preach? He says, I preach the gospel of Jesus Christ. He says, look at the first mandate Jesus preached. I said, to preach the gospel to the poor. He says, what is the gospel? And of course, I said, the good news. He says, well, what is the good news to the poor, but that you should not be poor no more? So our liberation can't be just a liberation from a system, but we've got to preach a liberation that liberates the pocketbook, that Rolls Royces, Mercedes-Benz are not just driven at the top, but the saints are beginning to emulate. But there needs to be a model and an exit strategy for our people out of poverty.
I'll let you close us, Bishop Noel Jones.
I would say that one of the things that we need to do in terms of what my esteemed brother just said is we need to empower people, and we need to say to the saints and the members of our churches and our community that you need to sow into yourselves. They have sold into everybody else, and they have taken their money and given it to everybody else for a quick fix for themselves. Never happened. People need to sow into themselves. Education. We need to make sure as churches in our community, we need to adopt schools. We need to adopt schools as churches. We need to simply say, look, this church is going to take on these 5 schools in the community. We need to do that. We need to have citizens. We need to have a citizens bureau that says, after this cop has been allowed to take a job, we need a citizens bureau to look at his psychological profile and say, we don't mind having him in our community. We need to have citizens to decide also after these shootings. We need citizens in the community to have a look at what really went on and to say yay or nay. We need that kind of strength. We need education. We need to promote it. We need to promote the policing in our cities. We need to control who gets to be what in a police department. We need to continue to control our voting and vote for the people we need. And we need voices like NAN. We need voices like the Reverend Al Sharpton and all the others. And we need to join them and keep this fight alive.
Bishop Noel Jones, Bishop E. Bernard Jordan, thank you very much and God bless you. Thank you.
God bless you, sir. God bless you, Bishop.
All right. Keep us in your prayers.
Okay.
All right, brothers and sisters, that is our convention for this evening. We're back in the morning, 8:45. We go live on the air. We'll see you in the morning. God bless.